This is Audible.
The Night Circus by Erin Morgenstern. Bedtime Stories. Concord, Massachusetts, October 1902. Bailey spends much of the early part of this evening with Poppet and Widget exploring the labyrinth, a dizzying network of chambers interspersed with hallways containing mismatched doors, rooms that spin and rooms with glowing chessboard floors. One hall is stacked high with suitcases. In another, it is snowing. "How is this possible?" Bailey asks, melting flakes of snow sticking to his coat. In response, Poppet throws a snowball at him, and Widget only laughs. While they traverse the labyrinth, Widget tells the story of the Minotaur in such detail that Bailey keeps expecting to encounter the monster around every turn. They reach a room resembling a large metal birdcage, with only darkness visible through the bars. The door in the floor that they entered through latches once it falls closed and cannot be opened again. There appears to be no other way to exit. Widget ceases his narration as they investigate each silver bar, finding no hidden openings or cleverly disguised hinges. Poppet grows visibly distressed. After a considerable amount of time spent trapped within the room, Bailey finds a key concealed in the seat of the swing in the middle of the cage. When he turns it, the swing itself rises and the top of the cage opens, allowing them to climb out, escaping into a dimly lit temple guarded by an albino sphinx. While the temple has at least a dozen doors along its walls, Poppet immediately finds one that leads back out into the circus. She still seems upset, but before Bailey can ask her if something is the matter, Widget checks his watch and finds they are late for their scheduled performance. The three of them agree to meet up later, and the twins disappear into the crowd. Bailey has seen the kittens so many times over the last few nights that he practically has their routine memorized, so he opts to explore by himself while he waits for them to be free again. The particular path he chooses to wander down has no obvious doors. It is only a passageway between tents, endless stripes illuminated by flickering lights. He notices an uneven spot in the alternating black and white. Bailey finds a gap in the side of one of the tents, a split in the fabric, each edge dotted with silver grommets, and a black ribbon hangs just above his head, as though this opening was meant to be laced together to keep the tent firmly closed. He wonders if some circus member forgot to relace it. Then he sees the tag. It is the size of a large postcard, attached to the black ribbon the way one might attach a gift card to a present. The tag hangs loosely a few feet off the ground. Bailey turns it over. The picture side shows a black and white etching of a child in a bed, covered in fluffy pillows and a checkered quilt, not in a nursery, but under a star-sprinkled night sky. The opposite side is white, with elegant calligraphy in black ink that reads, "Bedtime Stories, Eventide Rhapsodies, Anthologies of Memory. Please enter cautiously and feel free to open what is closed." Bailey cannot tell if the tag refers to the break in the tent or if it has been misplaced from some other tent. Most of the tents have prominently placed signs in painted wood and entrances that are clearly defined or marked. This one seems as though it was not meant to be found. Other patrons pass by on their way from one part of the circus to another, too absorbed in their conversations to notice him contemplating a postcard-sized tag by the side of a tent. Tentatively, Bailey pulls the unlaced flaps apart, enough to peek inside to try to discern if this is indeed a separate circus attraction and not the back of the acrobat tent or some sort of storage area. He can make out only several twinkling lights and shapes that could possibly be furniture. Still unsure, he pulls the flaps apart enough to enter, stepping inside carefully per the instructions on the postcard, which proves wise as he walks directly into a table covered in jars and bottles and lidded bowls that rattle against one another. He stops, hoping not to knock anything over. It is a long room, the size of a formal dining room, or maybe it only resembles a dining room because of the table which stretches the length of the tent, though there is enough room to maneuver around it carefully. All of the jars and bottles are different. Some jars are simple glass mason jars. Others are glazed ceramic jars or ornate frosted glass. Bottles for wine or whiskey or perfume. There are silver-lidded sugar bowls and containers that look rather like urns. They appear to be in no particular pattern or order. They are simply strewn across the table. There are additional jars and bottles around the periphery of the room as well, with some on the ground and some on boxes and tall wooden bookshelves. The only element that correlates the room with the picture on the tag is the ceiling. It is black and covered with tiny twinkling lights. The effect is almost identical to the upward view of the night sky from outside. Bailey wonders how all of this might relate to a child in bed or to bedtime stories as he walks around the table. He recalls what the tag said about opening things, wondering what could possibly be inside all of these jars. Most of the clear glass ones look empty. As he reaches the opposite side of the table, he picks one at random, a small, round ceramic jar, glazed in black with a high shine and a lid topped with a round curl of a handle. He pulls the lid off and looks inside. A small wisp of smoke escapes, but other than that, it is empty. As he peers inside, he smells the smoke of a roaring fire and a hint of snow and roasting chestnuts. Curious, he inhales deeply. There is the aroma of mulled wine and sugared candy, peppermint and pipe smoke, the crisp pine scent of a fir tree, the wax of dripping candles. He can almost feel the snow, the excitement and the anticipation, the sugary taste of a striped candy. It is dizzying and wonderful and disturbing. After a few moments, he replaces the lid and puts the jar carefully back on the table. He looks around at the jars and bottles, intrigued but hesitant to open another. He picks up a frosted glass mason jar and unscrews the silver metal lid. This jar is not empty but contains a small amount of white sand, which shifts on the bottom. The scent that wafts from it is the unmistakable smell of the ocean, a bright summer day at the seashore. He can hear the sound of waves crashing against the sand, the cry of a seagull. There is something mysterious as well, something fantastical. The flag of a pirate ship on the far horizon, a mermaid's tail flipping out of sight behind a wave. The scent and the feeling are adventurous and exhilarating, with a salty tinge of a sea breeze. Bailey closes the jar, and the scent and the feeling fade, trapped back inside the glass with its handful of sand. Next, he chooses a bottle from a shelf on the wall, wondering if there is any distinction between jars and bottles on the table and the ones that surround it, if there is an indiscernible filing system for these curious containers. This bottle is tall and thin, with a cork held in place by silver wire. He removes it with some difficulty, and it opens with a popping noise. There is something in the bottom of the bottle, but he cannot tell what it is. The scent wafting from the thin neck is bright and floral. A rosebush full of dew-dripping blossoms, the mossy smell of garden dirt. He feels as though he is walking down a garden path. There is the buzzing of bees and the melody of songbirds in the trees. He inhales more deeply, and there are other flowers along with the roses, lilies and irises and crocuses. The leaves of the trees are rustling in the soft, warm wind, and the sound of someone else's footsteps falling not far from his own. The sensation of a cat brushing past his legs is so genuine that he looks down, expecting to see it, but there is nothing on the floor of the tent but more jars and bottles. Bailey puts the cork back in the bottle and returns it to its shelf. Then he chooses another. Tucked in the back of one of the shelves is a small bottle, rounded with a short neck and closed with a matching glass stopper. He picks it up carefully. It is heavier than he had expected. Removing the stopper, he is confused, for at first the scent and the sensation do not change. Then comes the aroma of caramel, wafting on the crisp breeze of an autumn wind. The scent of wool and sweat makes him feel as though he is wearing a heavy coat, with the warmth of a scarf around his neck. There is the impression of people wearing masks. The smell of a bonfire mixes with the caramel, and then there is a shift, a movement in front of him, something grey, a sharp pain in his chest, the sensation of falling, the sound like howling wind or a screaming girl. Bailey puts the stopper back, disturbed. Not wanting to end on such an experience, he places the strange little bottle back on its shelf and decides to choose one more before leaving to catch up with Poppet and Widget again. He picks one of the boxes on the table this time, a polished wood box with a swirling pattern etched into its lid. The inside of the box is lined with white silk. The scent is like incense, deep and spiced, and he can feel smoke curling around his head. It is hot, a dry desert air with pounding sun and powder-soft sand. His cheeks flush from the heat and from something else. The feel and sensation of something as luscious as silk falls across his skin in waves. There is music that he cannot discern, a pipe or a flute, and laughter, a high-pitched laugh that blends harmoniously with the music, the taste of something sweet but spicy on his tongue. The feeling is luxurious and light-hearted, but also secretive and sensual. He feels a hand on his shoulder and jumps in surprise, dropping the lid down on the box. The sensation ends abruptly. Bailey stands alone in the tent, underneath the twinkling stars. That is enough, he thinks. He goes back to the flap in the tent wall, careful not to disturb any of the jars or bottles nearby. He stops to adjust the tag that hangs from the ribbon on the tent flap, so that it is more easily visible, though he is not certain why. The illustration of the child asleep in his bed beneath the stars faces outward, but it is difficult to tell if the child's dreams are peaceful or restless. He walks back to find Poppet and Widget, wondering if they might want to head to the courtyard for something to eat. Then the scent of caramel wafts by as he walks, and Bailey finds he is not particularly hungry after all. Bailey wanders down curving paths, his mind preoccupied with bottles full of mysteries. As he turns a corner, he encounters a raised platform with a statue still occupant, but this one is different than the snow-covered woman he had seen before. This woman's skin is shimmering and pale. Her long black hair is tied with dozens of silver ribbons that fall over her shoulders. Her gown is white, covered in what to Bailey looks like looping black embroidery. But as he walks closer, he sees that the black marks are actually words written across the fabric. When he is near enough to read parts of the gown, he realizes that they are love letters, inscribed in handwritten text. Words of desire and longing wrapping around her waist, flowing down the train of her gown as it spills over the platform. The statue herself is still, but her hand is held out, and only then does Bailey notice the young woman with the red scarf standing in front of her, offering the love letter-clad statue a single crimson rose. The movement is so subtle that it is almost undetectable, but slowly, very, very slowly, the statue reaches to accept the rose. Her fingers open, and the young woman with the rose waits patiently as the statue gradually closes her hand around the stem, releasing it only when it is secure. And then the young woman bows to the statue and walks off into the crowd. The statue continues to hold the rose. The colour seems more vibrant against the white and black of her gown. Bailey is still watching the statue when Poppet taps him on the shoulder. "She's my favourite," Poppet says, looking up at the statue with him. "Who is she?" Bailey asks. "She has a lot of names," Poppet says, "but mostly they call her the Paramour. I'm glad someone gave her a flower tonight. I do it myself sometimes if she doesn't have one. I don't think she looks complete without it." The statue is lifting the rose gradually to her face. Her eyelids slowly close. "What did you do with your time?" Poppet asks as they walk away from the Paramour toward the courtyard. I found a tent full of bottles and things that I wasn't sure I was supposed to be in, Bailey says. It was strange. To his surprise, Poppet laughs. That's Widget's tent, she explains. Celia made it for him as a place to practice putting down his stories. He claims it's easier than writing things out. Widge said he wanted to practice reading people by the way, so we can catch up with him later. He does that sometimes, to pick up bits of stories. He'll probably be in the Hall of Mirrors or the drawing room. What's the drawing room? Bailey asks, the curiosity about a tent he hasn't heard of winning out over the fleeting thought to ask who Celia is, as he does not recall Poppet mentioning the name before. It's a tent that's made up of blank black walls with buckets full of chalk so you can draw everywhere. Some people only sign their names, but others draw pictures. Sometimes Widge will write out little stories, but he draws things too. He's quite good at it. As they walk around the courtyard, Poppet insists he try a spiced cocoa that is both wonderfully warming and slightly painful. He finds his appetite has returned, so they share a bowl of dumplings and a packet of pieces of edible paper with detailed illustrations on them that match their respective flavors. They wander through a tent full of mist, encountering creatures made out of paper. Curling white snakes with flickering black tongues, birds with coal-coloured wings flapping through the thick fog. The dark shadow of an unidentifiable creature scurries across Poppet's boots and out of sight. She claims there is a fire-breathing paper dragon somewhere in the tent, and though Bailey believes her, he has difficulty reconciling in his head the idea of paper that breathes fire. It's getting late, Poppet remarks as they walk from tent to tent. Do you have to go home? I can stay for a while, Bailey says. He has become something of an expert at sneaking back into his house without waking anyone, so he has been staying at the circus later and later each night. There are fewer patrons wandering the circus at this hour, and as they walk, Bailey notices that many of them are wearing red scarves. Different types, from heavy cabled wool to fine lace, but each is a deep scarlet red that looks even redder against all of the black and white. He asks Poppet about it once so many flashes of red have passed by that he is sure it is not a coincidence, and recalling that the young woman with the rose had a red scarf as well. It's like a uniform, she says. They're rêveurs. Some of them follow the circus around. They always stay later than other people. The red is how they identify each other. Bailey tries to ask more questions about the rêveurs and their scarves, but before he can, Poppet pulls him into another tent, and he is immediately silenced by the sight he has met with inside. The sensation reminds him of the first snow of winter, for those first few hours when everything is blanketed in white, soft and quiet. Everything in this tent is white, nothing black, not even stripes visible on the walls, a shimmering, almost blinding white. There are trees and flowers and grass surrounding twisted pebble pathways, every leaf and petal perfectly white. What is this? Bailey asks. He did not have a chance to read the sign outside the door. This is the ice garden, Poppet says, pulling him down the path. It turns into an open space with a fountain in the middle, bubbling white foam over clear carved ice. Pale trees line the edges of the tent, showers of snowflakes falling from their branches. There is no one else in the tent, nothing disrupting the surroundings. Bailey peers at a nearby rose, and while it is cold and frozen and white, there is the barest hint of scent as he leans closer. The scent of rose and ice and sugar. It reminds him of the spun sugar flowers sold by vendors in the courtyard. Let's play hide-and-seek, Poppet suggests, and Bailey agrees before she unbuttons her coat and leaves it on a frozen bench, her white costume rendering her all but invisible. That's not fair, he calls as she disappears behind the hanging branches of a willow tree. He follows her around trees and topiaries, through coils of vines and roses, chasing glimpses of her red hair. Bookkeeping. London, March 1900. Chandresh Christophe Lefebvre sits at the huge mahogany desk in his study, a mostly empty bottle of brandy in front of him. At one point in the evening there was a glass, but he misplaced that hours ago. Wandering from room to room has become a nightly habit fueled by insomnia and boredom. He is also missing his jacket, abandoned in a previously wandered-through room. It will be retrieved without remark by a diplomatic maid in the morning. In the study, between bottle sips of brandy, he attempts to work. This mainly consists of scribbling with fountain pens on various scraps of paper. He has not genuinely worked in years. No new ideas, no new productions. The cycle of mounting and executing and moving on to the next project has skidded to a halt, and he cannot say why. It does not make sense to him. Not this night or any other, not at any level of the brandy bottle. This is not how it is supposed to work. A project is started, it is developed and mounted and sent out into the world, and more often than not it becomes self-sufficient. And then he is no longer needed. It is not always a pleasant position to be in, but it is the way of such things, and Chandresh knows this process well. One is proud, one collects one's receipts, and even if one is a bit melancholy, one moves on. The circus left him behind, sailing forth, and yet he cannot turn away from the shore. More than enough time to mourn the creative process and ignite it again, but there are no sparks of something new, no new endeavours, nothing bigger or better for nearly 14 years. Perhaps, he thinks, he has outdone even himself. But it is not a pleasant thought, so he drowns it in brandy and attempts to ignore it. The circus bothers him. It bothers him most at times like this, in the bottom of the brandy bottle and the quiet of the night. It is not terribly late. The night is fairly young in circus terms, but the silence is already heavy. And now, with his bottle and his fountain pen drained, he simply sits, dragging a hand through his hair distractedly, staring across the room at nothing in particular. Flames burn low in the gilded fireplace. The tall bookcases stuffed with curios and relics loom in shadow. His wandering eyes drift over the open doorway and settle on the door across the hall. The door to Marco's office, tucked discreetly between a pair of Persian columns. Part of a suite of rooms that are Marco's own, the better to keep him at the beck and call, though he is out for the evening. Chandresh wonders through an alcohol-soaked fog if perhaps Marco keeps the circus documents in his office, and what exactly those documents might contain. He has only seen the paperwork involved with the circus in passing, hasn't bothered to scrutinize the details of the thing in years. Now he is curious. Empty brandy bottle still in hand, he pulls himself to his feet and stumbles out into the hallway. It will be locked, he thinks, when he reaches the polished dark wood door, but the silver handle moves easily as he turns it. The door swings open. Chandresh hesitates in the doorway. The tiny office is dark save for the pool of light spilling in from the hall and the dim haze from the street lamps seeping in through the single window. For a moment, Chandresh reconsiders. If there were any brandy left in the bottle, he might close the door and wander away. But the bottle is empty, and it is his own house, after all. He fumbles for the switch on the sconce nearest the door, and it flickers to life, illuminating the room in front of him. The office is packed with too much furniture. Cabinets and trunks line the walls. Boxes of files are stacked in tidy rows. The desk in the centre that takes up nearly half the space is a smaller, more modest version of the one in the study, though its surface holds jars of ink and pens and a pile of notebooks, all in perfect order, and not lost in a clutter of figurines and precious stones and antique weaponry. Chandresh puts the empty brandy bottle down on the desk and begins searching the cabinets and files. opening drawers and flipping through papers without any clear idea of what it is exactly he is looking for. There does not seem to be a particular section for the circus. Bits of it are mixed in with books of theatre receipts and lists of box office returns. He is mildly surprised that there is no discernible filing system, no labels on boxes. The contents of the office are orderly but not clearly organized. In a cabinet, Chandrish finds piles of blueprints and sketches. Many bear Mr. Barris's stamps and initials, but there are other diagrams written in different hands that Chandrish does not recognize. In some cases, he cannot even distinguish what language they are inscribed in, though each has Le Cirque des Rêves written carefully along the edge of the paper. Pulling them closer to the light, spreading them out over what little available floor space he can find, he scrutinizes them, sheet after sheet, letting them roll and fall in piles as he moves on to each subsequent piece. Even the prints that are clearly Mr. Barris's work have been written over, additions made in different handwriting, layers placed on top of original designs. Leaving the papers on the floor, Chandrish returns to the desk, to the neat pile of notebooks next to the abandoned brandy bottle. They appear to be bank ledgers, rows upon rows of numbers and calculations with notations and totals and dates. Chandrish tosses these aside. He turns his attention to the desk itself. He begins pulling open the heavy wooden drawers. Several are empty. One contains dozens of blank notebooks and unopened jars of ink. Another is full of old date books, the appointments filling the days written in some sort of shorthand in Marco's neat, delicate handwriting. The last drawer is locked. Chandrish makes to turn to another box of files nearby, but something pulls him back to the locked drawer. There is no key in the desk. There are no locks on the other drawers. He cannot recall if there was a lock on the desk when it was placed here years ago, when the office contained only the desk and a single cabinet, and seemed almost spacious. After a few minutes of looking for a key, he grows impatient and returns to his study to retrieve the silver knife that is embedded in the dartboard on the wall. Lying on the floor behind the desk, he all but destroys the lock in his attempts to pry the mechanism open, but he is rewarded with the satisfying click of the latch as it relents to the blade. Leaving the knife on the floor, he pulls open the drawer and finds only a book. It is a large, leather-bound volume. Chandrish takes it from the drawer, startled by the weight of it, and drops it with a thump onto the desk. The book is old and dusty. The leather is worn, and the binding is fraying at the edges. Hesitating only a moment, Chandrish lifts the cover. The end papers are covered in an exquisitely detailed drawing of a tree, covered in symbols and markings. It is densely inscribed, more ink than blank page. Chandrish cannot decipher any of it, cannot even tell if the marks are broken into words or simply continuous strings of motifs. Here and there he spots a mark that looks familiar. Some are almost numbers. Some recall the shape of Egyptian hieroglyphs. It reminds him of the contortionist's tattoo. The pages of the book are covered with similar markings, though predominantly they hold other things, bits of paper culled from other documents. It takes Chandrish several pages to realize each bit of paper holds a signature. It takes longer for him to realize that he knows the names. Only when he finds the page with the matching childish scrawls spelling out the names of the Murray twins is he certain that the book contains the names of each and every person involved with the circus. And only upon closer scrutiny does he notice that they are accompanied by locks of hair. The later pages hold the names of the original conspirators, though one name is conspicuously absent and another has been removed. The final page contains his own signature, a flourish of illegible C's, carefully snipped from a piece of paper that might have been an invoice or a letter. Beneath it, there is a single lock of raven hair glued onto the page and surrounded by symbols and letters. Chandrish's hand reaches up to touch the ends of his hair, curling around his collar. A shadow passes over the desk, and Chandrish jumps back in surprise. The book falls closed.
Sir?
Marco stands in the doorway, watching Chandrish with a curious expression.
I thought you'd left for the evening,
Chandrish says. He looks down at the book and then back at Marco.
I had, sir, but I forgot some of my things.
Marco's eyes travel over the papers and blueprints strewn on the floor.
May I ask what you are doing, sir?
I might ask you the same question, Chandrish says. What is all this?
He flips the book open again, the pages fluttering and settling.
Those are records for the circus,
Marco says, without looking at the book.
What kind of records?
Chandrish presses.
It's a system of my own devising, Marco says. There is quite a bit to keep in order with the circus, as you know.
How long have you been doing this?
Doing what, sir?
Keeping all this, whatever this nonsense is.
He flips through the pages of the book, though he finds he does not want to touch it now.
My system goes back to the inception of the circus, Marco says.
You're doing something to it, to all of us, aren't you?
I am just doing my job, sir,
Marco says. There is an edge to his voice now.
And if I may, I do not appreciate you going through my books without informing me.
Chandrish moves around the desk to face him, stepping over blueprints, stumbling though his voice remains steady.
You are my employee. I have every right to see what's in my own house, what's being done with my own projects. You're working with him, aren't you? You've been keeping all this from me the entire time. You had no right to go behind my back.
Behind your back? Marco interrupts. You cannot even begin to comprehend the things that go on behind your back, that have always gone on behind your back before any of this even started.
That is not what I wanted from this arrangement, Chandrish says.
You never had a choice about this arrangement, Marco says. You have no control, and you never did. And you never even wanted to know how things were done. You signed receipts without so much as a glance. Money is no object, you said, nor were any of the details. Those were always left up to me.
The papers on the desk ripple as Marco raises his voice, and he stops, taking a step away from the desk. The papers settle again into disheveled piles.
You have been sabotaging this endeavor, Chandrish says, lying to my face, keeping God knows what in these books.
What books, sir?
Marco asks. Chandrish looks back at the desk. There are no papers, no pile of ledgers. There is an inkwell next to the lamp, a brass statue of an Egyptian deity, a clock, and the empty brandy bottle. Nothing else remains on the polished wood surface. Chandrish stumbles, looking from the desk to Marco and back, unable to focus.
I will not let you do this to me,
Chandrish says, picking up the brandy bottle from the desk and brandishing it in front of him.
You are dismissed from your position. You shall leave immediately.
The brandy bottle vanishes. Chandrish stops, grasping at the empty air.
I cannot leave, Marco says, his voice calm and controlled.
He speaks each word slowly, as though he is explaining something to a small child.
I am not allowed. I must remain here, and I must continue with this nonsense, as you so aptly put it. You are going to return to your drinking and your parties, and you will not even remember that we had this conversation. Things will continue as they always have. That is what is going to happen.
Chandrish opens his mouth to object, and then closes it again, confused. He glances at Marco, then back at the empty desk. He looks at his hand, opening and closing his fingers, trying to grasp something that is no longer there, though he cannot remember what it was.
"I'm sorry,"
he says, turning back to Marco.
I've lost my train of thought. What were we discussing?"
"Nothing of import, sir," Marco says. "Just a few minor details about the circus."
"Of course," Chandrish says. "Where is the circus now?"
"Sydney, Australia, sir." His voice wavers, but he covers it with a short cough before turning away. Chandrish only nods absently.
"May I take that for you, sir?"
Marco says, indicating the empty bottle that is once again sitting on the desk.
"Oh,"
Chandrish says.
Yes, of course."
He hands the bottle to Marco without looking at it or him, barely registering the action. "May I get you another, sir?"
"Yes, thank you,"
Chandrish says, wandering out of Marco's office and back into his own study. He settles into a leather armchair by the window. In the office, Marco gathers up fallen notebooks and papers with trembling hands. He rolls the blueprints and piles the papers and books. He takes the silver knife he finds discarded on the floor and returns it to the dartboard in the study, stabbing the blade into the bullseye. Then he empties every drawer in the office, removes each file and document. When everything is properly organized, he locates a set of suitcases in his adjoining rooms and fills them near to bursting, the large leather-bound book cushioned between stacks of paper. He combs through his rooms, removing every personal belonging from the space. He extinguishes the office lamps and locks the door behind him. Before he leaves for the night, arms laden with suitcases and rolls of blueprints, Marco places a full bottle of brandy and a glass on the table next to Chandrish's chair. Chandrish does not even acknowledge his presence. He stares out the window into the darkness and the rain. He does not hear the click of the door as Marco leaves.
"He has no shadow,"
Chandrish says to himself before he pours a glass of brandy. Very late in the evening, Chandrish has a rather lengthy conversation with the ghost of an old acquaintance he knew only as Prospero the Enchanter. Thoughts that might have drifted away on waves of brandy otherwise remain intact in his head, confirmed and secured by a diaphanous magician. 3 cups of tea with Lainey Burgess. London, Basel, and Constantinople, 1900. Madame Anna Padva's studio is a remarkable space situated near Highgate Cemetery, with floor-to-ceiling windows providing a panoramic view of London. Dress forms displaying elaborate gowns stand in groups and pairs, giving the impression of a party with a great many headless guests. Lainey Burgess wanders through a gathering of black and white gowns as she waits for Madame Padva, pausing to admire one in ivory satin, delicately covered with black velvet fretwork, like wrought iron in long scrolling lines and curves.
"I can make that in a colour if you would like it for yourself,"
Madame Padva says as she enters the room, her cane accompanying her with a steady beat against the tile floor.
"It's too grand for me, Tante Padva," Lainey says. "They are difficult to balance without colour,"
Madame Padva says, turning the form around and regarding the train with a narrowed eye.
"Too much white, and people assume they are wedding gowns. Too much black, and they become heavy and dour. This one may need more black, I think. I would add more of a sleeve, but Celia cannot abide them."
Madame Padva shows Lainey around the rest of her latest work, including a wall of recent sketches, before they sit down for tea at a table by one of the windows.
"You have a new assistant every time I visit,"
Lainey remarks, after the latest version brings a tray with their tea and quickly disappears again.
"They get bored of waiting for me to die, and then they flit off to work for someone else, Once they decide shoving me out of a window and hoping I might roll down the hill into a mausoleum is too much trouble. I am an old woman with a lot of money and no heir. They are well-coiffed vultures. This one will not last more than a month.
I had always assumed you would leave everything to Chandrish, Laney says.
Chandrish is not in need of any of this financially, and I do not think he would be able to manage the business end of things the way I would prefer. He does not have the eye for it. Not that he has the eye for much of anything these days.
Is he that unwell? Laney asks, stirring her tea.
He has lost something of himself, Madame Padva says. I have seen him become preoccupied with projects before, but nothing to this degree. It has rendered him a ghost of what he was, though in Chandrish's case, a ghost of his former self is more vibrant than most people. I do what I can. I find avant-garde ballet companies to occupy his theatres. I prop him up at the opera when he should be doing the same for me.
She takes a sip of her tea before adding,
And not to bring up a delicate subject, my dear, but I keep him far away from trains.
That is likely wise, Laney says.
I have known him since he was a child. It is the least I can do.
Laney nods. She has other questions, but she decides they are best saved for someone else to whom she has been meaning to pay a visit. For the rest of the afternoon, they discuss no more than fashion and art movements. Madame Padva insists on making her a less formal version of the ivory and black gown in peach and cream, finishing a sketch in a matter of minutes.
When I do retire, this is all going to you, my dear,
Madame Padva says before Laney leaves.
I would not trust anyone else with it.
The office is large but looks smaller than it is due to the volume of its contents. While a great deal of its walls are composed of frosted glass, most of it is obscured by cabinets and shelves. The drafting table by the windows is all but hidden in the meticulously ordered chaos of papers and diagrams and blueprints. The bespectacled man seated behind it is almost invisible, blending in with his surroundings. The sound of his pencil scratching against paper is as methodical and precise as the ticking of the clock in the corner. It is identical to an office that occupied a similar space in London, and then another in Vienna, before it was moved here to Basel. Mr. Barris puts his pencil down and pours himself a cup of tea. He nearly drops it when he looks up and sees Laney Burgess standing in his doorway.
Your assistant appears to be out at the moment, she says. I did not mean to startle you. That's quite all right,
Mr. Barris says, putting his teacup down on the desk before rising from his chair.
I was not expecting you until later this evening.
I took an earlier train, Laney says, and I wanted to see you.
More time spent with you is always a pleasure,
Mr. Barris says. Tea? Laney nods as she navigates her way around the crowded office to the chair on the other side of the desk. What is it that you discussed when Tara visited you in Vienna? She asks, before she has even taken her seat.
I thought you knew,
he says without looking at her, keeping his attention on the teapot as he pours. We are two different people, Ethan. Just because you could never decide which one of us you were in love with does not make us interchangeable. He puts down the pot and prepares her tea, knowing how she takes it without having to ask.
I asked you to marry me, and you never gave me an answer, he says as he stirs.
You asked me after she died, Laney says. How could I ever be certain that was a choice you made, or one that was made for you? He hands her the cup of tea, resting his hand over hers as she takes it.
I love you, he says. I loved her as well, but it was never the same. You are as dear as family to me, all of you. More dear, in some cases.
He returns to his chair, removing his spectacles to wipe them with his handkerchief.
"I don't know why I wear these things," he says, looking down at them. "I haven't needed them for years." "You wear them because they suit you," Lainey says. "Thank you," he says as he replaces them, watching her as she sips her tea. "That offer still stands." "I know," Lainey says. "I am considering it." "Take your time," Mr. Barris says. "We appear to have a great deal of it." Lainey nods, placing her teacup on the desk. "Tara was always the rational, sensible one," she says. "We balanced each other. That was one of the reasons we excelled at whatever we did. She grounded my imaginative ideas. I saw in details while she saw in scope. Not seeing the scope is why I am here and she is not. I took each element separately and never looked to see that they did not fit together properly." The clock ticks heavily through the pause that follows. "I don't want to have this conversation," Mr. Barris says once the ticking becomes insufferable. "I didn't want to have it with her then, and I do not want to have it with you now." "You know what's going on here, don't you?" Lainey asks. Mr. Barris straightens a pile of papers on his desk while he considers his response. "Yes," he says after a moment. "I do." "Did you tell my sister?" "No." "Then tell me," Lainey says. "I cannot. To explain would involve breaking a trust, and I am not willing to do that, not even for you." "How many times have you lied to me?" Lainey asks, rising from her chair. "I have never lied," Mr. Barris counters, standing as well. "I do not share what I am not at liberty to say. I gave my word, and I intend to keep it, but I have never lied to you. You never even asked me. You assumed I knew nothing." "Tara asked you," Lainey says. "Indirectly," Mr. Barris says. "I do not think she knew what to ask, and I would not have answered if she did. I was concerned about her, and I suggested that she speak with Alexander if she wanted answers. I assumed that was why she was at the station. I do not know if she ever spoke to him. I have not asked." "Alexander knows as well?" Lainey asks. "I believe there is little, if anything, that he is ignorant about." Lainey sighs and returns to her chair. She picks up her tea, and then, without taking a sip, puts it down again. Mr. Barris crosses to the other side of the desk and takes her hands in his, making sure she looks him in the eye before he speaks. "I would tell you if I could," he says. "I know that, Ethan," she says. "I do." She squeezes his hands softly to reassure him. "I don't mind this, Lainey," Mr. Barris says. "I move my office every few years. I hire a new staff. I keep up with projects through correspondence. It is not a difficult thing to manage, considering what I receive in return." "I understand," she says. "Where is the circus now?" "I'm not certain. I believe it recently left Budapest, though I do not know where it is en route to. I can find out. Friedrich will know, and I owe him a telegram." "And how will Herr Thiessen know where the circus is headed?" "Because Celia Bowen tells him." Lainey does not ask him any further questions. Mr. Barris is relieved when she accepts the invitation to join him for dinner, and even more so when she agrees to extend her stay in Switzerland before catching up with the circus. Lainey invites Celia to join her at the Pera Palace Hotel in Constantinople as soon as she reaches the city. She waits in the tea lounge, 2 lightly steaming tulip-shaped glasses with matching saucers resting upon the tiled table in front of her. When Celia arrives, they greet each other warmly. Celia inquires about Lainey's journey before they discuss the city and the hotel,
including the sweeping height of the room they sit within.
"It's like being in the acrobat tent,"
Lainey remarks, looking up at the domes that line the ceiling, each one dotted with circles of turquoise-tinted glass.
"You have not been to the circus in far too long,"
Celia says. "We have your costumes, if you would like to join the statues this evening."
"Thank you, but no,"
Lainey says.
"I'm not in the mood to stand so still."
"You are welcome at any time," Celia says.
"I know,"
Lainey says,
"though truthfully I'm not here for the circus. I am here to speak with you."
"What is it you would like to speak about?" Celia asks, a look of concern falling over her face.
"My sister was killed at St. Pancras Station after a visit to the Midland Grand Hotel," Lainey says. "Do you know why she went there?"
Celia's grip on her tea glass tightens.
"I know who she went there to see," she says, choosing her words carefully.
"I suppose Ethan told you that," Lainey says. Celia nods.
"Do you know why she wanted to see him?"
Lainey asks.
"No, I do not." "Because she didn't feel right," Lainey says. "She knew down to her bones that her world had changed, and she had received no explanation, nothing to grasp onto, to understand. I believe we have all felt similarly, and we are all dealing with it in different ways. Ethan and Tant Padva both have their work to consume their time, to keep their minds occupied. I had not concerned myself with it at all for quite a while. I loved my sister dearly, and I always will, but I think she made a mistake."
"I thought it was an accident," Celia says softly, looking down at the patterned tile on the table.
"No, before that. Her mistake was asking the wrong questions of the wrong people. It is not a mistake I plan on repeating."
"That's why you're here?"
"That is why I am here," Lainey says. "How long have we known each other, Celia?"
"Over 10 years.
Surely by now you can trust me enough to tell me what it is that's really going on here. I doubt you'd dare to tell me it is nothing, or suggest I not trouble myself with such matters."
Celia places her glass on its saucer. She explains as best she can. She keeps the details vague, covering only the basic concept of the challenge and how the circus functions as the venue. How certain people know more than others on every level, though she chooses not to name each individual and makes it clear that even she does not have all the answers. Lainey says nothing. She listens carefully and occasionally sips her tea.
"How long has Ethan known?"
she asks when Celia has finished.
"A very long time,"
Celia says. Lainey nods and lifts her glass to her lips, but instead of sipping her tea, she opens her fingers, releasing her grip. The cup falls, crashing into the saucer below. The glass shatters, the sound echoing through the room. The tea spills out over the tiles. Before anyone turns at the noise, the cup has righted itself. The broken pieces reform around the liquid, and the glass sits intact. The tile surface of the table is dry. Those who glanced over at their table at the noise assume it was their imagination and return their attention to their own tea.
"Why didn't you stop it before it broke?" Lainey asks.
"I don't know," Celia says.
"If you ever need anything from me, I would like you to ask," Lainey says as she stands to leave. "I am tired of everyone keeping their secrets so well that they get other people killed. We are all involved in your game, and it seems we are not as easily repaired as teacups."
Celia sits alone for some time after Lainey departs, both cups of tea growing cold. Stormy Seas, Dublin, June 1901. After the illusionist takes her bow and disappears before her rapt audience's eyes, they clap, applauding the empty air. They rise from their seats, and some of them chatter with their companions, marvelling over this trick or that as they file out the door that has reappeared in the side of the striped tent. One man, sitting in the outer circle of chairs, remains in his seat as they leave. His eyes, almost hidden in the shadow cast by the brim of his bowler hat, are fixed on the space in the centre of the circle that the illusionist occupied only moments before. The rest of the audience departs. The man continues to sit. After a few minutes, the door fades into the wall of the tent, invisible once more. The man's gaze does not waver. He does not so much as glance at the vanishing door. A moment later, Celia Bowen is sitting in front of him, turned to the side and resting her arms on the back of the chair. She is dressed as she had been during her performance, in a white gown covered in a pattern of unassembled puzzle pieces, falling together into darkness along the hem. "You came to visit me," she says, unable to hide the pleasure in her voice. "I had a few days," Marco says, "and you haven't been near London recently." "We'll be in London in the autumn," Celia says. "It's become somewhat traditional." "I couldn't wait that long to see you." "It's good to see you as well," Celia says softly. She reaches out and straightens the brim of his hat. "Do you like the cloud maze?" he asks. He takes her hand in his as she lowers it. "I do," she says, her breath catching as his fingers close over hers. "Did you persuade our Mr. Barris to help with that?" "I did indeed," Marco says, running his thumb along the inside of her wrist. "I thought I could use some assistance in getting the balance right. Besides, you have your carousel, and we share the labyrinth. I thought it only fair that I have a Barris original of my own." The intensity of his eyes and his touch rushes over Celia like a wave, and she takes her hand from his before it pulls her under. "Have you come to show me your own feats of illustrious illusion?" she asks. "It was not on my agenda for the evening, but if you would like." "You already watched me. It would only be fair." "I could watch you all night," he says. "You have," Celia says. "You've been in every single audience this evening, I noticed." She stands and walks to the centre of the circle, turning so her gown swirls around her. "I can see every seat," she says. "You are not hidden from me when you sit in the back row." "I thought I would be too tempted to touch you if I sat in the front," Marco says, moving from his chair to stand at the edge of the circular performance space, just inside the first row of chairs. "Am I close enough for your illusion?" she asks. "If I say no, will you come closer?" he retaliates, not bothering to hide his grin. In response, Celia takes another step toward him, the hem of her gown brushing over his shoes, close enough for him to lift his arm and gently rest his hand on her waist. "You didn't have to touch me last time," she remarks, but she does not protest. "I thought I'd try something special," Marco says. "Should I close my eyes?" Celia asks playfully, but instead of answering, he spins her around so she faces away from him, keeping his hand on her waist. "Watch," he whispers in her ear. The striped canvas sides of the tent stiffen, the soft surface hardening as the fabric changes to paper. Words appear over the walls, typeset letters overlapping handwritten text. Celia can make out snatches of Shakespearean sonnets and fragments of hymns to Greek goddesses as the poetry fills the tent. It covers the walls and the ceiling and spreads out over the floor. And then the tent begins to open, the paper folding and tearing. The black stripes stretch out into empty space as their white counterparts brighten, reaching upward and breaking apart into branches. "Do you like it?" Marco asks, once the movement settles and they stand within a darkened forest of softly glowing, poem-covered trees. Celia can only nod. He reluctantly releases her, following as she walks through the trees, reading bits of verse on branches and trunks. How do you come up with such images? She asks, placing her hand over the layered paper bark of one of the trees. It is warm and solid beneath her fingers, illuminated from within like a lantern. I see things in my mind, Marco says. In my dreams, I imagine what you might like. I don't think you're meant to be imagining how to please your opponent, Celia says. I have never fully grasped the rules of the game, so I am following my instincts instead, Marco says. My father is still purposefully vague about the rules, Celia says as they walk through the trees, particularly when I inquire as to when or how the verdict will be determined. Alexander also neglected to provide that information. I hope he does not pester you as much as my father does me, Celia says, though of course my father has nothing better to do. I have hardly seen him in years, Marco says. He has always been distant and not terribly forthcoming, but he is the closest thing to family I have, and yet he tells me nothing. I'm rather jealous, Celia says. My father constantly tells me what a disappointment I am. I refuse to believe you could ever disappoint anyone, Marco says. You never had the pleasure of meeting my father. Would you tell me what really happened to him? Marco asks. I'm quite curious. Celia sighs before she begins, pausing beside a tree etched with words of love and longing. She has never told anyone this story, never been given the opportunity to relate it to anyone who would understand. My father was always somewhat overambitious, she starts. What he meant to do he did not accomplish, not as he intended. He wanted to remove himself from the physical world. How would that be possible? Marco asks. Celia appreciates that he does not immediately dismiss the idea. She can see him trying to work it out in his mind as she struggles with the best way to explain it. Suppose I had a glass of wine, she says. A glass of red wine appears in her hand. Thank you. If I took this wine and poured it into a basin of water, or a lake, or even the ocean, would the wine itself be gone? No, it would only be diluted, Marco says. Precisely, Celia says. My father figured out a way to remove his glass. As she speaks, the glass in her hand fades, but the wine remains floating in the air. But he went straight for the ocean, rather than a basin or even a larger glass. He has trouble pulling himself back together again. He can do it, of course, but with difficulty. Had he been content to haunt a single location, he would likely be more comfortable instead. The process left him adrift. He has to cling to things now. He haunts his townhouse in New York, theatres he performed in often. He holds to me when he can, though I have learned how to avoid him when I wish to. He hates that, particularly because I am simply amplifying one of his own shielding techniques. Could it be done? Marco asks. What he is attempting? Properly, I mean. Celia looks at the wine hovering without its glass. She raises a hand to touch it, and it quivers, dividing into droplets and then coming back together. I believe it could, she says. Under the right circumstances. It would require a touchstone, a place, a tree, a physical element to hold on to, something to prevent drifting. I suspect my father simply wanted the world at large to function as his, but I believe it would have to be more localized. To function as a glass, but leave more flexibility to move within. She touches the hovering wine again, pushing it toward the tree she stands beside. The liquid seeps into the paper, slowly saturating it until the entire tree glows a rich crimson in a forest of white. You're manipulating my illusion, Marco says, looking curiously at the wine-soaked tree. You're letting me, Celia says. I wasn't certain I'd be able to. Could you do it? Marco asks. What he was attempting? Celia regards the tree thoughtfully for a moment before replying. If I had reason to, I think I could, she says. But I am rather fond of the physical world. I think my father was feeling his age, which was much more advanced than it appeared, and did not relish the idea of rotting in the ground. He may also have wished to control his own destiny, but I cannot be certain, as he did not consult me before he attempted it, left me with a lot of questions to answer and a funeral to fake, which is easier than you might suppose.
But he speaks with you? Marco asks.
He does, though not as often as he once did. He looks the same. I think it is an echo, his consciousness retaining the semblance of a physical form. But he lacks solidity, and it vexes him terribly. He might have been able to stay more tangible had he done it differently, though I'm not certain I'd want to be stuck in a tree for the rest of eternity myself. Would you?
I think that would depend on the tree, Marco says.
He turns to the crimson tree, and it glows brighter, the red of embers shifting to the bright warmth of fire. The surrounding trees follow suit. As the light from the trees increases, it becomes so bright that Celia closes her eyes. The ground beneath her feet shifts, suddenly unsteady, but Marco puts a hand on her waist to keep her upright. When she opens her eyes, they are standing on the quarter-deck of a ship in the middle of the ocean. Only the ship is made of books. It sails thousands of overlapping pages, and the sea it floats upon is dark black ink. Tiny lights hang across the sky like tightly packed stars, bright as sun. I thought something vast would be nice after all the talk of confined spaces, Marco says. Celia walks to the edge of the deck, running her hands along the spines of the books that form the rail. A soft breeze plays with her hair, bringing with it the mingling scent of dusty tomes and damp, rich ink. Marco comes and stands next to her as she looks at the midnight sea that stretches out into a clear horizon with no land in sight. "It's beautiful," she says. She glances down at his right hand resting on the rail, frowning as she regards his bare, unmarked fingers. "Are you looking for this?" he asks, moving his hand with a flourish. The skin shifts, revealing the scar that wraps around his ring finger. "It was made by a ring when I was 14. It said something in Latin, but I don't know what it was." "Esse quam videri," Celia says, "to be rather than to seem. It's the Bowen family motto. My family was very fond of engraving it on things. I'm not entirely sure he appreciated the irony. That ring was likely something like this one." She places her right hand next to his, along the adjoining books. The silver band on her finger is engraved with what Marco had thought was an intricate filigree, but it is the same phrase in a looping script. Celia twists the ring, sliding it down her finger so he can see the matching scar. "It is the only injury I have never been able to fully heal," she says. "Mine was similar," Marco says, looking at her ring, though his eyes kept moving to the scar instead. "Only it was gold. Yours was made by something of Alexander's?" Celia nods. "How old were you?" he asks. "I was 6 years old. That ring was plain and silver. It was the first time I'd met someone who could do the things that my father did, though he seems so very different from my father. He told me I was an angel. It was the loveliest thing anyone had ever said to me." "It is an understatement," Marco says, placing his hand over hers. A sudden breeze tugs at the layered paper sails. The pages flutter as the surface of the ink ripples below. "You did that," Marco says. "I didn't mean to," Celia says, but she does not take her hand away. "I don't mind," Marco says, entwining his fingers with hers. "I can do that myself, you know." The wind increases, sending waves of dark ink crashing into the ship. Pages fall from the sails, swirling around them like leaves. The ship begins to tilt, and Celia almost loses her footing, but Marco puts his arms around her waist to steady her while she laughs. "This is quite impressive, Mr. Illusionist," she says. "Call me by my name," he says. He has never heard her speak his name, and holding her in his arms, he suddenly craves the sound. "Please," he adds when she hesitates. "Marco," she says, her voice low and soft. The sound of his name on her tongue is even more intoxicating than he had imagined, and he leans in to taste it. Just before his lips reach hers, she turns away. "Celia," Marco sighs against her ear, filling her name with all the desire and frustration she feels herself, his breath hot on her neck. "I'm sorry," she says. I don't want to make this any more complicated than it already is." He says nothing, keeping his arms around her, but the breeze begins to settle. The waves pounding against the ship become calm. "I have spent a great deal of my life struggling to keep myself in control," Celia says, leaning her head against his shoulder. "To know myself inside and out, everything kept in perfect order. I lose that when I'm with you. That frightens me, and—" "I don't want you to be frightened," Marco interrupts. "It frightens me how much I like it," Celia finishes, turning her face back to his. "How tempting it is to lose myself in you, to let go, to let you keep me from breaking chandeliers rather than constantly worrying about it myself. I could. I know." They stand silently together as the ship drifts toward the endless horizon. "Come away with me," Marco says. "Anywhere. Away from the circus, away from Alexander and your father." "We can't," Celia says. "Of course we can," Marco insists. "You and I together, we could do anything." "No," Celia says. "We can only do anything here." "I don't understand." "Have you ever thought about it? About simply leaving? Really, truly thought about it, with the intent to follow through and not as a dream or a passing fancy?" When he does not answer, she continues, "Think about it right now. Picture us abandoning this place and this game and starting over together somewhere else, and mean it." Marco closes his eyes and draws it out in his mind, focusing not on the wishful dream, but on the practicalities, planning out the smallest details, from organizing Chandrash's books for a new accountant to packing the suits in his flat, even down to the wedding bands on their fingers. And then his right hand begins to burn, the pain sharp and searing, beginning at the scar around his finger and racing up his arm, blacking out every thought in his mind. It is the same pain from when the scar was made, increased 1,000-fold. The motion of the ship ceases instantly. The paper crumbles, and the ocean of ink fades away, leaving only a circle of chairs inside a striped tent as Marco collapses to the floor. The pain ebbs slightly when Celia kneels next to him and takes his hand. "The night of the anniversary party," she says. "The night you kissed me. I thought it that night. I didn't want to play anymore. I only wanted to be with you. I thought I would ask you to run away with me, and I meant it. The very moment I convinced myself that we could manage it, I was in so much pain I could barely stand. Friedrich didn't know what to make of me. He sat me in a quiet corner and held my hand, and did not pry when I couldn't explain, because that's how kind he is." She looks down at the scar on Marco's hand as he struggles to catch his breath. "I thought perhaps it was about you," she says. "So once I tried not boarding the train as it departed, and that was just as painful. We are well and truly bound." "You wanted to run away with me?" Marco says, smiling despite the lingering pain. "I wasn't sure that kiss would be quite so effective." "You could have made me forget, taken it out of my memory as easily as you did with everyone else at the party." "That was not particularly easy," Marco says, "and I did not want you to forget it." "I couldn't," Celia says. "How are you feeling?" "Miserable, but the pain itself is fading. I told Alexander I wanted to quit that night.
I must not have meant it. I only wanted a reaction from him. It is likely meant to make us think we are not caged, Celia says. We cannot feel the bars unless we push against them. My father says it would be easier if we did not concern ourselves so with each other. Perhaps he is right. I've tried, Marco says, cupping her face in his hands. I have tried to let you go, and I cannot. I cannot stop thinking of you. I cannot stop dreaming about you. Do you not feel the same for me? I do, Celia says. I have you here all around me. I sit in the ice garden to get a hint of this way that you make me feel. I felt it even before I knew who you were. And every time I think it could not possibly get any stronger, it does. Then what is stopping us from being together now? He asks. He slides his hands down from her face, following the neckline of her gown. I want to, Celia says, gasping as his hands move lower. Believe me, I want to. This is not only about you and me. There are so many people tangled up in this game. It's becoming more and more difficult to keep everything in order. And this, she rests her hands over his, this is extremely distracting. I worry what might happen if I lose my concentration. You don't have a power source, he says. She looks at him confused. A power source? She repeats. The way I use the bonfire as a conduit, borrowing energy from the fire. You don't have anything like that? You work only with yourself? I don't know any other way, Celia says. You are constantly controlling the circus? Marco asks. Celia nods. I am accustomed to it. Most of the time it is manageable. I can't imagine how exhausting that must be. He kisses her softly on the forehead before letting her go, staying as close to her as he can without touching. And then he tells her stories, myths he learned from his instructor, fantasies he created himself, inspired by bits and pieces of others read in archaic books with crackling spines, circus concepts that would not fit in tents. She responds with tales from her childhood spent in back rooms of theatres, adventures in far-flung cities the circus has visited. She recounts events from her spiritualist days, delighted when he finds the endeavour as absurd as she had at the time. They sit and talk until just before dawn, and he leaves her only when the circus is about to close. Marco holds Celia to his chest for a moment before he stands, pulling her up with him. He takes a card from his pocket that contains only the letter M and an address. I have been spending less time at Chandrash's residence, he says, handing her the card. When I am not there, this is where you'll find me. You are welcome any time, day or night, should you ever be in the mood for a distraction. Thank you, Celia says. She turns the card over in her fingers and it vanishes. When all of this is over, no matter which one of us wins, I will not let you go so easily. Agreed? Agreed. Marco takes her hand and brings it to his lips, kissing the silver ring that conceals her scar. Celia traces the line of his jaw with her fingertips. Then she turns, disappearing before he can reach out to pull her back. An entreaty, Concord, Massachusetts, October 30, 1902. The sheep are in a terrible mood today as Bailey attempts to usher them from one field to another. They have resisted prodding, swearing and pushing, insisting that the grass in their current field is much nicer than the grass just on the other side of the gate in the low stone wall, no matter how much Bailey tries to persuade them otherwise. And then there is a voice behind him. "Hello, Bailey." Poppet looks wrong somehow, standing there on the opposite side of the wall. The daylight is too bright, the surroundings too mundane and green. Her clothes, even though they are her incognito wear and not her circus costume, seem too fancy.
her skirt too ruffled for everyday wear, her boots, though dusty, too dainty and impractical for walking across a farm. She wears no hat, her red hair loose, whipping around her head in the wind. "Hello, Poppet," he says once he recovers from his surprise. "What are you doing here?"
"I needed to talk to you about something," she says. "Ask you something, I mean."
"It couldn't wait until tonight?" Bailey asks. Meeting up with Poppet and Widget almost as soon as the circus opens each evening has become a nightly routine. Poppet shakes her head.
"I thought it would be better to give you time to think about it," she says.
"Think about what?"
"Think about coming with us."
Bailey blinks at her. "What?" he manages to ask.
"Tonight is our last night here," she says, "and I want you to come with us when we leave." "You're joking," Bailey says.
Poppet shakes her head.
"I'm not. I swear I'm not. I wanted to wait until I was sure it was the right thing to ask, the right thing to do, and I'm sure now. It's important."
"What do you mean? Important how?" Bailey asks. Poppet sighs. She looks up, peering as though she is searching for the stars hidden behind the blue sky dotted with fluffy white clouds.
"I know you're supposed to come with us," she says. "I know that part for certain."
"But why? Why me? What would I do, just tag along? I'm not like you and Widget. I can't do anything special. I don't belong in the circus."
"You do. I'm certain that you do. I don't know why yet, but I'm sure you belong with me. With us, I mean."
A scarlet blush creeps into her cheeks. "I'd like to. I would. I just—" Bailey looks around at the sheep, at the house, and the barn up on the hill lined with apple trees. It would either solve the argument of Harvard versus farm or make it much, much worse. "I can't just leave," he says, though it is not, he thinks, exactly what he means.
"I know," Poppet says. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't ask you to. But I think— No, I don't think. I know. I know that if you don't come with us, we won't be back."
"Won't be back here? Why?"
"Won't be back anywhere," Poppet says.
She raises her eyes to the sky again, scowling at it before she turns back to Bailey.
"If you don't come with us, there won't be any more circus. And don't ask me why. They don't tell me why."
She gestures at the sky, at the stars beyond the clouds.
"They just say that in order for there to be a circus in the future, you need to be there. You, Bailey, you and me and Wedge. I don't know why it's important that it's all three of us, but it is. If not, it will just crumble. It's already starting."
"What do you mean? The circus is fine."
"I'm not sure it's anything that's really noticeable from the outside. It's— If one of your sheep was sick, would I notice?"
"Probably not," Bailey says.
"But you would?" Poppet asks.
Bailey nods.
"That's how it is with the circus. I know how it's supposed to feel, and it doesn't feel like that right now, and it hasn't for a while. I can tell something's wrong, and I can feel it crumbling like cake that doesn't have enough icing to hold it together, but I don't know what it is. Does that make any sense?"
Bailey only stares at her, and she sighs before she continues.
"Remember the night we were in the labyrinth, when we got stuck in the birdcage room?"
Bailey nods.
"I've never been stuck anywhere in the labyrinth before, never. If we can't find our way out of a room or a hall, I can focus and I can feel where the doors are. I can tell what's behind them. I try not to do it because it's not any fun that way, but that night I did when we couldn't figure it out, and it didn't work. It's starting to feel unfamiliar, and I don't know what to do about it."
"But how can I do anything to help?" Bailey asks.
"You're the one who finally found the key, remember?" Poppet says. "I keep looking for answers, for the right thing to do, and nothing's been clear except for you. I know it's too much to ask to have you leave your home and your family, but the circus is my home and my family, and I can't lose them, not if there's something I can do to prevent it. I'm sorry."
She sits on the rock wall, facing away from him. Bailey sits next to her, still facing the field and the incorrigible sheep. They sit in silence for a while. The sheep wander in lazy circles, nibbling on the grass.
"Do you like it here, Bailey?"
Poppet asks, looking out over the farm.
"Not particularly," Bailey says.
"Have you ever wished for someone to come and take you away?"
"Did Widge tell you that?" Bailey asks, wondering if the thought is so strong that it sits on him, evident and readable.
"No," Poppet says. "It was a guess. But Widge did ask me to give you this."
She pulls a tiny glass bottle from her pocket and hands it to him. Bailey knows that though the bottle appears empty, it is likely not, and he is too curious not to open it immediately. He pulls out the minuscule stopper, relieved that it remains attached to the bottle with a curl of wire. The sensation inside is so familiar, so comforting and recognizable and real, that Bailey can feel the roughness of the bark, the smell of the acorns, even the chattering of the squirrels.
"He wanted you to be able to keep your tree with you," Poppet says, "if you decide to come with us."
Bailey replaces the stopper in the bottle. Neither of them speaks for some time. The breeze tugs at Poppet's hair. "How long do I have to think about it?" Bailey asks quietly.
"We're leaving when the circus closes tonight," Poppet says. "The train will be ready before dawn, though it would be better if you could come earlier than that. Leaving can get a bit complicated."
"I'll think about it," Bailey says, "but I can't promise anything."
"Thank you, Bailey," Poppet says. "Can you do me one favor, though? If you're not going to come with us, could you just not come to the circus tonight at all, and let this be goodbye? I think it would be easier."
Bailey stares at her blankly for a moment, her words not quite sinking in. This is even more horrible than the choice to leave, but he nods because it feels like the proper thing to do. "All right," he says. "I won't come unless I'm going with you. I promise."
"Thank you, Bailey,"
Poppet says. She smiles, though he cannot tell if the smile is a happy one or not. And before he can tell her to tell Widget goodbye for him if need be, she leans forward and kisses him, not on the cheek, as she has had a handful of times before, but on the lips. And Bailey knows in that moment that he will follow her anywhere. Poppet turns without a word and walks away. Bailey watches until he can no longer see her hair against the sky, and then continues to stare after her, the tiny bottle clutched in his hand, still uncertain of how to feel or what to do, and left with only hours to decide. Behind him, the sheep, left to their own devices, decide to wander through the open gate into the field beyond. Invitation. London, October 30, 1901. When the circus arrives in London, though Celia Bowen is tempted to go immediately to the address of Marco's flat, which is printed on the card she keeps on her person at all times, she goes instead to the Midland Grand Hotel. She does not make any enquiries at the desk. She does not speak to anyone. She stands in the middle of the lobby, going unnoticed by the staff and guests that pass her on their way to other locations, other appointments, and other temporary places. After she has stood for more than an hour, as still as one of the circus statues, a man in a grey suit approaches her. He listens without reaction as she speaks, and when she is finished, he only nods. She executes a perfect curtsy, and then she turns and leaves. The man in the grey suit stands alone, unnoticed in the lobby for some time. Into Sections 1. The Drop of a Hat. London, October 31 to November 1, 1901. The circus is always particularly festive on All Hallows' Eve. Round paper lanterns hang in the courtyard, the shadows dancing over their white surfaces like silently howling faces. Leather masks in white and black and silver with ribbon ties are set in baskets by the gates and around the circus for patrons to wear should they wish. It is sometimes difficult to discern performer from patron. It is an altogether different experience to wander through the circus anonymously, to blend in with the environment, becoming a part of the ambience. Many patrons enjoy the experience immensely, while others find it disconcerting and prefer to wear their own faces. Now the crowd has thinned considerably in these hours past midnight as the clock ticks its way into All Hallows proper. The remaining masked patrons wander like ghosts. The line for the fortune-teller has dwindled down to nothing in these hours. Most people seek their fortunes early in the evening. The late of the night is suited for less cerebral pursuits. Earlier, the querents filed in almost non-stop. But as October fades into November, there is no one waiting in the vestibule, no one waiting behind the beaded curtain to hear what secrets the cards have to tell. And then the beaded curtain parts, though she heard no one approach. What Marco comes to tell her should not be a shock. The cards have been telling her as much for years, but she refused to listen, choosing to see only the other possibilities, the alternate paths to be taken. Hearing it from his own lips is another thing entirely. As soon as he speaks the words, a forgotten memory finds its way to the front of her mind. Two green-clad figures in the center of a vibrant ballroom, so undeniably in love that the entire room flushes with heat. She asks him to draw a single card. The fact that he consents surprises her. That the card he draws is La Papessa does not. When he leaves, Isabel removes her sign for the evening. She sometimes removes her sign early, or for periods of time when she is tired from reading or in need of a respite. Often she spends this time with Tsukiko, but instead of seeking out the contortionist this particular evening, she sits alone at her table, shuffling her tarot deck compulsively. She flips one card face up, then another and another. There are only swords, lines of them in pointed rows, 4, 9, 10, the single sharp ace. She pushes them back into a pile. She abandons the cards and turns to something else instead. She keeps the hat box under her table. It is the safest place she could think of, the easiest for her to access. Often she forgets it is even there, concealed beneath the cascading velvet, always suspended between her and her querents, a constant unseen presence. Now she reaches beneath the table and draws it out from velvet shadows into the flickering candlelight. The hat box is plain and round, covered in black silk. It has no latch or hinge, its lid kept in place by 2 ribbons, one black and one white, that are tied in careful knots. Isabel places the box upon the table and brushes a thick layer of dust off the top, though much of it still sticks to the knotted ribbons. She hesitates and thinks for a moment that it would be better to leave it alone, to return it to its resting place, but it does not seem to matter any longer. She unties the ribbons slowly, working the knots out with her fingernails. When they are loosened enough for her to remove the lid, she pulls it off gingerly, as though she fears what she might find inside. Inside the box is a hat. It is just as she left it, an old black bowler hat, showing some wear around the brim. It is tied with more black and white ribbons, wrapped like a present in light and dark bows. Beneath the knots of the ribbon there is a single tarot card. Between the hat and the card there is a folded white lace handkerchief, its edges embroidered with looping black vines. They were such simple things, knots and intent. She had laughed through her lessons, much preferring her cards. They seemed so straightforward in comparison, despite their myriad meanings. It was only a precaution. Precautions are wise in such unpredictable circumstances. No stranger than bringing along an umbrella for a walk on a day that feels like rain, even if the sun is shining brightly. Though she cannot be certain it is doing much more than gathering dust, not really. She has no way to be sure, no barometer on which to measure such insubstantial things, no thermometer for chaos. At the moment, it feels like she is pushing against an empty void. Isabel lifts the hat carefully from the box, the long ends of the ribbons spilling in a waterfall around it. It is oddly pretty for being an old hat and a handkerchief and a card tied up in fraying ribbon. Almost festive. The smallest charms can be the most effective, Isabel says, taken aback when her voice catches, almost on the brink of tears. The hat does not reply. "I don't think you're having any effect at all," Isabel says. Again, the hat has no reply. She had only wanted to keep the circus balanced, to prevent two conflicting sides from causing damage to each other or their surroundings, to keep the scales from breaking. Over and over in her mind she sees them together in the ballroom. She remembers snatches of an overheard argument, Marco saying he had done everything for her, a statement she had not understood at the time and forgotten soon after. But now it is clear. All the emotion in the cards when she would try to read about him, it was all for Celia. The circus itself, all for her. For every beautiful tent he creates, she builds one in return. And Isabel herself has been helping to keep it balanced, helping him, helping them both. She looks down at the hat in her hands. White lace caressing black wool, ribbons intertwined, inseparable. Isabel tears at the ribbons with her fingers, pulling at the bows in a sudden fury. The handkerchief floats down like a ghost, the initials CNB legible amongst the embroidered vines. The tarot card falls to the ground, landing face up. The image of an angel is emblazoned on it. The word tempérance is lettered beneath. Isabel stops, holding her breath, expecting some repercussion, some result from the action. But everything is quiet. The candles flicker around her. The beaded curtain hangs still and calm. She suddenly feels silly and stupid, alone in her tent with a pile of tangled ribbon and an old hat. She thinks herself a fool for believing she could have any impact on such things, that anything she ever did mattered at all. She reaches down to retrieve the fallen card, but her hand freezes just above it when she hears something. For a split second it sounds like the squealing brakes of a train. It takes a moment for Isabel to realize that the noise coming from outside the tent is actually the sound of Puppet Murray screaming. Darkest Before the Dawn. Concord, Massachusetts, October 31, 1902. Poppet and Widget stand by the circus gates, just out of the way of the ticket booth, though the line for tickets has waned in the late hour. The star-filled tunnel has already been removed, replaced by a single striped curtain. The Wunschtraum clock strikes 3 times behind them. Widget munches on a bag of chocolate-covered popcorn.
"What'd you find for him?"
he asks, with his mouth mostly full.
"I tried to explain as much as I could," Poppet says. "I think I made an analogy about cake." "Well, that must have worked," Widget says. "Who doesn't like a good cake analogy?" "I'm not sure I made any sense. I think he was most upset that I asked him not to come tonight if he wasn't going to leave with us. I didn't know what else to say. I just tried to make sure he understood it was important."
Poppet sighs, leaning against the iron fence.
"And I kissed him," she adds.
"I know," Widget says. Poppet glares at him, her face blushing almost as red as her hair.
"I didn't mean to," Widget says with a shrug. "You're not hiding it well at all. You should practice more if you don't want me to see things. Didn't Celia teach you how to do that?" "Why is your sight getting better and mine's getting worse?" Poppet asks. "Luck?"
Poppet rolls her eyes.
"Did you talk to Celia?"
she asks.
"I did. I told her you said Bailey was supposed to come with us. All she said was that she wouldn't do anything to prevent it." "Well, that's something." "She's distracted.
Widget says, shaking his bag of popcorn.
She won't tell me anything, and she barely listened to me when I tried to explain what we were asking. I could have told her we wanted to bring a flying hippopotamus along to keep as a pet, and she would have said that was fine. But Bailey's not coming just for fun, is he?
I don't know, Poppet says.
What do you know?
Poppet looks up at the night sky. Dark clouds cover most of the stars, but pockets of them slide into view, twinkling softly.
Remember when we were on the Stargazer and I saw something bright, but I couldn't tell what it was?
Widget nods.
It was the courtyard. The entire courtyard, not just the bonfire, bright and burning and hot. Then, I don't know what happened, but Bailey was there. That much I'm sure of. And this is going to happen soon?
Widget asks.
Very soon, I think. Should we kidnap him?
Really, Widge?
No, really, we could do it. We can sneak into his house and hit him with something heavy and drag him back here as inconspicuously as possible. We can prop him up and people will think he's a town drunk. He'll be on the train before he's conscious, and then he really won't have a choice. Quick and painless. Well, painless for us, save for the heavy lifting, that is. I don't think that's really the best idea, Widge, Poppet says. Oh, come on. It'll be fun,
Widget says.
I don't think so. I think we already did whatever it was we were supposed to do, and now we have to wait. Are you sure about that?
Widget asks.
No,
Poppet says quietly. After a while, Widget goes off in search of something else to eat, and Poppet waits by the gates alone, occasionally glancing over her shoulder to check the time on the clock behind her. Intersections 2, Scarlet Furies and Red Destinies, London, October 31 to November 1, 1901. Though any night at the circus can rightfully be called magical, Herr Friedrich Thyssen once wrote, All Hallows' Eve is something special. The air itself crackles with mystery. This particular Halloween night is cold and crisp. The boisterous crowd is clothed in heavy coats and scarves. Many of them wear masks, faces lost in swatches of black and silver and white. The light in the circus is dimmer than usual. The shadows seem to creep from every corner. Chandresh Christophe Lefebvre enters the circus without notice. He picks up a silver mask from a basket by the gates and slips it over his face. The woman in the ticket booth does not recognize him when he pays his admission in full. He wanders through the circus like a man in a dream. The man in the grey suit does not wear a mask. He walks leisurely, with a calm, almost lazy gait. He has no particular destination in mind, wandering from tent to tent. Some he enters, others he passes by. He purchases a cup of tea and stays in the courtyard, watching the bonfire for a while before wandering back into the paths amongst the tents. He has never attended the circus before, and he appears to be enjoying himself. Chandresh follows him every move, every stop, pursues him through tents, and watches him pay for his tea in the courtyard. He stares at the ground near the man in the grey suit's feet, looking for his shadow, though he is thwarted by the ever-shifting light. Other than Chandresh, no one pays him any notice. Passers-by do not look at him. Not even a glance is spared, despite his height and his pristine grey suit and top hat. Even the girl who sells him tea barely registers him, turning quickly to her next customer. He slides through the circus like a shadow. He carries a silver-tipped cane that he does not use. Chandresh loses him in the crowd more than once, the grey falling into a blur of black and white, dotted with colour from the patrons. It never takes him long to spot the grey top hat again, but in the intervals between, he becomes nervous to the point of shaking, fidgeting with his coat and the contents of his pockets. Chandresh mutters to himself. Those that pass by him close enough to hear look at him strangely and make an effort to avoid him. Following Chandrish is a young man he would not recognize even if he were to look him in the eye, but still the man keeps his distance. Chandrish's attention remains only on the man in the grey suit, and it does not once wander to this other man who bears a passing resemblance to his assistant. Marco keeps a steady grey-green eye on Chandrish, wearing no mask on a face only Celia would recognize, and the illusionist is otherwise occupied. This goes on for quite some time. Mr. A.H. tours the circus leisurely. He visits the fortune-teller, who does not recognize him, but lays his future out in polite rows of cards, though she admits that bits of it are overlapping and confusing. He watches the illusionist perform. She acknowledges his presence with a single subtle nod. He tours the Hall of Mirrors, countless figures in matching grey suits and top hats accompanying him. He rides the carousel. He appears particularly fond of the ice garden. Chandrish follows him from tent to tent, waiting outside the ones he does not enter, drenched in ever-increasing anxiety. Marco loses track of both of them only briefly when he takes a few moments to attend to another matter. The clock by the gates ticks off the minutes later and later, the ornaments upon it twirling and shifting. October slips into November, a change that goes largely unnoticed, other than by those standing closest to the clock. The crowd grows thinner. Masks are returned to the baskets in the courtyard and by the gates, jumbled piles of empty eyes and ribbons. Children are dragged away with promises that they may return the next evening, though the circus will not be there the next evening, and later those children will feel slighted and betrayed. In a passage near the back of the circus, which is somewhat wide and filled with only a handful of patrons, Mr. A.H. stops. Chandrish watches him from a short distance away, unable to see clearly why he has halted, though he might be conversing with someone. Through his mask, Chandrish sees only the still grey suit, the hovering top hat. He sees an open target with nothing standing in between. He hears the echo of a voice assuring him that the man is not real, a figment of his imagination, nothing but a dream. Then there is a pause. For just a moment, time slows like something falling while fighting with gravity. The chill breeze that has circled through the open paths of the circus stops. In that moment, nothing flutters, not the fabric of the tents or the ribbon ties of dozens of masks. In the tallest tent, one of the acrobats loses her perfect balance, falling some distance before one of her fellow performers catches her, only narrowly avoiding crashing to the ground. In the courtyard, the bonfire sputters and sparks in a sudden cloud of black smoke, causing those patrons closest to it to jump back, coughing. The kitten that leaps through the air from Poppet's hands to her brother's suddenly twists in the air, landing on its back rather than its feet and rolling toward Widget with an indignant howl. The illusionist pauses, her seamless performance halted as she stands frozen, her face suddenly deathly pale. She sways as though she might faint, and several attentive audience members move to assist her, but she does not fall. Marco crumples as though punched in the stomach by an invisible assailant. A passing patron catches his arm to steady him, and Chandrish Christophe Lefebvre pulls the heavy silver knife from his coat pocket and throws it without hesitation. The knife flies from Chandrish's hand, blade over handle spinning in perfect revolutions through the air. Its aim is precise and steady, as true as such things can be. Then its target moves. The tailored grey wool that makes up the back of Mr. A.H.'s suit shifts. He moves ever so slightly to the side. It is a graceful step, an unconscious gesture, a movement of weight in space. And so the knife brushes by his sleeve and comes to rest instead in the chest of the man he is speaking with. The blade sliding through his unbuttoned black coat easily, hitting his heart as though it had always been its intended target, the silver handle jutting out just beneath his crimson scarf. Mr. A.H. catches Herr Friedrich Thiessen as he slumps forward. Chandrish stares at his empty hand, as though he cannot recall what he was holding moments before. He staggers off, wandering back in the direction of the bonfire courtyard. He forgets to remove his mask when he leaves, and when he finds it discarded in his townhouse the next day, he cannot remember where it came from. Mr. A.H. lowers Herr Thiessen to the ground, speaking a constant string of words over him in tones too low for anyone to overhear. The scattered patrons around them notice nothing at first, though some are distracted by the fact that the two young performers a few feet away have suddenly ceased their show, the boy in the black suit gathering up the visibly agitated kittens. After a long moment, Mr. A.H. stops speaking and passes a grey-gloved hand over Friedrich Thiessen's face, gently closing his surprised eyes. The silence that follows is shattered by Poppet Murray's screaming as the pool of blood on the ground spreads beneath her white boots. Before the shock turns into chaos, Mr. A.H. gently removes the silver-handled knife from Herr Thiessen's chest, and then he stands and walks away. As he passes by a baffled, still unsteady Marco, he hands him the blood-covered knife without so much as a word or a glance before disappearing into the crowd. The handful of patrons who witness the event are ushered quickly away. Later, they assume it was a clever stunt, a touch of theatricality for the already festive evening. The Pool of Tears. The sign outside this tent is accompanied by a small box full of smooth black stones. The text instructs you to take one with you as you enter. Inside, the tent is dark, the ceiling covered with open black umbrellas, the curving handles hanging down like icicles. In the center of the room there is a pool, a pond enclosed within a black stone wall that is surrounded by white gravel. The air carries the salty tinge of the ocean. You walk over to the edge to look inside. The gravel crunches beneath your feet. It is shallow, but it is glowing. A shimmering, shifting light cascades up through the surface of the water. A soft radiance, enough to illuminate the pool and the stones that sit at the bottom. Hundreds of stones, each identical to the one you hold in your hand. The light beneath filters through the spaces between the stones. Reflections ripple around the room, making it appear as though the entire tent is under water. You sit on the wall, turning your black stone over and over in your fingers. The stillness of the tent becomes a quiet melancholy. Memories begin to creep forward from hidden corners of your mind. Passing disappointments, lost chances and lost causes. Heartbreaks and pain and desolate, horrible loneliness. Sorrows you thought long forgotten mingle with still fresh wounds. The stone feels heavier in your hand. When you drop it in the pool to join the rest of the stones, you feel lighter, as though you have released something more than a smooth, polished piece of rock. Farewell. Concord, Massachusetts, October 30 and October 31, 1902. Bailey climbs the oak tree to retrieve his hidden box before sunset, gazing down at the circus that sits bathed in deep orange light, casting long pointed shadows across the field. But when he opens it, he does not find anything he truly wishes to take with him. He removes only Poppet's white glove, placing it in his coat pocket, and returns the box to the tree. At home, he counts out his life savings, which is a higher amount than he had expected, and packs a change of clothes and an extra sweater. He considers packing a spare pair of shoes, but decides he can likely borrow some from Widget if need be. He shoves everything into a worn leather satchel and waits for his parents and Caroline to go to bed. While he waits, he unpacks his bag and then packs it again, second-guessing his choices of what to bring and what to leave behind. He waits an hour after he is certain everyone is asleep, and then another hour for good measure. Though he has become rather proficient at slipping in at abnormal hours, sneaking out is a different matter. When he finally creeps down the hallway, he is surprised how late it is. His hand is on the door, ready to leave, when he turns around, putting his bag down and quietly searching for a piece of paper. Once he locates one, he sits down at the table in the kitchen to write a note to his parents. He explains as best he can his reasons for going and hopes they will understand. He does not mention Harvard or anything about the future of the farm. He remembers when he was very small, his mother once said she wished happiness and adventure for him. If this does not count as adventure, he is not sure what does. "What are you doing?" a voice behind him asks. Bailey turns to find Caroline standing in the doorway in her nightgown, her hair piled on her head in a spiky mess of pin curls and a knitted blanket pulled around her shoulders. "Nothing you need to concern yourself with," he says, turning back to his writing. He signs the letter and folds it, leaving it propped upright in the center of the table next to a wooden bowl full of apples. "Make sure they read that." "Are you running away?" Caroline asks, glancing at his bag. "Something like that." "You can't possibly be serious," she says with a yawn. "I'm not sure when I'll be back. I'll write when I can. Tell them not to worry about me." "Bailey, go back to bed." "Why don't you go back to bed, Caroline? You look like you could use some more beauty rest." In response, Caroline only twists her face up in a sneer. "Besides," Bailey continues, "when have you ever cared what I do?" "You have been acting like a baby all week," Caroline says, raising her voice, but keeping it a hissing whisper. "Playing at that stupid circus, staying out all night. Grow up, Bailey." "That is precisely what I'm doing," Bailey says. "I don't care if you don't understand that. Staying here won't make me happy. It will make you happy because you are insipid and boring, and an insipid, boring life is enough for you. It's not enough for me. It will never be enough for me, so I'm leaving. Do me a favor and marry someone who will take decent care of the sheep." He takes an apple from the bowl and tosses it in the air, catching it and tucking it in his bag before he bids Caroline goodbye with a cheerful wave and nothing more. He leaves her standing by the table, with her mouth opening and closing in silent rage as he closes the door quietly behind him. Bailey walks away from the house, buzzing with energy. He almost expects Caroline to come after him, or to immediately wake their parents and alert them to his departure. But with each step he takes away from the house, it becomes more clear that he is truly leaving, with nothing left to stop him. The walk feels longer in the stillness of the night, no crowds of people heading to the circus along his route, as there have been every other evening, when he raced to arrive before the opening of the gates. The stars are still out when Bailey reaches his oak tree, his bag slung over his shoulder. He is later than he wanted to be, though dawn is some time away. But beneath the starry sky, the field that stretches out below his tree is empty, as though nothing has ever occupied the space but grass and leaves and fog. Retrospect, London, November 1, 1901. The man in the grey suit slips easily through the crowd of circus patrons. They step out of the way without even considering the movement, parting like water as he heads toward the gates. The figure that blocks his path near the edge of the courtyard is transparent, appearing like a mirage in the glow of the bonfire and the gently swaying paper lanterns. The man in the grey suit halts, though he could easily continue on through his colleague's apparition unimpeded. "Interesting evening, isn't it?" Hector asks him, drawing curious stares from the nearby patrons. The man in the grey suit subtly moves the fingers of one gloved hand as though turning the page of a book, and the staring ceases, curious eyes becoming unfocused, their attention drawn to other sights. The crowd continues by, moving to and from the gates without noticing either gentleman. "It's not worth the bother," Hector scoffs. "Half these people expect to see a ghost around every corner."
This has gotten out of hand, the man in the grey suit says. This venue was always too exposed. That's what makes it fun, Hector says, waving an arm over the crowd. His hand passes through a woman's shoulder and she turns, surprised, but continues walking when she sees nothing. Did you not use enough of your concealment techniques, even after ingratiating yourself with Chandrish, to control the venue? I control nothing, the man in the grey suit says. I established a protocol of secrecy disguised as an air of mystery. My counsel is the reason this venue moves from location to location unannounced. It benefits both players. It keeps them apart. If you'd put them together properly from the beginning, she would have broken him years ago. Has your current state made you blind? You are a fool to trap yourself like that. And you are a fool if you cannot see that they are each besotted with the other. If they had not been kept apart, it simply would have happened sooner. You should have been a damned matchmaker, Hector says, his narrowed eyes vanishing and reappearing in the undulating light. I have trained my player better than that. And yet she came to me. She invited me here personally, as you... He stops, a figure in the crowd catching his eye. I thought I told you to choose a player you could tolerate losing, Hector says, watching the way his companion gazes after the distressed young man in the bowler hat, who passes by without noticing either of them, pursuing Chandresh through the throng of patrons. You always grow too attached to your students. Unfortunate how few of them ever realize that. And how many of your own students have chosen to end the game themselves? The man in the grey suit asks, turning back. 7? Will your daughter be the 8th? That is not going to happen again, Hector responds, each word sharp and heavy, despite his insubstantial form. If she wins, she will hate you for it if she does not already. She will win. Do not try to avoid the fact that she is a stronger player than yours, and always has been. The man in the grey suit lifts a hand in the direction of the bonfire, amplifying the sound that echoes from beyond the courtyard so that Hector can hear his daughter, repeating Friedrich's name over and over in increasing panic. Does that sound like strength to you? He asks, dropping his hand and letting Celia's voice blend into the din of the crowd. Hector only scowls, the flames of the bonfire further distorting his expression. An innocent man died here tonight, the man in the grey suit continues. A man your player was quite fond of. If she had not already begun to break, this will do it. Was that what you meant to accomplish here? Have you learnt nothing after so many competitions? There is never any way to predict what will come to pass. No guarantees on either side. This isn't over yet, Hector says, vanishing in a blur of light and shadow. The man in the grey suit walks on as though he had not paused, making his way through the curtains of velvet that separate the courtyard from the world outside. He watches the clock by the gates for some time before he departs the circus. Beautiful Pain, London, November 1, 1901. Marco's flat was once plain and spare, but now it is crowded with an assortment of mismatched furniture. Pieces that Chandresh became bored with at one point or another and were adopted into this purgatory instead of being discarded entirely. There are too many books and not enough shelves to hold them, so they sit piled on antique Chinese chairs and sari-wrapped cushions. The clock on the mantel is a Herr Thyssen creation, adorned with tiny books flipping through their pages as the seconds tick toward 3 o'clock in the morning. The larger books on the desk are moving at a less steady pace as Marco goes back and forth between handwritten volumes, scrawling notes and calculations on loose sheets of paper. Over and over he crosses out symbols and numbers, discards books in favor of others, and then returns to the discarded ones again.
The door of the flat opens of its own volition, locks falling open and hinges swinging wildly. Marco jumps from his desk, spilling a bottle of ink across his papers. Celia stands in the doorway, stray curls escaping her upswept hair. Her cream-coloured coat hangs unbuttoned, too light for the weather. Only when she moves into the room, the door closing automatically and locking with a series of clicks behind her, does Marco notice that beneath her coat, her gown is covered with blood.
"What happened?"
he asks, the hand that had been moving to write the bottle of ink halting in mid-air.
"You know perfectly well what happened,"
Celia says. Her voice is calm, but already the ripples are beginning to form in the dark surface of the ink pooled on the desk.
"Are you all right?"
Marco asks, trying to move closer to her.
"I most certainly am not all right,"
Celia says, and the bottle of ink shatters, raining ink over the papers and splattering Marco's white shirt sleeves, falling into invisibility on his black vest. His hands are covered in ink, but he is still distracted by the blood on her gown, scarlet streaming across the ivory satin and vanishing behind the black velvet fretwork that covers it like a cage.
"Celia, what did you do?"
he asks. "I tried," Celia says. Her voice breaks on the words so that she has to repeat herself. "I tried. I thought I might be able to fix it. I've known him so long that maybe it would be like setting a clock to make it tick again. I knew exactly what was wrong, but I couldn't make it right. He was so familiar, but it didn't work." The sob that has been building in her chest escapes. Tears that she has been holding back for hours fall from her eyes. Marco rushes across the room to reach her, pulling her close and holding her while she cries.
"I'm sorry,"
he says, repeating it in a litany over her sobs until she calms, the tension easing in her shoulders as she relaxes into his arms. "He was my friend," she says quietly.
"I know,"
Marco says, wiping away her tears and leaving smudges of ink across her cheeks.
"I am so sorry. I don't know what happened. Something threw off the balance, and I cannot figure out what it was." "It was Isabel," Celia says.
"What?" "The charm Isabel put over the circus, over you and me. I knew about it. I could feel it. I didn't think it was doing much of anything, but apparently it was. I don't know why she chose tonight to stop." Marco sighs. "She chose tonight because I finally told her that I love you," he says. "I should have done it years ago, but I told her tonight instead. I thought she took it well, but clearly I was wrong. I haven't the slightest idea what Alexander was doing there." "He was there because I invited him," Celia says.
"Why would you do that?"
Marco asks. "I wanted a verdict," she says, tears springing to her eyes again. "I wanted this to be over, so I could be with you. I thought if he came to see the circus that a winner could be determined. I don't know how else they expected to be settled. How did Chandrish know he would be there?"
"I don't know. I don't even know what possessed him to go there, and he insisted that I not accompany him, so I followed him instead, to keep an eye on him. I only lost track of him for minutes when I went to speak with Isabel, and by the time I caught up with him again—"
"Did you feel as though you had the ground removed from beneath you as well?" Celia asks.
Marco nods. "I was trying to protect Chandrish from himself," he says. "I had not even considered he might be a danger to anyone else."
"What is all this?" Celia asks, turning her attention to the books on the desk. They contain endless pages of glyphs and symbols, ringed-in text ripped from other sources affixed to one another and inscribed over and over. In the middle of the desk there is a large leather volume. Pasted inside the front cover, surrounded by an elaborately inscribed tree, Celia can barely make out something that must once have been a newspaper clipping. The only word she can discern is transcendent.
"This is how I work," Marco says. "That particular volume is the one which binds everyone in the circus. It's the safeguard, for lack of a better term.
I placed a copy of it in the bonfire before the lighting, but I've made adjustments to this one. Celia turns through the pages of names. She pauses at a page that holds a scrap of paper bearing the looping signature of Laney Burgess, next to a space where an equal-sized piece has been removed, leaving only a bright, blank void.
I should have put Herr Thiessen in there, Marco says. I never even thought of it.
If it had not been him, it would have been another patron. There is no way to protect everyone. It's impossible.
I am sorry, he says again. I did not know Herr Thiessen as well as you, but I did admire him and his work.
He showed me the circus in a way I had not been able to see it before, Celia says. How it looked from the outside. We wrote letters to each other for years.
I would have written you myself if I could put down in words everything I wanted to say to you. A sea of ink would not be enough.
But you built me dreams instead, Celia says, looking up at him. And I built you tents you hardly ever see. I have had so much of you around me always, and I have been unable to give you anything in return that you can keep.
I still have your shawl, Marco says. She smiles softly while she closes the book. Beside it, the spilled ink seeps back into its jar, the glass fragments reforming around it. I think this is what my father would call working from the outside in rather than the inside out, she says. He was always cautioning against it. Then he would despise the other room, Marco says.
What room? Celia asks. The bottle of ink settles as though it had never been broken. Marco beckons her forward, leading her to the adjoining room. He opens the door but does not step through it, and when Celia follows him, she can see why. It may once have been a study or a parlour, not a large room, but perhaps it could be referred to as cosy were it not for the layers of paper and string that hang from every available surface. Strings hang from the chandelier and loop over to the tops of shelves. They tie back upon each other like a web cascading from the ceiling. On every surface, tables and desks and armchairs, there are meticulously constructed models of tents, some made from newsprint, others from fabric, bits of blueprints and novels and stationery, folded and cut and shaped into a flock of striped tents, all tied together with more string in black and white and red. They are bound to bits of clockwork, pieces of mirror, stumps of dripping candles. In the centre of the room, on a round wooden table that is painted black but inlaid with light stripes of mother-of-pearl, there is a small iron cauldron. Inside it a fire burns merrily, the flames bright and white, casting long shadows across the space. Celia takes a step into the room, ducking to avoid the strings that hang from the ceiling. The sensation is identical to entering the circus, even down to the scent of caramel lingering in the air. But there is something deeper beneath it, something heavy and ancient underlying the paper and string. Marco stays in the doorway as Celia navigates carefully around the room, mindful of the sweep of her gown as she peers into the tiny tents and runs her fingers delicately over the bits of string and clockwork. "This is very old magic, isn't it?" she asks.
"It's the only kind I know," Marco responds.
He tugs a string by the doorway, and the movement reverberates throughout the room, the entire model circus sparkling as bits of metal catch the firelight,
though I doubt it was ever meant for this purpose.
Celia pauses at a tent containing a tree branch covered in candle wax. Orienting herself from there, she locates another, gently pushing open the paper door to find a ring of tiny chairs representing her own performance space. The pages that comprise it are printed with Shakespearean sonnets. Celia lets the paper door swing closed. She finishes her tentative tour around the room and rejoins Marco in the doorway, pulling the door closed softly behind her. The sensation of being within the circus fades as soon as she has crossed the threshold, and she is suddenly acutely aware of everything in the adjoining room. The warmth of the fire fighting against the draught from the windows, the scent of Marco's skin beneath the ink, and his cologne. Thank you for showing me that, she says. I take it your father would not approve, Marco asks. I don't particularly care what my father approves of any longer. Celia wanders past the desk and stops in front of the fireplace, watching the miniature pages turning through time on the clock upon the mantel. Next to the clock there sits a solitary playing card, the 2 of hearts. It bears no sign that it was once pierced with an Ottoman dagger, no evidence that Celia's blood has ever marred its surface, but she knows that it is the same card. I could speak with Alexander, Marco suggests. Perhaps he saw enough to provide a verdict, or this will result in some sort of disqualification. I'm certain he thinks me a disappointment at this point. He could declare you the win— Stop, Celia says without turning. Please, stop talking. I don't want to talk about this damned game. Marco attempts to protest, but his voice catches in his throat. He struggles against it, but finds he is unable to speak. His shoulders fall in a silent sigh. I am tired of trying to hold things together that cannot be held, Celia says when he approaches her. Trying to control what cannot be controlled. I am tired of denying myself what I want for fear of breaking things I cannot fix. They will break no matter what we do. She leans against his chest and he wraps his arms around her, gently stroking the back of her neck with an ink-stained hand. They stay like this for some time, alongside the crackling of the fire and the ticking of the clock. When she lifts her head, he keeps his eyes locked on hers as he slides her coat from her shoulders, resting his hands on her bare arms. The familiar passion that always accompanies the touch of his skin against hers washes over Celia, and she can no longer resist it, no longer wants to. Marco, she says, her fingers fumbling with the buttons on his vest. Marco, His lips are on hers, hot and demanding, before she can finish. While she undoes button after button, he pulls blindly at fastenings and ribbons, refusing to take his lips from hers. The meticulously constructed gown collapses into a puddle around her feet. Wrapping the unbound laces of her corset around his wrists, Marco pulls her down to the floor with him. They continue to remove layer after layer until nothing separates them. Trapped in silence, Marco traces apologies and adorations across Celia's body with his tongue, mutely expressing all the things he cannot speak aloud. He finds other ways to tell her, his fingers leaving faint trails of ink in their wake. He savors every sound he elicits from her. The entire room trembles as they come together. And though there are a great many fragile objects contained within it, nothing breaks. Above them, the clock continues to turn its pages, pushing stories too minuscule to read ever onward. Marco does not remember falling asleep. One moment Celia is curled in his arms, her head resting against his chest as she listens to his heart beating, and the next he is alone. The fire has died down to smouldering embers. The grey dawn creeps in through the windows, casting soft shadows. Upon the 2 of hearts on the mantel there sits a silver band engraved in Latin. Marco smiles, slipping Celia's ring onto his pinky, alongside the scar on his ring finger. He does not notice until later that the leather-bound safeguard that had been on his desk is gone. Part 4. Incendiary. There are tents I am certain that I have not discovered in my many visits to the circus, though I have seen a great deal of the sights, travelled a number of the available paths. There are always corners that remain unexplored, doors that remain unopened. Friedrich Thiessen, 1896. Technicalities. London, November 1, 1901. Celia wishes she could freeze time as she listens to the steady beat of Marco's heart against the ticking of the clock. To stay forever within this moment, curled in his arms, his hands softly stroking her back. To not have to leave. She only succeeds in slowing Marco's heartbeat enough that he falls deeply asleep. She could wake him, but already the sky outside is brightening, and she dreads the thought of saying goodbye. Instead, she kisses him gently on the lips and quietly dresses as he sleeps. She takes her ring from her finger and leaves it on the mantel, resting between the two hearts emblazoned on the playing card. She pauses as she puts on her coat, looking at the books scattered across the desk. Perhaps if she better understood his systems, she could use them to make the circus more independent, to take some of the weight off of herself, allowing them to be together for more than a few stolen hours without challenging the rules of the game. It is the best gift she can think to give him if they are unable to force a verdict from either of their instructors. She picks up the volume filled with names. It seems a good place to start as she understands the basis of what it is meant to accomplish. She takes it with her as she leaves. Celia closes the door to Marco's flat as quietly as she can after she slips out into the darkened hall, the leather-bound book tucked under her arm. The locks slide into place behind her with a series of soft, muffled clicks. She does not notice the figure concealed in the nearby shadows until he speaks.
"You deceitful little slut," her father says.
Celia shuts her eyes, attempting to concentrate, but it has always been difficult to push him away once he has grabbed a hold of her, and she cannot manage it.
"I'm surprised you waited in the hall to call me that, Papa," she says. "This place is so well protected it's downright absurd," Hector says, waving at the door. "Nothing could get in without that boy explicitly wanting it there."
"Good," Celia says. "You can stay away from him, and you can stay away from me."
"What are you doing with that?"
he asks, gesturing at the book under her arm. "Nothing to concern yourself with," Celia says.
"You cannot interfere with his work," Hector says.
"I know. Interference is one of the very few things that is apparently against the rules. I do not intend to interfere. I intend to learn his systems so I can stop having to constantly manage so much of the circus."
"His systems? Alexander's systems are nothing you should be bothering with. You have no idea what you're doing. I overestimated your ability to handle this challenge."
"This is the game, isn't it?" Celia asks. "It's about how we deal with the repercussions of magic when placed in a public venue, in a world that does not believe in such things. It's a test of stamina and control, not skill."
"It is a test of strength,"
Hector says.
"and you are weak, weaker than I thought."
"Then let me lose," she says.
"I am exhausted, Papa. I cannot do this any longer. It's not as though you can gloat over a bottle of whiskey once a winner is declared." "A winner is not declared," her father says. "The game is played out, not stopped. You should have figured that much out by now. You used to be somewhat clever."
Celia glares at him, but at the same time she begins turning over his words in her mind, collecting the obscure non-answers about the rules he has given her over the years. Suddenly the shape of the elements he has always avoided becomes more distinct, the key unknown factor clear. The victor is the one left standing after the other can no longer endure, Celia says, the scope of it finally making devastating sense.
"That is a gross generalization, but I suppose it will suffice."
Celia turns back to Marco's flat, pressing her hand against the door.
"Stop behaving as though you love that boy," Hector says. "You are above such mundane things."
"You are willing to sacrifice me for this?" she says quietly. "To let me destroy myself just so you can attempt to prove a point? You tied me into this game knowing the stakes, and you let me think it was nothing but a simple challenge of skill?"
"Don't look at me like that," he says, "as if you think me inhuman."
"I can see through you," Celia snaps. "It is not particularly trying on my imagination."
"It would not be any different if I were still as I was when this started."
"And what happens to the circus after the game?" Celia asks.
The circus is merely a venue, he says. A stadium. A very festive coliseum. You could continue on with it after you win, though without the game, it serves no purpose.
I suppose the other people involved serve no purpose as well, then, Celia asks. Their fates are only a matter of consequence?
All actions have repercussions, Hector says. That's part of the challenge.
Why are you telling me all this now, when you have never mentioned it before?
Before? I had not thought you were in the position to be the one to lose.
You mean the one to die? Celia says.
A technicality, her father says. A game is completed only when there is a single player left. There is no other way to end it. You can abandon any misguided dreams of continuing to play whore to that nobody Alexander plucked out of a London gutter after this is over.
Who is left, then? Celia asks, ignoring his comment. You said Alexander's student won the last challenge. What happened to him? A derisive laugh shudders through the shadows before Hector replies.
She is bending herself into knots in your precious circus.
Playing with fire. The only illumination in this tent comes from the fire. The flames are a radiant, flickering white, like the bonfire in the courtyard. You pass a fire eater elevated on a striped platform. He keeps small bits of flame dancing atop long sticks while he prepares to swallow them whole. On another platform, a woman holds 2 long chains, with a ball of flame at the end of each. She swings them in loops and circles, leaving glowing trails of white light in their paths, moving so quickly that they look like strings of fire rather than single flames on lengths of chain. Performers on multiple platforms juggle torches, spinning them high into the air. Occasionally they toss these flaming torches to each other in a shower of sparks. Elsewhere, there are flaming hoops perched at different levels that performers slip in and out of with ease, as though the hoops were only metal and not encased in flickering flames. The artist on this platform holds pieces of flame in her bare hands, and she forms them into snakes and flowers and all manner of shapes. Sparks fly from shooting stars, birds flame and disappear like miniature phoenixes in her hands. She smiles at you as you watch the white flames in her hand become, with the deft movement of her fingers, a boat, a book, a heart of fire. Tsukiko. En route from London to Munich, November 1, 1901. The train is unremarkable as it chugs across the countryside, puffing clouds of grey smoke into the air. The engine is almost entirely black. The cars it pulls are equally as monochromatic. Those with windows have glass that is tinted and shadowed. Those without are dark as coal. It is silent as it travels, no whistles or horns. The wheels on the track are not screeching, but gliding smoothly and quietly. It passes almost unnoticed along its route, making no stops. From the exterior, it appears to be a coal train or something similar. It is utterly unremarkable. The interior is a different story. Inside, the train is opulent, gilded and warm. Most of the passenger cars are lined with thick patterned carpets, upholstered in velvets, in burgundies and violets and creams, as though they have been dipped in a sunset, hovering at twilight and holding on to the colours before they fade to midnight and stars. There are lights in sconces lining the corridors, cascades of crystals falling from them and swaying with the motion of the train, soothing and serene. Shortly after its departure, Celia places the leather-bound book safely away, camouflaged in plain sight amongst her own volumes. She changes from her blood-stained gown to a flowing one in moonlight grey, bound with ribbons in black, white, and charcoal, which had been one of Friedrich's particular favourites. The ribbons drift behind her as she makes her way down the train. She stops at the only door that has 2 calligraphed characters, as well as a handwritten name on the tag next to it. Her polite knock is answered immediately, inviting her inside. While most of the train compartments are saturated with color, Tsukiko's private car is almost completely neutral. A bare space surrounded by paper screens and curtains of raw silk, perfumed with the scent of ginger and cream. Tsukiko sits on the floor in the center of the room, wearing a red kimono, a beating crimson heart in the pale chamber. And she is not alone. Isabel lies on the floor with her head in Tsukiko's lap, sobbing softly. "I did not mean to interrupt," Celia says. She hesitates in the doorway, ready to slide the door closed again. "You are not interrupting," Tsukiko says, beckoning her inside. "Perhaps you will be able to help me convince Isabel that she is in need of some rest." Celia says nothing, but Isabel wipes her eyes, nodding as she stands. "Thank you, Kiko," she says, smoothing out the wrinkles in her gown. Tsukiko remains seated, her attention on Celia. Isabel stops next to Celia as she makes her way to the door. "I am sorry about Herr Thiessen," she says. "I am as well." For a moment, Celia thinks Isabel means to embrace her, but instead she only nods before leaving, sliding the door closed behind her. "The last hours have been long for all of us," Tsukiko says after Isabel has departed. "You need tea," she adds before Celia can explain why she is there. Tsukiko sits her down on a cushion and walks silently to the end of the car, fetching her tea supplies from behind one of the tall screens. It is not the full tea ceremony that she has performed on several occasions over the years, but as Tsukiko slowly prepares 2 bowls of green matcha, it is beautiful and calming nonetheless. "Why did you never tell me?" Celia asks when Tsukiko has settled herself across from her. "Tell you what?" Tsukiko asks, smiling over her tea. Celia sighs. She wonders if Lainey Burgess felt a similar frustration over 2 different cups of tea in Constantinople. She has half a mind to break Tsukiko's tea bowl just to see what she would do. "Did you injure yourself?" Tsukiko asks, nodding at the scar on Celia's finger. "I was bound into a challenge almost 30 years ago," Celia says. She sips her tea before adding, "Are you going to show me your scar, now that you have seen mine?" Tsukiko smiles and places her tea on the floor in front of her. Then she turns and lowers the neck of her kimono. At the nape of her neck, in the space between a shower of tattooed symbols, nestled in the curve of a crescent moon, there is a faded scar about the size and shape of a ring. "The scars last longer than the game, you see," Tsukiko says, straightening her kimono around her shoulders. "It was one of my father's rings that did that," Celia says, but Tsukiko does not confirm or deny the statement. "How is your tea?" she asks. "Why are you here?" Celia counters. "I was hired to be a contortionist." Celia puts down her tea. "I am not in the mood for this, Tsukiko," she says. "Should you choose your questions more carefully, you may receive more satisfying answers." "Why did you never tell me you knew about the challenge?" Celia asks. "That you had played before yourself." "I made an agreement that I would not reveal myself unless approached directly," Tsukiko says. "I keep my word." "Why did you come here in the beginning?" "I was curious. There has not been a challenge of this sort since the one I participated in. I did not intend to stay." "Why did you stay?" "I liked Monsieur Lefebvre. The venue for my challenge was a more intimate one, and this seemed unique. It is rare to discover places that are truly unique. I stayed to observe." "You have been watching us," Celia says. Tsukiko nods. "Tell me about the game," Celia says, hoping to get a response to an open-ended inquiry now that Tsukiko is more forthcoming. "There is more to it than you think," Tsukiko says. "I did not understand the rules myself in my time. It is not only about what you call magic. You believe adding a new tent to the circus is a move? It is more than that. Everything you do, every moment of the day and night, is a move. You carry your chessboard with you. It is not contained within canvas and stripes, though you and your opponent do not have the luxury of polite squares to stay upon. Celia considers this while she sips her tea, attempting to reconcile the fact that everything that has happened with the circus with Marco has been part of the game. "Do you love him?" Tsukiko asks, watching her with thoughtful eyes and the hint of a smile that might be sympathetic, but Celia has always found Tsukiko's expressions difficult to decipher. Celia sighs. There seems no good reason to deny it. "I do," she says. "Do you believe he loves you?" Celia does not answer. The phrasing of the question bothers her. Only hours ago she was certain. Now, sitting in this cave of lightly perfumed silk, what had seemed constant and unquestionable feels as delicate as the steam floating over her tea, as fragile as an illusion. "Love is fickle and fleeting," Tsukiko continues. "It is rarely a solid foundation for decisions to be made upon in any game." Celia closes her eyes to keep her hands from shaking. It takes longer for her to regain her control than she would like. "Isabel once thought he loved her," Tsukiko continues. "She was certain of it. That is why she came here, to assist him." "He does love me," Celia says, though the words do not sound as strong when they fall from her lips as they did inside her head. "Perhaps," Tsukiko replies, "he is quite skilled at manipulation. Did you not once lie to people yourself, telling them only what they wished to hear?" Celia is not certain which is worse, the knowledge that for the game to end, one of them will have to die, or the possibility that she means nothing to him, that she is only a piece across a board, waiting to be toppled and checkmated. "It is a matter of perspective, the difference between opponent and partner," Tsukiko says. "You step to the side and the same person can be either or both or something else entirely. It is difficult to know which face is true, and you have a great many factors to deal with beyond your opponent." "Did you not?" Celia asks. "My venue was not as grand. It involved fewer people, less movement. Without the challenge within it, there was nothing to salvage. Most of it is now a tea garden, I believe. I have not returned to that place since the challenge concluded." "The circus could continue after this challenge is concluded," Celia says. "That would be nice," Tsukiko says. "A proper tribute to your Herr Thiessen, though it would be complicated, making it completely independent from you and your opponent. You have taken on a great deal of responsibility for all of this. You are vital to its operation. If I stabbed a knife in your heart right now, this train would crash." Celia puts down her tea, watching as the smooth motion of the train sends soft ripples through the surface of the liquid. In her head, she calculates how long it would take to halt the train, how long she might be able to keep her heart beating. She decides it would likely depend on the knife. "Possibly," she says. "If I were to extinguish the bonfire or its keeper, that would also be problematic, yes?" Celia nods. "You have work to do if you expect this circus to endure," Tsukiko says. "Are you offering to help?" Celia asks, hoping she will be able to aid in translating Marco's systems as they shared the same instructor. "No," Tsukiko says with a polite shake of her head, her smile softening the harshness of the word. "If you are unable to manage it properly yourself, I will step in. This has gone on too long already, but I shall give you some time." "How much time?" Celia asks. Tsukiko sips her tea. "Time is something I cannot control," she says. "We shall see." They sit in meditative silence for some of that uncontrollable time, the motion of the train gently billowing the silk curtains, the scent of ginger and cream enveloping them. "What happened to your opponent?" Celia asks. Tsukiko looks not at Celia, but down at her tea as she responds, "My opponent is now a pillar of ash, standing in a field in Kyoto," she says, "unless wind and time
have taken her away.
Escapement. Concord and Boston, October 31, 1902. Bailey walks circles around the empty field for some time before he can convince himself that the circus is well and truly gone. There is nothing at all, not so much as a bent blade of grass to indicate that anything had occupied the space hours before. He sits down on the ground, holding his head in his hands and feeling utterly lost, though he has played in these very fields ever since he was little. He recalls Poppet mentioning a train. A train would have to travel to Boston in order to reach any far-flung destination. Within moments of the thought crossing his mind, Bailey is on his feet, running as fast as he can toward the depot. There are no trains to be seen when he gets there, out of breath and aching from where his bag has been hitting against his back. He had been hoping that somehow the circus train he was not even entirely certain existed would still be there, waiting. But instead, the depot is all but deserted. Only two figures sit on one of the benches on the platform, a man and a woman in black coats. It takes Bailey a moment to realize that they are both wearing red scarves. "Are you all right?" the woman asks as he runs up to the platform. Bailey cannot quite place her accent. "Are you here for the circus?" Bailey says, gasping for breath. "Indeed we are," the man says with a similar lilting accent, "though it has departed. I trust you have noticed." "Closed early as well, but that is not unusual," the woman adds. "Do you know Poppet and Widget?" Bailey asks. "Who?" the man asks. The woman tilts her head as though she did not catch the meaning of the question. "They're twins. They do a show with kittens," Bailey explains. "They're my friends." "The twins!" the woman exclaims. "And they're wonderful cats. However did you come to be friends with them?" "It's a long story," Bailey says. "Then you should tell it to us while we wait," she says with a smile. "You were off to Boston as well, yes?" "I don't know," Bailey says. "I was trying to follow the circus." "That is precisely what we're doing," the man says. "Though we cannot follow the cirque until we know where it has gone. That should take about a day." "I do hope it turns up somewhere manageable," the woman says. "How will you know where it is?" Bailey asks in a state of mild disbelief. "We rêveurs have our methods," the woman says, smiling. "We have a while yet to wait. That should be plenty of time to exchange stories." The man's name is Victor. His sister is Lorena. They are on what they call an extended circus holiday, following Le Cirque des Rêves around to as many locations as they can manage. They normally do this only within Europe, but for this particular holiday, they have decided to chase it around the other side of the Atlantic. They had been in Canada previously. Bailey tells them a shortened version of how he came to be friends with Poppet and Widget, leaving out the more curious details. As it creeps closer to dawn, they are joined by another rêveur, a woman named Elizabeth, who had been staying at the local inn and is headed to Boston as well now that the circus has departed. She is greeted warmly, and they appear to be old friends, though Lorena says they only met her a few days ago. While they wait for the train, Elizabeth takes out her knitting needles and a skein of deep red wool. Lorena introduces Bailey to her as a scarfless young rêveur. "I'm not a rêveur, really," Bailey says. He is still not entirely sure he grasps the meaning of the term. Elizabeth looks at him over her knitting, sizing him up with narrowed eyes that remind him of his sternest teachers, though he stands much taller than she does. She leans forward in a conspiratorial manner. "Do you adore Le Cirque des Rêves?" she asks him. "Yes," he says without hesitation. "More than anything in the world?" she adds. "Yes," Bailey says. He cannot keep himself from smiling, despite her serious tone and the nerves that are still keeping his heart from beating at a steady rate. "Then you are a rêveur," Elizabeth pronounces, "no matter what you wear." They tell him stories of the circus and of other rêveurs, how there is a society of sorts that keeps track of the movement of the circus, notifying other revers so they might travel from destination to destination. Victor and Lorena have followed the circus as often as their schedules allow for years, while Elizabeth typically only makes excursions closer to New York, and this trip is an extended one for her, though there is an informal club of revers based in the city that holds gatherings from time to keep in touch while the circus is away. The train arrives shortly after the sun has fully risen, and on the way to Boston, the stories continue, while Elizabeth knits and Lorena props her head up sleepily on her arm.
"Where are you staying in town?"
Elizabeth inquires. Bailey has not considered this, as he has been taking this endeavor one step at a time, attempting not to worry about what might happen once they reach Boston.
"I'm not entirely sure," he says. "I'll probably stay at the station until I know where to go next." "Nonsense," Victor says. "You shall stay with us. We have nearly an entire floor at the Parker house. You can have August's room. He went back to New York yesterday, and I never bothered to alert the management that we have an unoccupied room."
Bailey attempts to argue, but Lorena stops him.
"He is terribly stubborn," she whispers. "He will not take no for an answer once he has set his mind to something."
And indeed, Bailey is swept into their carriage almost as soon as they step off the train. His bag is taken along with Elizabeth's luggage when they reach the hotel.
"Is something wrong?"
Lorena asks as he openly stares around the opulent lobby.
"I feel like one of those girls in fairy tales, the ones who don't even have shoes and then somehow get to attend a ball at the castle,"
Bailey whispers, and she laughs so loudly that several people turn and stare. Bailey is escorted to a room half the size of his entire house, but he finds he cannot sleep, despite the heavy curtains blocking out the sunlight. He paces the room until he begins worrying about damaging the carpet, and then he sits in the window instead, watching the people below. He is relieved when there is a knock at the door, mid-afternoon.
"Do you know where the circus is yet?"
he asks before Victor can even speak.
"Not yet, dear boy," he says. "We sometimes have advance notice of where it is headed, but not as of late. I imagine we will have word by the end of the day, and if our luck holds, we will depart first thing in the morning. Do you have a suit?"
"Not with me," Bailey says, remembering the suit packed in a trunk at home that was only ever pulled out for special occasions. He guesses he has likely outgrown it in the interim, unable to recall exactly what the last suit-worthy occasion was.
"We shall get you one then,"
Victor says, as though this is as simple a thing as picking up a newspaper. They meet Lorena in the lobby, and the two of them drag him around town on a number of errands, including a stop at a tailor for his suit.
"No, no," Lorena says while they look at samples. "These are entirely wrong for his colouring. He needs a grey, a nice deep grey."
After a great deal of pinning and measuring, Bailey ends up with a nicer suit than he has ever owned in his life, nicer even than his father's best suit in a charcoal grey. Despite his protestations, Victor also buys him very shiny shoes and a new hat. The reflection in the mirror looks so different from the one he is accustomed to that Bailey has difficulty believing it is really him. They return to the Parker house with a multitude of packages in tow, stopping by their rooms for hardly enough time to sit before Elizabeth comes to take them down to dinner. To Bailey's surprise, there are almost a dozen revers waiting in the restaurant downstairs, some who will be following the circus and others who are remaining in Boston. His anxiety at the fanciness of the restaurant is eased by the casual, boisterous manner of the group. True to form, they are clad almost entirely in black and white and grey, with bright touches of red on ties or handkerchiefs. When Lorena realizes that Bailey has no red, she surreptitiously removes a rose from a nearby floral arrangement to tuck in his lapel. There are endless stories from the circus related over each course, mentions of tents Bailey has never seen, and countries he has never even heard of. Bailey mostly listens, still rather astounded that he has stumbled upon a group of people who love the circus as much as he does. Do you think anything is wrong with the circus?" Bailey asks quietly, when the table has fallen into separate conversations. Recently, I mean. Victor and Lorena glance at each other, as though gauging who should respond, but it is Elizabeth who answers first.
It has not been the same since Herr Thiessen died, she says.
Victor frowns suddenly, while Lorena nods in agreement.
Who is Herr Thiessen?
Bailey asks. The three of them look somewhat surprised by his ignorance.
Frederick Thiessen was the first of the Reveurs, Elizabeth says. He was a clockmaker. He made the clock inside the gates.
That clock was made by someone outside the circus? Really? Bailey asks. It is not something he had ever thought to ask Poppet and Widget about. He had assumed it was a thing born of the circus itself. Elizabeth nods.
He was a writer as well, Victor says. That is how we met him years and years ago. Read an article he wrote about the circus and sent him a letter, and he wrote back, and so on. That was before we were even called Reveurs. He made me a clock that looks like the carousel, Lorena says, looking wistful, with little creatures that loop through clouds and silver gears. It is a wonderful thing. I wish I could carry it around with me, though it is nice to have a reminder of the circus I can keep at home. I heard he had a secret romance with the illusionist, Elizabeth remarks, smiling over her glass of wine. Gossip and nonsense, Victor scoffs. He did always sound very fond of her in his writing, Lorena says, as though she is considering the possibility. How could anyone not be fond of her? Victor asks.
Lorena turns to look at him curiously.
She is extremely talented,
he mumbles, and Bailey catches Elizabeth trying not to laugh. And the circus isn't the same without this Herr Thiessen? Bailey asks, wondering if this has something to do with what Poppet had told him.
It is different without him for us, of course, Lorena says.
She pauses thoughtfully before she continues.
The circus itself seems a bit different as well. Nothing in particular, only something. Something off-kilter, Victor interjects, like a clock that is not oscillating properly.
When did he die? Bailey asks. He cannot bring himself to ask how.
A year ago tonight, as a matter of fact, Victor says. Oh, I had not realized that, Lorena says. A toast to Herr Thiessen,
Victor proposes loud enough for the entire table to hear, and he raises his glass. Glasses are lifted all around the table, and Bailey raises his as well. The stories of Herr Thiessen continue through dessert, interrupted only by a discussion about why the cake is called a pie when it is clearly cake. Victor excuses himself after finishing his coffee, refusing to weigh in on the cake issue. When he returns to the table, he has a telegram in his hand.
We are headed to New York, my friends.
Impasse. Montreal, August 1902. After the illusionist takes her bow and disappears before her rapt audience's eyes, they clap, applauding the empty air. They rise from their seats, and some of them chatter with their companions, marveling over this trick or that as they file out the door that has reappeared in the side of the striped tent. One man sitting in the inner circle of chairs remains in his seat as they leave, his eyes, almost hidden in the shadow cast by the brim of his bowler hat, are fixed on the space in the center of the circle that the illusionist occupied only moments before. The rest of the audience departs. The man continues to sit. After a few minutes, the door fades into the wall of the tent, invisible once more. The man's gaze does not waver. He does not so much as glance at the vanishing door. A moment later, Celia is sitting in a chair across the circle from him, still dressed as she had been during her performance, in a black gown covered with delicate white lace. "You usually sit in the back," she says. "I wanted a better view," Marco says. "You came quite a ways to be here." "I had to take a holiday." Celia looks down at her hands. "You didn't expect me to come all this way, did you?" Marco asks. "No, I did not. It's difficult to hide when you travel with an entire circus, you know." I have not been hiding, Celia says.
You have, Marco says. I tried to speak with you at Herr Thiessen's funeral, but you left before I could find you. And then you took the circus across the ocean. You've been avoiding me.
It was not entirely intentional, Celia says. I needed some time to think. Thank you for the pool of tears, she adds.
I wanted you to have a place where you felt safe enough to cry if I could not be with you.
She closes her eyes and does not reply.
You stole my book, Marco says after a moment.
I'm sorry, she says.
As long as it is somewhere safe, it does not matter whether I keep it or you do. You could have asked. You could have said goodbye.
Celia nods. I know, she says. Neither of them speaks for some time. I am trying to make the circus independent, Celia says, to untie it from the challenge, from us, from me. I needed to learn your system to make it work properly. I cannot let a place that is so important to so many people fade away, something that is wonder and comfort and mystery altogether, that they have nowhere else. If you had that, wouldn't you want to keep it?
I have that whenever I'm with you, Marco says.
Let me help you. I don't need your help.
You cannot do this alone.
I have Ethan Barris and Lainey Burgess, Celia says. They have agreed to assume management for the basic operation. With a little more training, Poppet and Widget should be able to handle the manipulation aspects that Ethan and Lainey cannot manage. I do not need you. She cannot look him in the eye.
You don't trust me, he says.
Isabel trusted you, Celia says, looking at the ground. So did Chandresh. How can I believe that you are honest with me and not with them when I am the one you have the most reason to deceive?
I never once told Isabel that I loved her, Marco says. I was young and I was desperately lonely, and I should not have let her think I felt more strongly than I did. But what I felt for her is nothing compared to what I feel for you. This is not a tactic to deceive you. Do you think me that cruel?
Celia rises from her chair.
Good night, Mr. Alistair, she says.
Celia, wait, Marco says, standing, but not moving closer to her.
You are breaking my heart. You told me once that I reminded you of your father, that you never wanted to suffer the way your mother did for him, but you are doing exactly that to me. You keep leaving me. You leave me longing for you again and again when I would give anything for you to stay, and it is killing me.
It has to kill one of us, Celia says quietly.
What?
Marco asks. The one who survives is the victor, she says. The winner lives, the loser dies. That's how the game ends.
That... Marco stops, shaking his head. That cannot be the intent of this.
It is, Celia says. It is a test of endurance, not skill. I'm attempting to make the circus self-sufficient before... She cannot say the words, still barely able to look at him.
You're going to do what your father did? Marco says. You're going to take yourself off the board.
Not precisely, she says. I suppose I was always more my mother's daughter.
No, Marco says. You cannot mean that.
It's the only way to stop the game.
Then we'll continue playing.
I can't, she says. I can't keep holding on. Every night it becomes more difficult, and I have to let you win.
I don't want to win, Marco says. I want you. Truly, Celia, do you not understand that?
Celia says nothing, but tears begin to roll down her cheeks. She does not wipe them away.
How can you think that I don't love you? Marco asks.
Celia, you are everything to me. I don't know who is trying to convince you otherwise, but you must believe me, please. She only looks at him with tear-soaked eyes, the first time she has held his gaze steadily.
This is when I knew I loved you, he says.
They stand on opposite sides of a small round room, painted a rich blue and dotted with stars, on a ledge around a pool of jewel-toned cushions. A shimmering chandelier hangs above them.
I was enchanted from the moment I first saw you, Marco says, but this is when I knew.
The room around them changes again, expanding into an empty ballroom. Moonlight filters in through the windows.
This is when I knew,
Celia says, her voice a whisper echoing softly through the room. Marco moves to close the distance between them, kissing away her tears before catching her lips with his own. As he kisses her, the bonfire glows brighter. The acrobats catch the light perfectly as they spin. The entire circus sparkles, dazzling every patron. And then the immaculate cohesion stops as Celia reluctantly breaks away.
I'm sorry,
she says.
Please,
Marco says, refusing to let her go, his fingers holding tightly to the lace of her gown.
Please, don't leave me.
It's too late, she says. It was too late by the time I arrived in London to turn your notebook into a dove. There were too many people already involved. Anything either of us does has an effect on everyone here, on every patron who walks through those gates. Hundreds, if not thousands of people, all flies in a spider web that was spun when I was 6 years old, and now I can barely move for fear of losing someone else. She looks up at him, lifting her hand to stroke his cheek.
Will you do something for me? She asks. Anything, Marco says.
Don't come back, she says, her voice breaking. She vanishes before Marco can protest, as simply and elegantly as at the end of her act, her gown fading beneath his hands. Only her perfume lingers in the space she occupied moments before. Marco stands alone in an empty tent with nothing but 2 rings of chairs and an open door, waiting for him to leave. Before he departs, he takes a single playing card from his pocket and places it on her chair. Visitations, September 1902. Celia Bowen sits at a desk surrounded by piles of books. She ran out of space for her library some time ago, but instead of making the room larger, she has opted to let the books become the room. Piles of them function as tables. Others hang suspended from the ceiling, along with large golden cages holding several live white doves. Another round cage, sitting on a table rather than hanging from above, contains an elaborate clock. It marks both time and astrological movements as it ticks steadily through the afternoon. A large black raven sleeps uncaged alongside the complete works of Shakespeare. Mismatched candles in silver candelabras, burning in sets of 3, surround the desk in the center of the room. Upon the desk itself, there is a slowly cooling cup of tea, a scarf that has been partially unraveled into a ball of crimson yarn, a framed photograph of a deceased clockmaker, a solitary playing card long separated from its deck, and an open book filled with signs and symbols and signatures procured from other pieces of paper. Celia sits with a notebook and pen, attempting to decipher the system the book is written in. She tries to think the way she imagines Marco might have as he wrote it, picturing him inscribing each page, rendering the delicate ink branches of the tree that winds throughout the book. She reads each signature over and over, checking how securely each lock of hair is pasted, scrutinizing each symbol. She has spent so much time repeating this process that she could recreate the book from memory, but she still does not fully comprehend how the system works. The raven stirs and caws at something in the shadows. "You're bothering Hugin," Celia says without looking up. The candlelight catches only the edges of her father's form as he hovers nearby, highlighting the creases of his jacket, the collar of his shirt, glinting in the hollows of his dark eyes.
"You should really get another one," he says, peering at the agitated raven. "A Munin to complete the set."
"I prefer thought to memory, Papa," Celia says. Is the only response. Celia ignores him as he leans over her shoulder, watching her flip through the inscribed pages.
"This is a god-awful mess," he says.
"A language you cannot speak yourself is not necessarily a god-awful mess," Celia says, transcribing a line of symbols into her notebook.
"This is messy work, bindings and charms,"
Hector says, floating to the other side of the desk to get a better look.
"Very much Alexander's style, overly complicated and covert.
Yet with enough study anyone could do it. Quite the contrast to all your lectures about how I was special."
"You are special. You are beyond this."
He waves a transparent hand over the pile of books.
"This use of tools and constructs, there is so much more you could accomplish with your talents, so much more to explore."
"There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy," Celia quotes at him.
"Please, no Shakespeare."
"I am haunted by the ghost of my father. I think that should allow me to quote Hamlet as much as I please. You used to be quite fond of Shakespeare, Prospero."
"You are too intelligent for this behavior. I expected more of you."
"I apologize for not living up to your absurd expectations, Papa. Don't you have anyone else to bother?"
"There are very few people I can converse with in this state. Alexander is dreadfully boring, as always. Chandrish was interesting enough, but that boy has altered his memory so many times that it's not much better than talking to myself, though it might be nice for a change of scenery."
"You talk to Chandrish?" Celia asks.
"Occasionally,"
Hector says, inspecting the clock as it turns within its cage. "You told Chandrish that Alexander was going to be at the circus that night. You sent him there."
"I made a suggestion to a drunk. Drunks are highly suggestible and nicely accepting of conversations with dead people."
"You must have known he could do nothing to Alexander," Celia says. The reasoning makes no sense. Not that her father's reasoning often does.
"I thought the old man could use a knife in the back for a change. That student of his was practically screaming to do it himself, so much so that the idea of it was already in Chandrish's head. All of that rage sneaking into his subconscious from being exposed to it over time. All I had to do was give him a push in the right direction."
"You said there was a rule about interference," Celia says, placing down her pen.
"Interfering with you or your opponent," her father clarifies. "I can interfere with anyone else as much as I please."
"Your interfering got Friedrich killed."
"There are other clockmakers in the world," Hector says. "You can find a new one if you're in need of additional timepieces."
Celia's hands are shaking as she picks up the volume from the pile of Shakespeare and hurls it at him. As You Like It passes through his chest without pause, hitting the wall of the tent beyond and falling to the ground. The raven caws, ruffling its feathers. The cages around the doves and the clock begin to quiver. The glass over the framed photograph cracks.
"Go away, Papa,"
Celia says through clenched teeth, trying to control herself.
"You cannot keep pushing me away," he says.
Celia turns her attention to the candles on the desk, concentrating on a single dancing flame.
"You think you're making personal connections with these people?" Hector continues. "You think you mean anything to them? They are all going to die eventually. You are letting your emotions trump your power."
"You are a coward," Celia says. "You are both cowards. You fight by proxy because you are too cowardly to challenge each other directly, afraid that you will fail and have nothing to blame except yourselves."
"That is not true,"
Hector protests.
"I hate you,"
Celia says, still staring at the candle flame. The shadow of her father shudders and vanishes. There is no frost upon the windows of Marco's flat, so he inscribes lines of symbols in the shape of a letter A with ink, pressing his darkened fingers against the panes. The ink drips down over the glass like rain. He sits, staring at the door, twisting the silver ring around his finger in anxious circles, until the knock comes early the next morning. The man in the grey suit does not admonish him for calling. He stands in the hall outside the door with his hands on his cane and waits for Marco to speak. "She thinks one of us has to die in order for the game to end," Marco says. She is correct. Having the confirmation is worse than Marco had expected. The small glimmer of hope he had held that she might be mistaken is crushed in 3 simple words. "To win would be worse than losing," he says. "I did inform you that your feelings for Miss Bowen would make the challenge more difficult for you," his instructor replies. "Why would you do this to me?" Marco asks. "Why would you spend all that time training me for such a thing?" The pause before the response is heavy. "I thought it preferable to the life you might have had otherwise, regardless of the consequences." Marco closes and locks the door. The man in the grey suit lifts his hand to knock again, but then lowers it and walks away instead. Charming but deadly. You follow the sound of a flute into a hidden corner, the hypnotic melody beckoning you closer. Seated on the ground, nestled in an alcove on striped silk pillows, are 2 women. One plays the flute you heard. A burning coil of incense sits between them, along with a large black-lidded basket. A small audience is gathering. The other woman carefully removes the lid from the basket before taking out a flute of her own and adding a counter-melody to the first. 2 white cobras coil around each other as they rise from the woven basket in perfect time with the music. For a moment, they seem to be one snake and not 2, and then they separate again, moving down along the sides of the basket, gliding onto the ground quite close to your feet. The snakes move back and forth together in motions resembling a strikingly formal dance, elegant and graceful. The music increases in tempo, and now there is something harsher about the way the snakes move. Waltz morphs into battle. They circle each other, and you watch for one or the other to strike. One of them hisses softly, and the other responds in kind. They continue to circle as the music and the incense rise into the starry sky above. You cannot tell which snake strikes first. They are identical after all. As they rear and hiss and jump at each other, you are distracted by the fact that they are both no longer stark white, but a perfect ebony black. Precognition. En route from Boston to New York. October 31, 1902. Most of the train's passengers have settled into their respective cars and compartments to read or sleep or otherwise pass the journey. Corridors that were bustling with people at departure time are now nearly empty as Poppet and Widget make their way from car to car, quiet as cats. Tags hang by each compartment door, marked with handwritten names. They stop at the one that reads C. Bowen, and Widget lifts his hand to knock softly on the frosted glass. "Come in," calls a voice from inside, and Poppet slides the door open. "Are we interrupting anything?" she asks. "No," Celia says. "Do come in." She closes the symbol-filled book she had been reading and places it on a table. The entire compartment looks like an explosion in a library, piles of books and paper amongst the velvet-covered benches and polished wood tables. The light dancing around the room with the motion of the train bouncing off the crystal chandeliers. Widget slides the door closed behind them and latches it. "Would you like some tea?" Celia asks. "No, thank you," Poppet says. She looks nervously at Widget, who only nods. Celia watches both of them, Poppet biting her lip and refusing to meet Celia's eyes, while Widget leans against the door. "Out with it," she says. Poppet starts. "We have a problem." "What kind of problem?" Celia asks, moving piles of books so they can sit on the violet benches, but the twins both remain where they are. "I think something that was supposed to happen didn't happen," Poppet says. "And what might that be?" Celia asks. "Our friend Bailey was supposed to come with us." "Ah, yes, Widget mentions something about that," Celia says. I take it he did not.
No, Poppet says. We waited for him, but he didn't come. But I don't know if that's because he didn't want to or because we left early.
I see, Celia says. It seems a very big decision to me, deciding whether or not to run away and join the circus. Perhaps he did not have enough time to properly consider it.
But he was supposed to come, Poppet says. I know he was supposed to come.
Did you see something? Celia asks.
Sort of.
How does one sort of see something?
It's not as clear as it was before, Poppet says. I can't see anything as clearly as I used to. It's all bits and pieces that don't make sense. Nothing here has made any sense for a year, and you know it.
I think that is an exaggeration, but I understand how it can seem that way, Celia says.
It is not an exaggeration,
Poppet says, raising her voice. The chandeliers begin to shudder, and Celia closes her eyes, taking a deep breath and waiting for them to return to a gentle sway before she speaks. Poppet, there is no one here who is more upset by what happened last year than I am, and I have told you before it is not your fault, and there is nothing that could have been done to prevent it, not by you, not by me, not by anyone else. Do you understand that?
Yes, Poppet says. But what's the use in seeing the future if I can't do anything to stop it?
You cannot stop things, Celia says. You can only be prepared for them to happen.
You could stop them,
Poppet mumbles, looking around at the multitude of books. Celia puts a finger under Poppet's chin and turns her head to look her in the eye.
Only a handful of people on this train have any idea how integral I am to the running of the circus, she says. And as much as you two are amongst them, and you are both extremely clever, you do not comprehend the scope of what goes on here, and you wouldn't particularly like it if you did. Now, tell me what you sort of saw.
Poppet closes her eyes, trying to concentrate.
I don't know, she says. It was bright. Everything was on fire. And Bailey was there.
You're going to have to do better than that, Celia says.
I can't, Poppet says. I haven't seen anything clearly since before.
And that's likely because you don't want to see anything clearly after that, and I can't say I blame you. But if you want me to do something to prevent whatever this is, I am going to need more information. She unclasps the long silver chain that hangs around her neck, checking the time on the pocket watch that hangs from it before she holds it up in front of Poppet's eyes.
Please, Poppet, Celia says. You don't need the stars for this. Just focus, even if you don't want to.
Poppet frowns, then turns her attention to the dangling silver watch as it sways in the warm light. Her eyes narrow, focusing on the reflections in the curve of the watch, and then they soften, looking at something beyond the watch, beyond the train. She starts to sway as her eyes flutter closed, and she falls backward. Widget leaps forward to catch her before she hits the floor. Celia helps him move Poppet to one of the velvet benches by the table, while on a nearby shelf, a cup of tea pours itself, steaming and brewing instantly in a flowered china cup. Poppet blinks, looking up at the chandeliers as though seeing them for the first time, before turning back to Celia to accept the cup of tea.
That hurt,
Poppet says.
I'm sorry, dearest,
Celia says. I think your sight is getting stronger, which makes it even more troublesome for you to be suppressing it. Poppet nods, rubbing her temples. Tell me everything you saw, Celia says. Everything. I don't care if it doesn't make any sense. Try to describe it. Poppet looks into her tea before she starts.
There's a fire, she says. It starts with a bonfire, but bigger, and there's nothing containing it. Like the whole courtyard is on fire. There's a loud noise, and this heat, and...
Poppet pauses, closing her eyes as she attempts to concentrate on the images in her head. She opens her eyes and looks back at Celia.
You're there. You're with someone else, and I think it's raining. And then you're not there anymore, but you still are. I can't explain it. And then Bailey is there, Not during the fire, but after it, I think.
What did the someone else look like? Celia asks.
A man. He was tall, in a suit, with a bowler hat, I think. It was hard to tell.
Celia rests her head in her hands for a moment before she speaks. If that is who I think it is, I know for a fact he is in London at the moment, so perhaps this is not as immediate as you think.
But it is. I'm sure of it.
Poppet protests. Timing has never been your strong point. You said yourself that this friend of yours is also present for this incident, and your first complaint was that he is not here. This might not happen for weeks or months or years, pet.
But we have to do something,
Poppet says, slamming her teacup down on the table. The tea stops before it splashes onto an open book as though there is an invisible wall surrounding it.
To be prepared, like you said.
I will do what I can to prevent the circus from going up in smoke. I shall fireproof it as much as possible. Is that enough for now? After a moment, Poppet nods. Good, Celia says. We'll be off the train in a matter of hours. We can discuss this more later.
Wait,
Widget says. He has been sitting on the back of one of the velvet benches, staying out of the conversation. Now he turns to Celia.
I have a question before you shoo us away.
What is it? She asks.
You said we don't comprehend the scope of what goes on here, he says.
That was likely not the best choice of words.
It's a game, isn't it?
Widget asks. Celia looks at him, a slow, sad smile tugging at her lips. It took you 16 years to figure that one out, she says. I expected more from you, Widge.
I guessed as much for a while, he says. It's not easy to see things you don't want me to know, but I've been picking up bits of it lately. You haven't been as guarded as usual.
A game? Poppet asks, looking back and forth between her brother and Celia.
Like a chess game,
Widget says.
The circus is the board.
Not exactly, Celia says. It's not as straightforward as chess.
We're all playing a game?
Poppet asks.
Not us, Widget says. Her and someone else. The rest of us are, what, extra pieces?
It's not like that, Celia says.
Then what is it like?
Widget asks. In response, Celia only looks at him, staring directly into his eyes without wavering. Widget returns her gaze silently for some time while Poppet watches them curiously. Eventually, Widget blinks, the surprise evident on his face. Then he looks down at his shoes. Celia sighs, and when she speaks, she addresses them both. If I have not been completely honest with you, it is only because I know a great deal of things that you do not want to know. I'm going to ask that you trust me when I tell you I am trying to make things better. It is an extremely delicate balance, and there are a great many factors involved. The best we can do right now is to take everything as it comes and not worry ourselves over things that have happened or things that are to come. Agreed? Widget nods, and Poppet reluctantly follows suit. Thank you, Celia says. Now, please, go and try to get some rest. Poppet gives her an embrace before slipping out the door back into the hall. Widget lingers a moment. I'm sorry, he says. You have nothing to be sorry about, Celia tells him. I'm sorry anyway. He kisses her on the cheek before he leaves, not waiting for her to reply. What was that about? Poppet asks when Widget joins her in the hall. She let me read her, Widget says. All of her, without concealing anything. She's never done that before. He refuses to elaborate as they walk quietly back down the length of the train. What do you think we should do? Poppet asks once they have reached their car, a marmalade cat crawling onto her lap. I think we should wait, Widget says. I think that's all we can do right now. Alone in her book-filled chamber, Celia begins tearing her handkerchief into strips. One at a time she drops each scrap of silk and lace into an empty teacup and lights it on fire. She repeats this process over and over, working until the cloth burns without charring, remaining bright and white within the flame. Pursuit. En route from Boston to New York, November 1, 1902. It is a cold morning, and Bailey's faded grey coat does not look particularly elegant paired with his new charcoal suit, and he is not entirely certain the two shades are complementary, but the streets and the train station are too busy for him to worry much about his appearance. There are other rêveurs heading to New York, but they end up getting tickets for a later train, so there is a round of farewells and the confusion of sorting dozens of bags before they manage to board. The journey is slow, and Bailey sits staring out the window at the changing landscape, absently gnawing at his fingernails. Victor comes to sit by him, a red leather-bound book in his hands.
"I thought you might like something to read to pass the time,"
he says as he gives the book to Bailey. Bailey opens the cover and glances through the book, which he is surprised to see is a meticulously organized scrapbook. Most of the black pages are filled with articles clipped from newspapers, but there are also handwritten letters, the dates ranging from only a few years previous to more than a decade ago.
"Not all of it is in English," Victor explains, "but you should be able to read most of the articles, at least."
"Thank you," Bailey says. Victor nods and returns to his seat across the car. As the train chugs on, Bailey forgets the landscape entirely. He reads and rereads the words of Herr Friedrich Thyssen, finding them both familiar and entrancing.
"I have never seen you take such a sudden interest in a new reveur," he overhears Lorena remark to her brother, "especially not to the point of sharing your books."
"He reminds me of Friedrich," is Victor's only reply. They are almost to New York when Elizabeth takes the empty seat opposite him. Bailey notes his place in the middle of an article that is comparing the interplay of light and shadow in a particular tent to Indonesian puppet theatre before putting the book down.
"We lead strange lives, chasing our dreams around from place to place,"
Elizabeth says quietly, looking out the window.
"I have never met so young a rêveur who clearly feels as strongly toward the circus as those of us who have been following it for years. I want you to have this."
She hands him a red wool scarf, the one she has been knitting on and off. It is longer than Bailey expected from watching her knit, with intricate patterns of knotted cables at each end.
"I can't accept this,"
he says, part of him deeply honoured, and the other part wishing people would stop giving him things.
"Nonsense," Elizabeth says. "I make them all the time. I am at no loss for yarn. I started this one with no particular rêveur in mind to wear it, so clearly it's meant for you."
"Thank you," Bailey says, wrapping the scarf around his neck despite the warmth of the train.
"You are quite welcome," Elizabeth says. "We should be arriving soon enough, and then it will only be a matter of waiting for the sun to set."
She leaves him in his seat by the window. Bailey stares out at the grey sky with a mixture of comfort and excitement and nervousness that he cannot reconcile. When they arrive in New York, Bailey is immediately struck by how strange everything looks. Though it is not that different from Boston, Boston had some passing familiarity. Now, without the comforting lull of the train, it strikes him how very far he is from home. Victor and Lorena seem equally discombobulated, but Elizabeth is on familiar ground. She ushers them through intersections and herds them onto streetcars until Bailey begins to feel like one of his sheep. But it does not take long for them to reach their destination, a spot outside the city proper, where they are to meet up with another local rêveur named August, the same whose room Bailey had inherited in Boston, who has graciously invited them to stay with him at his home until they can find rooms elsewhere. August turns out to be a pleasant, heavy-set fellow, and Bailey's first impression is that he resembles his house, a squat sort of building with a porch wrapping around the front, warm and welcoming. He practically lifts Elizabeth off the ground in greeting and shakes hands so enthusiastically while being introduced to Bailey that his fingers are sore afterward.
"I have good news and bad news,"
August says as he helps them lift their bags onto the porch.
"Which should come first?"
The good, Elizabeth answers before Bailey has time to consider which would be preferable. We have travelled too long to be met with bad news straight off.
The good news, August says, is that I was indeed correct in predicting the exact location and the circus set up less than a mile away. You can see the tent from the end of the porch if you lean properly.
He points down the left side of the porch from where he stands on the stairs. Bailey rushes to the end of the porch with Lorena close on his heels. The tops of the striped tents are visible through the trees some distance away, a bright punch of white against grey sky and brown trees.
Wonderful,
Elizabeth says, laughing at Lorena and Bailey as they lean over the railing. And what is the bad news, then?
I'm not certain it is bad news precisely,
August says, as though he is not sure how to explain.
Perhaps more disappointing, really, regarding the circus.
Bailey steps down from the railing and turns back to the conversation, all the elation he had felt moments before draining away.
Disappointing? Victor asks. Well, the weather is not ideal, as I'm certain you've noticed,
August says, gesturing up at the heavy grey clouds.
We had quite a storm last night. The circus was closed, of course, which was odd to begin with, as in all my time I have never seen it set up only to be closed the first night for inclement weather. Regardless, there was some sort of, I don't even know what to call it, a noise of some sort around midnight, a crashing sound that practically shook the house. I thought perhaps something had been struck by lightning. There was a great deal of smoke over the circus, and one of the neighbours swears he saw a flash of light, bright as day. I took a walk down there this morning, and nothing appears to be amiss, though the closure sign is still up on the gates.
How strange, Lorena remarks. Without a word, Bailey leaps over the porch railing and takes off in a full run through the trees. He heads toward the striped tents as fast as he can, his red scarf trailing out behind him. Old Ghosts. London, October 31, 1902. It is late, and the pavement is dark despite the street lamps dotting the line of grey stone buildings. Isabel stands near the shadowed stairs of the one she called home for almost a year, what now seems like a lifetime ago. She waits outside for Marco to return, a pale blue shawl pulled around her shoulders like a patch of day-bright sky in the night. Hours pass before Marco appears at the corner. His grip on his briefcase tightens when he sees her.
"What are you doing here?"
he asks.
"You're supposed to be in the States."
"I left the circus," Isabel said. "I walked away. Celia said I could." She takes a faded scrap of paper from her pocket, bearing her name, her real name, that he coaxed from her years ago and asked her to write in one of his notebooks.
"Of course she did,"
Marco says. "May I come upstairs?" she asks, fidgeting with the edge of her shawl.
"No,"
Marco says, glancing up at the windows. A dim, flickering light illuminates the glass.
"Please, just say whatever it is you're here to say."
Isabel frowns. She looks around the street, but it is dark and empty. Only a crisp breeze blowing through, rustling the leaves in the gutter. "I wanted to say that I was sorry," she says quietly, "for not telling you that I was tempering. I know what happened last year was partly my fault."
"You should apologize to Celia, not to me."
"I already have," Isabel says. "I knew she was in love with someone, but I thought it was Herr Thiessen. I didn't realize until that night that it was you. But she loved him as well, and she lost him, and I was the cause."
"It was not your fault," Marco says. "There were a great many factors involved."
"There have always been a great many factors involved," Isabel says. "I didn't mean to get so tangled up in this. I only wanted to be helpful. I wanted to get through this and go back to the way things were before."
"We cannot go backward," Marco says. "A great deal is not how it used to be."
"I know," Isabel says. "I cannot hate her. I have tried. I cannot even dislike her. She let me carry on for years, clearly suspicious of her. But she was always kind to me, and I loved the circus. I felt like I finally had a home, a place I could belong. After a while, I didn't feel like I needed to protect you from her. I felt I should protect everyone else from both of you and both of you from each other. I started after you came to see me in Paris when you were so upset about the wishing tree, but I knew I had to continue after I read Celia's cards.
When was this? Marco asks.
That night in Prague when you were supposed to meet me, Isabel says. You never let me read for you, not even a single card before last year. I had not realized that before. I wonder if I would have let this go on so long if I'd had the opportunity. It took ages for me to truly understand what her cards were saying. I could not see what was right in front of me. I wasted so much time. This was always about the two of you, even before you met. I was only a diversion.
You were not a diversion, Marco says.
Did you ever love me?
Isabel asks. No, Marco admits. I thought perhaps I could, but... Isabel nods.
I thought you did, she says. I was so certain that you did, even though you never said it. I couldn't tell the difference between what was real and what I wanted to be real. I thought this was going to be temporary, even when it kept dragging on and on. But it's not, it never was. I was the one who was temporary. I used to think that if she were gone, you would come back to me.
If she were gone, I would be nothing, Marco says. You should think better of yourself than to settle for that. They stand in silence on the empty street, the chill of the night air falling between them. Good night, Miss Martin, Marco says, starting up the stairs.
The most difficult thing to read is time, Isabel says,
and Marco stops, turning back to her.
Maybe because it changes so many things. I have read for countless people on innumerable subjects, and the most difficult thing to understand within the cards is always the timing. I knew that, and still it surprised me. How long I was willing to wait for something that was only a possibility. I always thought it was just a matter of time, but I was wrong.
I did not expect this to go on as long as... Marco begins, but Isabel interrupts him.
It was all a matter of timing, she says. My train was late that day, the day I saw you drop your notebook. Had it been on schedule, we never would have met. Maybe we were never meant to. It was a possibility, one of thousands, and not inevitable the way some things are.
Isabel, I am sorry, Marco says. I am sorry that I involved you in all of this. I am sorry that I did not tell you sooner how I feel for Celia. I do not know what else you want from me that I can give you. Isabel nods, pulling her shawl tighter around her shoulders.
I read for someone a week ago, she says. He was young, younger than I was when I met you, tall in the way of someone who is not yet used to being tall. He was genuine and sweet. He even asked me my name, and everything was in his cards, everything. It was like reading for the circus, and that has only happened to me once before when I read for Celia.
Why are you telling me this? Marco asks.
Because I thought he could have saved you. I didn't know how to feel about that. I still don't. It was there in his cards along with everything else, as plain as anything I have ever seen. I thought then that this was going to end differently. I was wrong. I seem to be wrong quite frequently. Perhaps it is time for me to find a new occupation.
Marco stops, his face going pale in the lamplight. What are you saying? He asks.
I am saying that you had a chance, Isabel says, a chance to be with her, a chance for everything to resolve itself in a favorable manner. I almost wanted that for you, truly, in spite of everything. I still want you to be happy, and the possibility was there.
She gives him a small, sad smile as she slides her hand into her pocket.
But the timing isn't right.
She removes her hand from her pocket and uncurls her fingers. In her palm sits a pile of sparkling black crystals, silt as fine as ash. What is that? Marco asks as she lifts her palm to her lips. In response, Isabel blows softly, and the ash flies at Marco in a stinging black cloud.
When the dust clears, Marco's briefcase sits abandoned on the pavement by her feet. Isabel takes it with her as she leaves. Aftermath. New York, November 1, 1902. Though the surroundings have changed, the circus looks exactly the same as it did in his own fields. Bailey thinks when he finally reaches the fence, holding a stitch in his side and breathing heavily from running through an area that is more woods than fields. But something more than that is different. It takes him a moment of trying to catch his breath by the side of the gates, staring at the sign that reads, "Closed due to inclement weather," hanging over the normal sign denoting the hours of operation. It is the smell, he realizes. It is not the smell of caramel blended perfectly with the woody smoke of a warming fire. Instead, it is the heavy scent of something burned and wet with a sickly sweet undertone. It makes him nauseous. There is no sound within the bounds of the curling iron fence. The tents are perfectly still. Only the clock beyond the gates makes any motion, slowly ticking by the afternoon hours. Bailey discovers quickly that he is not able to slip through the bars of the fence as easily as he did when he was 10. The space is too narrow, no matter how he tries to shift his shoulders. He half expected Poppet to be there waiting for him, but there is not a soul in sight. The fence is too high to climb, and Bailey is considering simply sitting in front of the gates until sundown when he spots a curving tree branch that does not quite reach the fence but comes close, hanging above the twisting iron spikes at the top. From there he could jump. If he got the angle right, he would land in a path between tents. If he got the angle wrong, he'd likely break his leg, but that would be only a minor problem that could be dealt with, and then at least he would be inside the circus. The tree is easy enough to climb, and the limb closest to the circus wide enough to manage until he gets closer to the fence. But he is unable to balance well, and while he attempts a graceful leap, it ends up being something closer to a planned fall. He lands heavily in the path, rolling into the side of the tent and taking a large amount of the white powder on the ground with him. His legs hurt, but seem to be in working order, though his shoulder feels badly bruised, and the palms of his hands are a mess of scrapes and dirt and powder. The powder brushes off his hands easily enough, but sticks like paint to his coat and the legs of his new suit. And now he stands alone inside the circus again. Truth or dare, he mutters to himself. Dry, fragile leaves dance around his feet, drawn in through the fence by the wind, spots of muted autumn color disrupting the black and white. Bailey is not certain where to go. He wanders through paths, expecting to see Poppet around every corner, but he is met only with stripes and emptiness. Finally, he heads toward the courtyard, toward the bonfire. As he turns a corner that opens up into the wide space of the bonfire courtyard, he is more surprised by the fact that the fire is not burning than he is to find that there is indeed someone waiting for him. But the figure standing by the cauldron of curling iron is not Poppet. This woman is too short, her hair too dark. When she turns, she has a long silver cigarette holder at her lips, and the smoke curls around her head like snakes. It takes him a moment to recognize the contortionist, having only ever seen her upon a platform bending herself into impossible shapes. "You are Bailey, yes?" she says. "Yes," Bailey answers, wondering if absolutely everyone in the circus knows who he is. "You are late," the contortionist tells him. "Late for what?" Bailey asks, confused. "I doubt she will be able to hold on much longer." "Who?" Bailey asks, though the thought pops into his head that the contortionist might be referring to the circus itself. "And, of course," she continues, "had you arrived earlier, it might have played out differently. Timing is a sensitive thing." "Where's Poppet?" Bailey asks. "Miss Penelope is indisposed at the moment." "How can she not know that I'm here?" he asks. She might very well know you are here, but that does not change the fact that she is, as I have mentioned, indisposed at the moment. Who are you? Bailey asks. His shoulder is throbbing now, and he cannot quite pinpoint when everything stopped making sense. You may call me Tsukiko, the contortionist says. She takes a long drag on her cigarette. Beyond her, the monstrous bowl of wrought iron curls sits hollow and still. The ground around it, usually painted in a spiral pattern of black and white, is now nothing but darkness, as though it has been swallowed up by empty space. I thought the fire never went out, Bailey says, walking closer to it. It never has before, Tsukiko says. Reaching the edge of the still hot iron curls, Bailey stands on his toes to peer inside. It is almost filled with rainwater, the dark surface rippling in the breeze. The ground beneath his feet is black and muddy, and when he steps back, he accidentally kicks a black bowler hat. What happened? Bailey asks. That is somewhat difficult to explain, Tsukiko answers. It is a long and complicated story. And you're not going to tell it to me, are you? She tilts her head a bit, and Bailey can see the hint of a smile playing around her lips. No, I am not, she says. Great, Bailey mutters under his breath. I see you have taken up the banner, Tsukiko says, pointing her cigarette at his red scarf. Bailey is unsure how to respond to this, but she continues without waiting for an answer. I suppose you could call it an explosion. The bonfire exploded? How? Remember when I said it was difficult to explain? That has not changed. Why didn't the tents burn? Bailey asks, looking around at the seemingly never-ending stripes. Some of the closer tents are splattered with mud, but none are burned, despite the charred ground surrounding them. That was Miss Bowen's doing, Tsukiko says. I suspect without that precaution there would have been more extensive damage. Who is Miss Bowen? Bailey asks. You ask a lot of questions, Tsukiko responds. You don't answer very many of them, Bailey retaliates. The smile appears in full then, curling up in a manner Bailey finds almost disturbingly friendly. I am only an emissary, Tsukiko says. I am here to act as convoy to escort you to a meeting for a discussion of such matters, I suppose, because at the moment I am the only living person who has any idea of what has transpired and why you are here. Your questions are better saved for someone else. And who might that be? Bailey asks. You shall see, Tsukiko says. Come this way. She beckons him forward, leading him around the bonfire to the other side of the courtyard. They walk a short way down an adjoining passageway, layers of mud sticking to Bailey's formerly shiny shoes. Here we are. Tsukiko stops at a tent entrance, and Bailey moves closer to check the sign, knowing which tent it is as soon as he glances at the words upon it. Fearsome beasts and strange creatures, wonders in paper and mist. Are you coming with me? Bailey asks. No, Tsukiko says. Only an emissary, remember? I shall be in the courtyard if you need me. With that, she gives him a polite nod and walks back the way they came, and as Bailey watches her go, he notices that the mud is not sticking to her boots. After she disappears around a corner, Bailey enters the tent. Incendiary. New York, October 31, 1902. Marco's back slams against the ground as though he has been roughly pushed, leaving him coughing both from the impact and the cloud of black ash surrounding him. A light rain is falling as he pulls himself up, and as the air around him clears, he sees a row of tiny trees and stars surrounded by silver gears and black and white chess pieces. It takes him a moment to realize he is standing next to the Wunschtraum clock. The clock is ticking toward midnight, the harlequin juggler at the top balancing 11 balls amongst the twinkling stars and moving pieces. The The sign announcing the circus's closure due to inclement weather clatters in the wind, though for the moment the rain is not much more than a heavy mist. Marco rubs the shimmering powder from his face, which has reverted to its true form, and he is too disoriented to change it. He tries to get a better look at the dark ash on his suit, but it is already fading away. The striped curtain beyond the ticket booth hangs open, and through the haze, Marco can see a figure standing in the shadows, illuminated by the sharp spark of light from a cigarette lighter. "Bonsoir," Tsukiko says cheerfully as he approaches, tucking her lighter back in her pocket as she balances her cigarette in its long silver holder. A rush of wind howls across the space, rattling the circus gates. How did she do this?" Marco asks. "Isabel, you mean?" Tsukiko replies. "I taught her that particular trick. I do not think she understood the nuances of it, but it appears she performed fine, regardless. Do you feel unsteady at all?" "I'm fine," Marco says, though his back is aching from the fall and his eyes still sting. He watches Tsukiko curiously. He has never spoken at any great length with the contortionist, and her presence is almost as confusing as the fact that moments ago he had been somewhere else entirely. "Here, come out of the wind at least." Tsukiko motions him into the curtained tunnel with her cigarette-free hand. "That is a better face than the other one," she says, scrutinizing his appearance through mist and smoke. "It suits you." She lets the curtain fall once he has entered, leaving them enclosed in darkness, studded with dimly sparkling lights, the glowing tip of her cigarette the one spot of colour amongst the dots of white. "Where is everyone?" Marco asks, shaking the rain from his bowler hat. "Inclement weather party," Tsukiko explains, "traditionally held in the acrobat's tent as it is the largest. But you would not know that, as you are not truly a member of the company, are you?" He cannot see her expression well enough to read it, though he can tell that she is grinning brightly. "No, I suppose I am not," he says. He follows her as she walks through the maze-like tunnel, moving deeper into the circus. "Why am I here?" he asks. "We will get to that in due time," she says. "How much did Isabel tell you?" The conversation with Isabel outside his building is almost lost in Marco's memory, despite occurring only moments ago. He recalls fleeting pieces of it, nothing coherent enough to articulate. "No matter," Tsukiko says, when he does not respond immediately. "It is sometimes difficult to gather one's senses after such a journey. Did she tell you that we have something in common?" Marco recalls Isabel mentioning Celia and someone else, but not who exactly. "No," he says. "We are both former students of the same instructor," Tsukiko says. The end of her cigarette glows brighter as she inhales in the near darkness. "Temporary cover only, I am afraid," she adds as they reach another curtain. She pulls it back, and the space is flooded with glowing light from the courtyard. She gestures for Marco to step out into the rain, taking a drag from her cigarette as he obediently walks through the open curtain, trying to make sense of her last statement. The lights that adorn the tents are dark, but in the center of the courtyard the bonfire burns brightly, glowing and white. The soft rain falling around it glistens. "It is lovely," Tsukiko says, stepping into the courtyard with him. "I will grant you that." "You were a former student of Alexander's?" Marco asks, not certain he has understood. Tsukiko nods. "I tired of writing things in books, so I began inscribing them on my body instead. I am not fond of getting my hands dirty," she says, indicating his ink-stained fingers. "I am surprised he agreed to such an open venue for this challenge. He always preferred seclusion. I suspect he is not pleased with the way it has progressed." As he listens to her, Marco notices that the contortionist is completely dry. Every drop of rain that falls on her evaporates instantly, sizzling into steam as soon as it touches her.
"You won the last game," he says.
"I survived the last game," Tsukiko corrects.
"When?"
Marco asks as they walk toward the bonfire.
"It ended 83 years, 6 months, and 21 days ago. It was a cherry blossom day."
Tsukiko takes a long drag from her cigarette before she continues.
"Our instructors do not understand how it is," she says, "to be bound to someone in such a way. They are too old, too out of touch with their emotions. They no longer remember what it is to live and breathe within the world. They think it's simple to pit any two people against each other. It is never simple. The other person becomes how you define your life, how you define yourself. They become as necessary as breathing. Then they expect the victor to continue on without that. It would be like pulling the Murray twins apart and expecting them to be the same. They would be whole but not complete. You love her, do you not?"
"More than anything in the world," Marco says.
Tsukiko nods thoughtfully. "My opponent's name was Hinata," she says. "Her skin smelled of ginger and cream. I loved her more than anything in the world as well. On that cherry blossom day, she set herself on fire, ignited a pillar of flame, and stepped into it as though it were water."
"I'm sorry," Marco says.
"Thank you,"
Tsukiko says, with a shadow of her normally bright smile.
"It is what Miss Bowen is planning to do for you, to let you win."
"I know."
"I would not wish such pain on anyone, to be the victor. Hinata would have adored this," she says, as they reach the bonfire, watching the flames dance in the increasing rain. "She was quite fond of fire. Water was always my element before."
She holds out her hand and watches as the raindrops refuse to reach her skin.
"Do you know the story of the wizard in the tree?" she asks. "The Merlin story?" Marco asks. "I know several versions." "There are many," Tsukiko says with a nod. "Old stories have a habit of being told and retold and changed. Each subsequent storyteller puts his or her mark upon it. Whatever truth the story once had is buried in bias and embellishment. The reasons do not matter as much as the story itself."
The rain continues to increase, falling heavily as she continues.
"Sometimes it is a cave, but I like the version with the tree. Perhaps a tree is more romantic."
She takes the still glowing cigarette from its holder, balancing it gently between her graceful fingers.
"While there are a number of trees here that could be used for this purpose," she says, "I thought this might be more appropriate."
Marco turns his attention to the bonfire. It illuminates the rain falling over it in such a way that the droplets of water sparkle like snow. All the versions of the Merlin story he knows involve the magician being imprisoned in a tree or a cave or a rock, always as a punishment, the consequence of a foolish love. He looks back at Tsukiko.
"You understand," she says, before he can speak.
Marco nods.
"I knew you would," she says.
The light from the white flames brightens her smile through the rain.
"What are you doing, Tsukiko?"
A voice calls from behind her. When Tsukiko turns, Marco can see Celia standing at the edge of the courtyard. Her moonlight gown is soaked to a dull grey. Its crisscrossing ribbons stream out behind her in trails of black and white and charcoal, tangling with her hair in the wind.
"Go back to the party, dear," Tsukiko says, tucking the silver cigarette holder in her pocket. "You will not want to be here for this."
"For what?" Celia says, staring at Marco. When Tsukiko speaks, she addresses them both.
"I have been surrounded by love letters you two have built each other for years, encased in tents. It reminds me of what it was to be with her.
It is wonderful and it is terrible. I am not yet prepared to give it up, but you are letting it fade. You told me love was fickle and fleeting, Celia says, confused. I lied, Tsukiko says, rolling her cigarette between her fingers. I thought it might be easier if you doubted him, and I gave you a year to find a way for the circus to continue without you. You have not. I am stepping in. I am trying... Celia starts, but Tsukiko cuts her off. You continue to overlook a simple fact, she says. You carry this circus within yourself. He uses the fire as a tool. You are the greater loss, but too selfish to admit it. You believe you could not live with the pain. Such pain is not lived with. It is only endured. I am sorry. Kiko, please, Celia says. I need more time. Tsukiko shakes her head. I told you before, she says. Time is not something I can control. Marco has not taken his eyes from Celia since she appeared in the courtyard, but now he turns away. Go ahead, he says to Tsukiko, shouting over the growing din of the rain. Do it! I would rather burn by her side than live without her. What might have been a simple cry of the word no is distorted into something greater by the wind as Celia screams. The agony in her voice cuts through Marco like every blade in Chandrash's collection combined, but he keeps his attention on the contortionist. It will end the game, yes? He asks. It will end the game, even if I am trapped in the fire and not dead? You will be unable to continue, Tsukiko says. That is all that matters. Then do it, Marco says. Tsukiko smiles at him. She places her palms together, curls of smoke from her cigarette rising over her fingers. She gives him a low, respectful bow. Neither of them are watching as Celia runs toward them through the rain. Tsukiko flicks her still-glowing cigarette toward the fire. It is still in the air when Marco cries out for Celia to stop. It has barely touched the flickering white flames of the bonfire when she leaps into his arms. Marco knows he does not have the time to push her away, so he pulls her close, burying his face in her hair, his bowler hat torn from his head by the wind. And then the pain starts, sharp, ripping pain as though he is being pulled apart. "Trust me," Celia whispers in his ear, and he stops fighting it, forgetting everything but her. In the moment before the explosion, before the white light becomes too blinding to discern precisely what is happening, they dissolve into the air. One moment they are there, Celia's dress fluttering in the wind and the rain, Marco's hands pressed against her back, and the next they are only a blur of light and shadow. Then both of them are gone, and the circus is ablaze, flames licking against the tents, twisting up into the rain. Alone in the courtyard, Tsukiko sighs. The flames pass by her without touching, swirling around in a vortex, illuminating her with impossible brightness. Then, as quickly as they came, the flames die down to nothing. The bonfire's curling cage sits empty. Not even a smouldering ember remains. The rain patters in a hollow echo against the metal, drops evaporating into steam where the iron is still hot. Tsukiko pulls another cigarette from her coat, flicking open her lighter with a lazy, practiced gesture. The flame catches easily, despite the rain. She watches the cauldron fill with water, while she waits. Transmutation. New York, November 1, 1902. If Celia could open her mouth, she would scream. But there is too much to control between the heat and the rain and Marco in her arms. She focuses only on him, pulling everything that he is with her as she breaks herself apart, holding on to the memory of every touch of his skin against hers, every moment she has spent with him, carrying him with her. Suddenly, there is nothing. No rain, no fire, a stretch of calm, white nothingness. Somewhere in the nothingness,
A clock begins to strike midnight. Stop, she thinks. The clock continues to chime, but she feels the stillness fall. The breaking is the easy part, Celia realizes. The pulling back together is the problem. It is like healing her sliced-open fingertips as a child, taken to an extreme. There is so much to balance, trying to find the edges again. It would be so simple to let go. It would be so much easier to let go. So much less painful. She fights against the temptation, against the pain and the chaos, struggling for control with herself and her surroundings. She picks a location to focus on, the most familiar place she can think of, and slowly, agonizingly slowly, she pulls herself safely together. Until she is standing in her own tent, in the center of a circle of empty chairs. She feels lighter, diluted, slightly dizzy. But she is not an echo of her former self. She is whole again, breathing. She can feel her heart beating, fast but steady. Even her gown feels the same as it did, cascading around her and no longer wet from the rain. She spins in a circle and it flares out around her. The dizziness begins to fade as she collects herself, still amazed at the accomplishment. Then she notices that everything in the tent around her is transparent. The chairs, the lights hanging above her head, even the stripes on the wall seem insubstantial. And she is alone. For Marco, the moment of the explosion lasts much longer. The heat and the light stretch endlessly as he clings to Celia through the pain. And then she is gone. Nothing remains. No fire, no rain, no ground beneath his feet. His sight begins to shift continuously from shadow to light, darkness replaced by expansive white, only to be consumed by darkness again, never settling. The circus shifts around Celia, as fluid as one of Marco's illusions. She pictures where she wishes to be within it, and she is there. She cannot even tell if she is moving herself or manipulating the circus around her. The ice garden is silent and still, nothing but crisp, cool whiteness in every direction. Only a fraction of the hall of mirrors reflects her own countenance, and some contain only a shimmering blur of pale green gown, or the motion of the billowing ribbons as they float behind her. She thinks she catches glimpses of Marco in the glass, the edge of his jacket, or the bright flash of his collar, but she cannot be certain. Many of the mirrors sit hollow and empty within their ornate frames. The mist in the menagerie slowly dissipates as she searches the tent, finding nothing concealed within it but paper. The pool of tears does not even ripple, the surface calm and smooth, and she is unable to grasp a stone to drop within it. She cannot light a candle on the wishing tree, though the wishes that hang on its branches continue to burn. She moves through room after room in the labyrinth, rooms she created, leading to ones he made, and back again. She can feel him, close enough that she expects him around each turn, behind each door. But there are only softly drifting feathers and fluttering playing cards, silver statues with unseeing eyes, chessboard-painted floors with vacant squares. There are traces of him everywhere, but nothing for her to focus on, nothing to hold on to. The hallway, lined with mismatched doors and covered in fallen snow, bears traces of what could be footprints, or might only be shadows. And Celia cannot tell where they lead. Marco gasps as air fills his lungs, as though he had been underwater and unaware of it. And his first coherent thought is that he did not expect being trapped in a fire to feel so cold. The cool air is sharp and stinging, and he can see only white in all directions. As his eyes adjust, he can discern the shadow of a tree, the hanging branches of a frosty white willow tree cascading around him. He takes a step forward, the ground disconcertingly soft beneath his feet. He stands in the middle of the ice garden. The fountain in the center has halted, the normally bubbling water quiet and still. and the whiteness makes the effect difficult to see, but the entire garden is transparent. He looks down at his hands. They are shaking slightly, but they appear to be solid. His suit remains dark and opaque. Marco lifts his hand to a nearby rose, and his fingers pass through its petals, with only a soft resistance, as though they are made of water rather than ice. He is still looking at the rose when he hears a gasp behind him. Celia holds her hands to her lips, not quite believing her eyes. The sight of Marco standing in the ice garden is one she has imagined so many times before, while alone in the icy expanse of flowers. It does not seem real despite the darkness of his suit against a bower of pale roses. Then he turns and looks at her. As soon as she sees his eyes, all her doubts vanish. For a moment, he looks so young that she can see the boy he was years before she met him, when they were already connected but still so far apart. There are so many things she wants to say, things she feared she would never have the opportunity to tell him again. Only one seems truly important. "I love you," she says. The words echo throughout the tent, softly rustling the frozen leaves. Marco only stares at her as she approaches, thinking her a dream. "I thought I'd lost you," she says when she reaches him, her voice a tremulous whisper. She seems to be as substantial as he is, not transparent like the garden. She appears rich and vibrant against a background of white, a bright flush in her cheeks, her dark eyes brimming with tears. He brings his hand to her face, petrified that his fingers will pass through her as easily as they had with the rose. The relief, when she is solid and warm and alive to his touch, is overwhelming. He pulls her into his arms, his tears falling onto her hair. "I love you," he says when he finds his voice. They stand entwined, each unwilling to release the other. "I couldn't let you do it," Celia says. "I couldn't let you go." "What did you do?" Marco asks. He is still not entirely certain he understands what has happened. "I used the circus as a touchstone," Celia says. "I didn't know if it would work, but I couldn't let you go. I had to try. I tried to take you with me, and then I couldn't find you, and I thought I'd lost you." "I'm here," Marco says, stroking her hair. "I'm here." It is not what he expected, being liberated from the world and reinstated in a confined location. He does not feel confined, only separate, as though he and Celia are overlapping the circus rather than contained within it. He looks around at the trees, the long frosted willow branches cascading down, the topiaries that line the nearby path like ghosts. Only then does he notice that the garden is melting. "The bonfire went out," Marco says. He can feel it now, the emptiness. He can feel the circus all around him, as though it hangs on him like mist, like he could reach out and touch the iron fence despite the distance from it. Detecting the fence, how far it is in every direction, where every tent sits, even the darkened courtyard and Tsukiko standing within it, is almost effortless. He can feel the entirety of the circus as easily as feeling his shirt against his skin. And the only thing burning brightly within it is Celia. But it is a flickering brightness, as fragile as a candle flame. "You're holding the circus together," he says. Celia nods. It is only beginning to weigh on her, but it is much more difficult to manage without the bonfire. She cannot focus enough to keep the details intact. Elements are already slipping away, dripping like the flowers around them. And she knows that if it breaks, she will not be able to put it back together again. She is shaking, and though she steadies when Marco holds her tighter, she continues to tremble in his arms. "Let go of it, Celia." "I can't," she says. "If I let go, it will collapse." "What will happen to us If it collapses, Marco asks.
I don't know,
Celia says.
I suspended it. It can't be self-sufficient without us. It needs a caretaker.
Suspended. New York, November 1, 1902. The last time Bailey entered this particular tent, Poppet was with him, and it was filled with a dense white fog. Then, and Bailey has difficulty believing it was only days ago, the tent had seemed endless. But now, without the cover of mist, Bailey can see the white walls of the tent and all the creatures within it, but none of them are moving. Birds and bats and butterflies hang throughout the space as if held by strings, completely still. No rustling of paper wings, no motion at all. Other creatures sit on the ground near Bailey's feet, including a black cat crouched, pre-pounced near a silver-tipped white fox. There are larger animals as well, a zebra with perfectly contrasting stripes, a reclining lion with a snowy mane, a white stag with tall antlers. Standing next to the stag is a man in a dark suit. He is almost transparent, like a ghost or a reflection in glass. Parts of his suit are no more than shadows. Bailey can see the stag clearly through the sleeve of his jacket. Bailey is debating whether or not it is a figment of his imagination when the man looks over at him, his eyes surprisingly bright, though Bailey cannot discern their color.
I asked her not to send you this way, he says, though it is the most direct. Who are you?
Bailey asks.
My name is Marco, the man says. You must be Bailey.
Bailey nods.
I wish you were not so young, Marco says.
Something in his voice sounds profoundly sad, but Bailey is still distracted by his ghost-like appearance.
Are you dead?
He asks, walking closer. With the changing angle, Marco appears almost solid one moment and transparent again the next.
Not precisely,
Marco says. Tsukiko said she was the only living person here who knew what happened.
I suspect Miss Tsukiko is not always entirely truthful. You look like a ghost, Bailey says.
He can think of no better way to describe it.
You appear the same way to me, so which of us is real?
Bailey has no idea how to answer that question, so he asks the first one of his own that comes to mind instead.
Is that your bowler hat in the courtyard?
To his surprise, Marco smiles.
It is indeed, he says. I lost it before everything happened, so it got left behind.
What happened? Bailey asks. Marco pauses before he answers.
That is a rather long story.
That's what Tsukiko said, Bailey says. He wonders if he can find widgets so he can do the storytelling properly.
She was truthful on that point, then, Marco says. Tsukiko intended to imprison me in the bonfire, the reasons for which are a longer story than we have time for, and there was a change of plan that resulted in the current situation. I was pulled apart and put back together again in a less concentrated state.
Marco holds out his hand and Bailey reaches to touch it. His fingers move through without stopping, but there is a soft resistance, the impression that there is something occupying the space, even if it is not completely solid.
It is not an illusion or a trick, Marco says.
Bailey's brow furrows in thought, but after a moment he nods. Poppet said nothing is impossible, and he finds he is beginning to agree.
I am not interacting with the surroundings as directly as you are, Marco continues. You and everything here appear equally insubstantial from my perspective. Perhaps we will be able to discuss it at greater length another time. Come with me.
He turns and begins walking toward the back of the tent. Bailey follows, taking a winding path around the animals. It is difficult to find places to step, though Marco glides ahead of him with much less difficulty. Bailey loses his balance stepping around the prone figure of a polar bear. His shoulder knocks into a raven hanging in the air. The raven falls to the ground, its wings bent and broken. Before Bailey can say anything, Marco reaches down and picks up the raven, turning it over in his hands. He moves the broken wings and reaches inside, twisting something with a clicking noise. The raven turns its head and lets out a sharp metallic caw. "How can you touch them?" Bailey asks.
"I am still figuring out the logistics of interacting with physical things,"
Marco says, flattening the raven's wings and letting it limp down the length of his arm. It flaps its paper feathers but cannot fly.
"It likely has something to do with the fact that I made them. Elements of the circus I had a hand in creating seem to be more tangible."
The raven hops off by a mountainous pile of paper scales with a curling tail that looks as though it might once have been a dragon.
"They're amazing,"
Bailey says.
"They are paper and clockwork wrapped up in fairly simple charms. You could do the same with a bit of study."
It has never crossed Bailey's mind that he could do such things himself, but having been told as much so simply and directly, it seems strangely achievable. "Where are we going?" Bailey asks as they approach the far side of the tent.
"Someone would like to speak with you," Marco says. "She's waiting at the wishing tree. It seemed to be the most stable."
"I don't think I've seen the wishing tree," Bailey says, mindful of each step as they approach the other side of the tent.
"It is not a tent that is stumbled upon," Marco says. "It is found when it is needed. Instead, it is one of my favorite tents. You take a candle from the box at the entrance and light it from one that already burns on the tree. Your wish is ignited by someone else's wish."
They have reached the wall of the tent, and Marco indicates a break in the fabric, a barely visible row of ribbon ties that reminds Bailey of the entrance to Widget's tent with all the strange bottles.
"If you go out here, you will see the entrance to the acrobat tent across the way. I'll be right behind you, though you might not be able to see me until we're inside again. Be careful."
Bailey unties the bows and slips out of the tent easily, finding himself in a winding path between tents. The sky above is grey but bright, despite the soft rain that is beginning to fall. The acrobat tent looms higher than the tents surrounding it, and the sign that reads, "Defiance of Gravity," swings over the entrance only a few paces away. Bailey has been in this tent several times. He knows the open floor with the performers hanging above it well. But when he steps through the door, he is not met with the wide open space he expects. He walks into a party, a celebration that has been frozen in place, suspended the same way the paper birds had been in the air. There are dozens of performers throughout the tent, bathed with light from glowing round lamps that hang high above, amongst ropes and chairs and round cages. Some are standing in groups and pairs. Others sit on pillows and boxes and chairs that add flashes of colour to the predominantly black and white crowd. And each figure is perfectly still, so motionless that it seems they are not even breathing, like statues. One near Bailey has a flute at his lips, the instrument silent in his fingers. Another is pouring a bottle of wine, the liquid hovering above the glass.
"We should have gone around," Marco says, appearing like a shadow by his side. "I've been keeping an eye on them for hours, and they haven't gotten any less disturbing."
"What's wrong with them?" Bailey asks.
"Nothing, as far as I can tell," Marco answers. "The entirety of the circus has been suspended to give us more time, so—"
He lifts a hand and waves it over the party.
"Tsukiko's part of the circus, and she's not like this," Bailey says, confused. "I believe she plays by her own rules," Marco says. "This way," he adds, moving into the crowd of figures.
Navigating the party proves more difficult than walking around the paper animals, and Bailey takes every step with extreme caution, afraid of what might happen if he accidentally hits someone the way he knocked down the raven.
Almost there,
Marco says as they maneuver their way around a cluster of people grouped in a broken circle. But Bailey stops, staring at the figure the group is facing. Widget wears his performance costume, but his patchwork jacket has been discarded. His vest hanging open over his black shirt. His hands are lifted in the air, gesturing in such a familiar way that Bailey can tell he has been stopped mid-story. Poppet stands next to him. Her head is turned in the direction of the courtyard, as though something pulled her attention away from her brother at the precise moment the party was halted. Her hair spills out behind her, waves of red floating in the air, as if she were suspended in water. Bailey walks around to face her, reaching out tentatively to touch her hair. It ripples beneath his fingers, undulating slowly before settling back into its frozen state. "Can she see me?" Bailey asks. Poppet's eyes are still yet bright. He expects her to blink at any moment, but she does not.
"I don't know,"
Marco says.
"Perhaps, but—"
Before he can conclude the thought, one of the chairs hanging above them falls, its ribbons snapping. It comes close to hitting Widget as it crashes to the ground, splintering into pieces.
"Bloody hell!"
Marco says as Bailey jumps back, almost colliding with Poppet and sending her hair into another brief wave of motion.
"Through there,"
Marco says, indicating the side of the tent that is some distance away. Then he vanishes. Bailey looks back at Poppet and Widget. Poppet's hair settles again, unmoving. Fragments of the fallen chair rest on Widget's boots. Turning away, Bailey moves carefully around stationary figures to reach the edge of the tent. He casts nervous glances upward at the additional chairs and the round iron cages suspended by nothing but fraying ribbon. His fingers shake as he undoes the ties in the wall. As soon as he passes through, he feels as though he has walked into a dream. Inside the adjoining tent there is a towering tree, as large as his old oak tree, growing right out of the ground. The branches are bare and black, but they are covered with dripping white candles, translucent layers of wax frosting over the bark. Only a fraction of the candles are burning, but the sight is no less resplendent as they illuminate the twisting black branches, casting dancing shadows over the striped walls. Beneath it, Marco stands with his arms around a woman Bailey recognizes instantly as the illusionist. She appears as transparent as Marco does. Her gown looks like mist in the candlelight. "Hello, Bailey," she says as he approaches. Her voice echoes around him, softly, as close as if she was standing next to him, whispering in his ear. "I like your scarf," she adds when he does not immediately reply. The words in his ears are warm and strangely comforting. "I'm Celia. I don't believe we were ever properly introduced." "Nice to meet you," Bailey says. Celia smiles, and Bailey is struck by how different she seems from the way she did when he watched her perform, even beyond the fact that he can look through her at the dark tree branches. "How did you know I was coming here?" he asks. "Poppet mentioned you as part of the series of events that occurred earlier, so I hoped you would arrive eventually." At the mention of Poppet's name, Bailey glances over his shoulder at the wall of the tent. The suspended party seems farther away than just beyond the canvas stripes. "We need your help with something," Celia continues as he turns back. "We need you to take over the circus." "What?" Bailey asks. He is not sure what he was expecting, but it was not this. "Right now the circus is in need of a new caretaker," Marco says. "It is drifting like a ship without an anchor. It needs someone to anchor it." "And that someone is me?" Bailey asks. "We would like it to be, yes," Celia says, "if you are willing to make the commitment. We should be able to assist you, and Poppet and Widget would be able to help as well, but the true responsibility would be yours." "But I'm not special," Bailey says. "Not the way they are. I'm not anyone important." "I know," Celia says. You're not destined or chosen. I wish I could tell you that you were, if that would make it easier, but it's not true. You're in the right place at the right time, and you care enough to do what needs to be done. Sometimes that's enough. As he watches her in the flickering light, it strikes Bailey suddenly that she is a fair deal older than she appears, and that the same is likely true of Marco. It is like realizing someone in a photograph is no longer the same age as they were when it was taken, and they seem farther away because of it. The circus itself feels far away, even though he stands within it as though it is falling away from him. "All right," Bailey says, but Celia holds up a transparent hand to stop him before he agrees. "Wait," Celia says. "This is important. I want you to have something neither of us truly had. I want you to have a choice. You can agree to this or you can walk away. You are not obliged to help, and I don't want you to feel that you are." "What happens if I walk away?" Bailey asks. Celia looks at Marco before she answers. They only look at each other without speaking, but the gesture is so intimate that Bailey glances away, looking up at the twisting branches of the tree. "It won't last," Celia says after a moment. She does not elaborate, turning back to Bailey as she continues. "I know this is a great deal to request from you, but I do not have anyone else to ask." Suddenly the candles on the tree begin to spark. Some of them darken, curls of smoke replacing the bright flames only momentarily before disappearing themselves. Celia wavers, and for a moment Bailey thinks she might faint, but Marco steadies her. "Celia, love," Marco says, running his hand over her hair, "you are the strongest person I have ever known. You can hold on for a while longer. I know you can." "I'm sorry," Celia says. Bailey cannot tell which one of them she is speaking to. "You have nothing to be sorry about," Marco says. Celia holds tightly to his hand. "What would happen to the two of you if the circus stopped?" Bailey asks. "Truthfully, I'm not entirely certain," Celia says. "Nothing good," Marco mutters. "What would you need me to do?" Bailey asks. "I need you to finish something I started," Celia says. I acted rather impulsively and played my cards out of order, and now there is the matter of the bonfire as well." "The bonfire?" Bailey asks. "Think of the circus as a machine," Marco says. "The bonfire is one of the things that powers it." "There are two things that need to happen," Celia says. "First, the bonfire needs to be lit. That will power half the circus." "What about the other half?" Bailey asks. "That's more complicated," Celia says. "I carry that with me, and I would have to give that to you." "Oh, you would then carry it with you," Celia says, "all of the time. You'd be tied very tightly to the circus itself. You could leave, but not for extended periods of time. I do not know if you would be able to give it to someone else. It would be yours, always." It is only then that Bailey realizes the scope of the commitment he is being asked for. It is not the handful of years committed to Harvard. It is, he thinks, an even greater commitment than inheriting responsibility for the family farm. He looks from Marco to Celia and knows from the look in her eyes that she will let him go if he asks to leave, no matter what that might mean for them or the circus. He thinks of a litany of questions, but none of them truly matter. He knows his answer already. His choice was made when he was 10 years old, under a different tree, bound up in acorns and dares and a single white glove. He will always choose the circus. "I'll do it," he says. "I'll stay. I'll do whatever it is you need me to do." "Thank you, Bailey," Celia says softly. The words resonating in his ears soothe the last of his nerves. "Indeed," Marco says. "I think we should make this official." "Do you think that's absolutely necessary?" Celia asks.
At this point, I'm not about to settle for a verbal contract, Marco says.
Celia frowns for a moment, but then nods her consent, and Marco carefully lets go of her hand. She stays steady and her appearance does not waver. "Do you want me to sign something?" Bailey asks.
"Not exactly,"
Marco says. He takes a silver ring from his right hand. It is engraved with something Bailey cannot discern in the light. Marco reaches up to a branch above his head and passes the ring through one of the burning candles until it glows white and hot. Bailey wonders whose wish that particular flame might be.
"I made a wish on this tree years ago,"
Marco says, as though he knows what Bailey is thinking. "What did you wish for?" Bailey asks, hoping it is not too forward a question, but Marco does not answer. Instead, he folds the glowing ring into his palm, and then he offers his hand to Bailey. Bailey hesitantly reaches out, expecting his fingers to pass through Marco's hand as easily as they did before, but instead they stop, and Marco's hand in his is almost solid. Marco leans forward and whispers into Bailey's ear.
"I wished for her," he says.
Then Bailey's hand begins to hurt. The pain is bright and hot as the ring burns into his skin. "What are you doing?" he manages to ask when he can gasp for enough air. The pain is sharp and searing, coursing through his entire body, and he is barely able to keep his knees from buckling beneath him.
"Binding,"
Marco says.
"is one of my specialties."
He releases Bailey's hand. The pain vanishes instantly, but Bailey's legs continue to tremble. "Are you all right?" Celia asks. Bailey nods, looking down at his palm. The ring is gone, but there is a bright red circle burned into his skin. Bailey is certain, without having to ask, that it will be a scar he carries with him, always. He closes his hand and looks back at Marco and Celia. "Tell me what I need to do now," he says. The second lighting of the bonfire. New York, November 1, 1902. Bailey finds the tiny book-filled room without much difficulty. The large black raven sitting in the corner blinks at him curiously as he sorts through the contents of the desk. He flips anxiously through the large leather book until he finds the page with Poppet's and Widget's signatures. He tears the page from the binding carefully, removing it completely. He finds a pen in a drawer and writes his own name across the page as he has been instructed. While the ink dries, he gathers up the rest of the things he will need, running through the list over and over in his head so he does not forget anything. The yarn is easily found. A ball of it sits precariously on a pile of books. The two cards, one a familiar playing card and the other a tarot card emblazoned with an angel, are amongst the papers on the desk. He tucks these into the front cover of the book. The doves in the cage above him stir with a soft fluttering of feathers. The pocket watch on its long silver chain proves most difficult to locate. He finds it on the ground beside the desk, and when he attempts to dust it off a bit, he can see the initials HB engraved on the back. The watch no longer ticks. Bailey places the loose page on top of the book and tucks it under his arm. The watch and the yarn he puts in his pockets with the candle he pulled from the wishing tree. The raven cocks its head at him as he leaves. The doves remain asleep. Bailey crosses the adjoining tent. Walking around the double circle of chairs as passing directly through it does not seem appropriate. Outside, the light rain is still falling. He hurries back to the courtyard where he finds Sukiko waiting for him. "Celia says I need to borrow your lighter," he says. Sukiko tilts her head curiously, looking oddly like a bird with a cat-like grin. "I suppose that is acceptable," she says after a moment. She pulls the silver lighter from her coat pocket and tosses it to him. It is heavier than he had expected, a complicated mechanism of gears partially encased in worn and tarnished silver, with symbols he cannot distinguish etched into the surface. "Be careful with that," Tsukiko says. "Is it magic?" Bailey asks, turning it over in his hand. "No, but it is old, and it was constructed by someone very dear to me. I take it you are attempting to light that again?" She gestures at the towering bowl of twisted metal that once held the bonfire. Bailey nods. "Do you want any help? Are you offering?" Tsukiko shrugs. "I am not terribly invested in the outcome," she says, but something about the way she looks around at the tents and the mud makes Bailey doubt her words. "I don't believe you," he says, "but I am, and I think I should do this on my own." Tsukiko smiles at him, the first smile he has seen from her that seems genuine. "I shall leave you to it then," she says. She runs a hand along the iron cauldron, and most of the rainwater within it turns to steam, rising in a soft cloud that dissipates into the fog. With no further advice or instruction, she walks off down a black-and-white striped path, a thin curl of smoke trailing behind her, leaving Bailey alone in the courtyard. He remembers Widget telling him the story of the lighting of the bonfire, the first lighting, though he only now realizes that it was also the night that Widget was born. He had told the story in such detail that Bailey assumed he had witnessed it firsthand, the arches, the colours, the spectacle. And now here Bailey stands, trying to accomplish the same feat with only a book and some yarn and a borrowed cigarette lighter, alone in the rain. He mumbles to himself what he can remember of Celia's instructions, the ones that are more complicated than finding books and tying strings. Things about focus and intent that he does not entirely understand. He wraps the book with a length of fine wool yarn dyed a deep crimson, bits of it stained darker with something dried and brown. He knots it 3 times, binding the book closed, with a loose page against the cover, the cards securely pressed inside. The pocket watch he hangs around it, looping the chain as best he can. He throws it in the empty cauldron where it lands with a dull, wet thud, the watch clattering against the metal. Marco's bowler hat sits in the mud by his feet. He throws that in as well. He glances back in the direction of the acrobat tent. He can see the top of it from the courtyard, rising taller than the surrounding tents. And then, impulsively, he takes out the remaining contents of his pockets and adds them to the collection in the cauldron. His silver ticket, the dried rose that he had worn in his lapel at dinner with the Rivers, Poppet's white glove. He hesitates, turning the tiny glass bottle with Widget's version of his tree trapped inside over in his hand. But then he adds it as well, flinching as it shatters against the iron. He takes the single white candle in one hand and Tsukiko's lighter in the other. He fumbles with the lighter before it consents to spark. Then he ignites the candle with a bright orange flame. He throws the burning candle into the cauldron. Nothing happens. "I choose this," Bailey thinks. "I want this. I need this. Please, please let this work." He wishes it, harder than he has ever wished for anything over birthday candles or on shooting stars, wishing for himself, for the Rivers in their red scarves, for a clockmaker he never met, for Celia and Marco, and Poppet and Widget, and even for Tsukiko, though she claims she does not care. Bailey closes his eyes. For a moment, everything is still. Even the light rain suddenly stops. He feels a pair of hands resting on his shoulders, a heaviness in his chest. Something within the twisted iron cauldron begins to spark. When the flames catch, they are bright and crimson. When they turn to white, they are blinding, and the shower of sparks falls like stars. The force of the heat pushes Bailey backward, moving through him like a wave, the air burning hot in his lungs. He falls onto ground that is no longer charred and muddy, but firm and dry, and patterned in a spiral of black and white. All around him, lights are popping to life along the tents, flickering like fireflies. Marco stands beneath the wishing tree, watching as the candles come alight along the branches. A moment later, Celia reappears at his side.
"Did it work?" he asks. "Please, tell me that it worked."
In response, she kisses him the way he once kissed her in the middle of a crowded ballroom, as though they are the only two people in the world. Part 5. Divination. I find I think of myself not as a writer so much as someone who provides a gateway, a tangential route for readers to reach the circus, to visit the circus again, if only in their minds, when they are unable to attend it physically. I relay it through printed words on crumpled newsprint, words that they can read again and again, returning to the circus whenever they wish, regardless of time of day or physical location, transporting them at will. When put that way, it sounds rather like magic, doesn't it? Friedrich Thyssen, 1898. Our revels now are ended. These, our actors, as I foretold you, were all spirits, and are melted into air, into thin air. And like the baseless fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself, yea, all which it inherit, shall dissolve, and, like this insubstantial pageant, faded, leave not a rack behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. Prospero, The Tempest, Act 4, Scene 1. Fates Foretold. It is late, so there is no line for the fortune-teller. While outside the cool night air is scented with caramel and smoke, this tent is warm and smells of incense and roses and beeswax. You do not wait long in the antechamber before passing through the beaded curtain. It makes a sound like rain as the beads collide. The room beyond is lined with candles. You sit down at the table in the center of the room. Your chair is surprisingly comfortable. The fortune-teller's face is hidden behind a fine black veil, but the light catches her eyes as she smiles. She has no crystal ball, no deck of cards, only a handful of sparkling silver stars that she scatters across the velvet-covered table, reading them like runes. She refers to things she could not know with uncanny specificity. She tells you facts you already knew, information you might have guessed, possibilities you cannot fathom. The stars on the table almost seem to move in the undulating candlelight, shifting and changing before your eyes. Before you leave, the fortune-teller reminds you that the future is never set in stone. Blueprints. London, December 1902. Puppet Murray stands on the front steps of La Maison Lefebvre, a leather briefcase in hand and a large satchel sitting by her feet. She rings the doorbell a dozen times, alternating with a series of loud knocks, though she can hear the bell echoing within the house. When the door finally swings open, Chandrish himself stands behind it, his violet shirt untucked and a crumpled piece of paper in his hand.
"You were smaller last time I saw you,"
he says, looking Poppet over from her boots to her upswept red hair.
"And there were two of you."
"My brother is in France," Poppet says, picking up the satchel and following Chandrish inside. The golden elephant-headed statue in the hall is in need of polishing. The house is in a state of disarray, or as much disarray as a house crammed from floor to ceiling with antiques and books and objets d'art can be in its inherent cosy, cluttered way. It does not shine as brightly as it had when she ran through the halls with Widget, what seems like more than a few years ago, chasing marmalade kittens through a rainbow of guests.
"What happened to your staff?"
she asks as they ascend the stairs.
I dismissed the lot of them, Chandrish says. They were useless, could not keep a single thing in order. I retained only the cooks. Haven't had a dinner in quite some time, but at least they know what they're doing.
Poppet follows him down the column-lined hall to his study. She has never been in this particular room before, but she doubts it was always so covered with blueprints and sketches and empty brandy bottles. Chandrish wanders across the room, adding the crumpled piece of paper in his hand to a stack on a chair, and staring idly at a set of blueprints hanging over the windows. Poppet clears a space on the desk to put the briefcase down, moving books and antlers and carved jade turtles. She leaves the satchel on the floor nearby.
"Why are you here?"
Chandrish says, turning and looking at Poppet, as though he has only just noticed her presence. Poppet snaps open the briefcase on the desk, pulling out a dense pile of paper.
"I need you to do a favor for me, Chandrish," she says. "What might that be?" "I would like you to sign over ownership of the circus."
Poppet finds a fountain pen amongst the clutter on the desk and tests it on a scrap of paper to see if it is properly inked.
"The circus was never mine to begin with,"
Chandrish mutters.
"Of course it was,"
Poppet says, drawing a swirling letter P.
"It was your idea, but I know you don't have time for it, and I thought it might be best if you relinquished your position as proprietor."
Chandrish considers this for a moment, but then he nods and walks over to the desk to read through the contract.
"You have Ethan and Laney listed here, but not Tant Padva,"
he says as he peruses it.
"I've spoken with all of them already," Poppet says. "Madame Padva wished not to be involved any longer, but she is confident that Miss Burgess can handle her responsibilities." "Who is this Mr. Clark?" Chandrish asks. "He is a very dear friend of mine,"
Poppet says, a soft blush warming her cheeks.
"And he will take excellent care of the circus."
When Chandrish reaches the end of the document, she hands him the pen. He signs his name with a wobbling flourish, letting the pen drop onto the desk.
"I appreciate this more than I can say."
Poppet blows on the ink to dry it before she returns the contract to the briefcase. Chandrish brushes her words away with a lazy wave of his hand, walking back to the window and staring at the expanse of blue papers hanging over it.
"What are the blueprints for?"
Poppet asks after she closes the briefcase.
"I have all of these plans from Ethan, and I don't know what to do with them,"
Chandrish says, waving an arm around at the multitudes of paper. Poppet removes her coat, leaving it draped over the back of the desk chair, and takes a closer look at the blueprints and sketches hanging from shelves and tacked to mirrors and paintings and windows. Some are complete rooms, others are bits of exterior architecture or elaborate archways and halls. She stops when she reaches a dartboard with a silver knife embedded in the patterned cork, its blade marred with dark stains. The knife vanishes as Poppet continues walking, though Chandrish does not notice.
"They are meant to be renovations to the house,"
he says as she tours the room.
"But they do not fit together properly."
"It's a museum," Poppet says, overlaying the pieces in her mind and seeing where they match up with the building she has already seen in the stars. They are completely out of order, but it is unmistakable. She pulls down a set of blueprints and switches it with another, arranging them story by story.
"It's not this building,"
she explains as Chandrish watches her curiously.
"It's a new one."
She takes a series of doors, alternate versions of the same possible entrance, and lays them side by side along the floor, letting each lead to a different room. Chandrish watches as she rearranges the plans, a grin spreading across his face as he begins to see what she is doing. He makes adjustments to the flood of Prussian blue paper himself, responding to her arrangements, surrounding replicas of ancient Egyptian temples with columns of curving bookshelves. They sit together on the floor, combining rooms and halls and stairs. Chandrish starts to call for Marco, but catches himself.
"I keep forgetting that he's gone," he says to Poppet. "Left one day, and did not come back. Didn't even leave a note. You would think someone who was constantly writing notes would leave one." "I believe his departure was unplanned," Poppet says, "and I know he regrets not being able to properly settle his responsibilities here." "Do you know why he left?"
Chandrish asks, looking up at her.
"He left to be with Celia Bowen,"
Poppet says, unable to keep from smiling.
"Ah!" Chandrish exclaims. "Didn't think he had it in him. Good for them. Let's have a toast."
"A toast?"
"You're right, there's no champagne,"
Chandrish says, pushing aside a pile of empty brandy bottles as he lays out another string of sketches along the floor.
"We'll dedicate a room to them. Which one do you think they would like?"
Poppet looks over the blueprints and sketches. There are several that she thinks either or both of them might like. She stops at a drawing of a round, windowless room, illuminated only by light that filters through the koi pond enclosed in glass above it, serene and enchanting.
"This one,"
she says. Chandrish takes a pencil and writes, "Dedicate to M. Alasdair and C. Bowen," along the edge of the paper.
"I could help you find a new assistant," Poppet offers. "I can stay in London for a while." "I would appreciate that, my dear."
The large satchel that Poppet had placed on the floor nearby suddenly falls to its side with a soft thump.
"What's in that bag?"
Chandrish asks, eyeing it with a certain amount of trepidation.
"I brought you a present,"
Poppet says brightly. She writes the bag, opening it carefully and pulling out a small black kitten with splotches of white along its legs and tail. It looks as though it has been dipped in cream.
"Her name is Ara," Poppet tells him. "She'll come when she's called, and she knows a few tricks, but mostly she likes attention and sitting in windows. I thought she might like the company."
She puts the kitten gently on the floor and holds her hand above it. The kitten stretches up on its hind legs with a soft mew and licks Poppet's fingers before turning its attention to Chandrish.
"Hello, Ara," he says.
"I'm not going to give you your memory back," Poppet says, watching Chandrish as the kitten attempts to crawl onto his lap.
"I don't know if I could, even if I tried. The witch could probably manage it. At this point, I don't think you need that weight on you. I think looking forward would be better than looking back." "Whatever are you talking about?"
Chandrish asks, picking up the kitten and scratching it behind the ears as it purrs.
"Nothing," Poppet says. "Thank you, Chandrish."
She leans over and kisses him on the cheek. As soon as her lips touch his skin, Chandrish feels better than he has in years, as though the last of a fog has been lifted from him. His mind is clear. The plans for the museum become cohesive, ideas for future projects aligning themselves in ways that seem completely manageable. Chandrish and Poppet spend hours arranging and adding to the blueprints, creating a new space to be filled with antiques and art and visions of the future. The black and white kitten paws playfully at the curling paper as they work. Stories. Paris, January 1903. "Stories have changed, my dear boy," the man in the grey suit says, his voice almost imperceptibly sad. "There are no more battles between good and evil, no monsters to slay, no maidens in need of rescue. Most maidens are perfectly capable of rescuing themselves, in my experience. At least the ones worth something in any case. There are no longer simple tales with quests and beasts and happy endings. The quests lack clarity of goal or path. The beasts take different forms and are difficult to recognize for what they are. And there are never really endings, happy or otherwise. Things keep going on,
They overlap and blur. Your story is part of your sister's story, is part of many other stories, and there is no telling where any of them may lead. Good and evil are a great deal more complex than a princess and a dragon, or a wolf and a scarlet-clad little girl. And is not the dragon the hero of his own story? Is not the wolf simply acting as a wolf should act? Though perhaps it is a singular wolf who goes to such lengths as to dress as a grandmother to toy with its prey.
Widget sips his glass of wine, considering the words before he replies.
But wouldn't that mean there were never any simple tales at all?
He asks. The man in the grey suit shrugs, then lifts the bottle of wine from the table to refill his own glass.
That is a complicated matter. The heart of the tale and the ideas behind it are simple. Time has altered and condensed their nuances, made them more than story, greater than the sums of their parts. But that requires time. The truest tales require time and familiarity to become what they are.
Their waiter stops at their table and converses briefly with Widget, paying no notice to the man in the grey suit.
"How many languages do you speak?"
the man asks once the waiter has departed.
"I've never stopped to count,"
Widget says.
"I can speak anything once I have heard enough to grasp the basis." "Impressive. I picked up bits and pieces naturally, and Celia taught me how to find the patterns, to put the sounds together in complete sets." "I hope she was a better teacher than her father." "From what I know of her father, they are quite different. She never forced Poppet or me into playing complicated games, for one thing." "Do you even know what the challenge you are alluding to was?"
the man in the grey suit asks.
"Do you?"
Widget asks.
"It seems to me it was not entirely clear-cut." "Few things in this world are clear-cut. A very long time ago, I suppose you could say, once upon a time, if you wished it to sound a grander tale than it is, one of my first students and I had a disagreement about the ways of the world, about permanence and endurance and time. He thought my systems outdated. He developed methods of his own that he thought superior. I am of the opinion that no methodology is worthwhile unless it can be taught, so he began teaching. The pitting of our respective students against each other began as simple tests, though over time they became more complex. They were always, at the heart, challenges of chaos and control to see which technique was strongest. It is one thing to put two competitors alone in a ring and wait for one to hit the ground. It is another to see how they fare when there are other factors in the ring along with them, when there are repercussions with every action taken. This final challenge was particularly interesting. I will admit that Miss Bowen found a very clever way out, though I do regret losing a student of my own in the process."
He takes a sip of his wine.
"He was possibly the best student I ever taught." "You believe he's dead?"
Widget asks. The man puts down his glass.
"You believe he is not?"
he counters after a significant pause.
"I know he's not. Just as I know that Celia's father, who is also not dead precisely, is standing by that window."
Widget lifts his glass, tilting it toward the darkened window by the door. The image in the glass, which could be a grey-haired man in a finely tailored coat, or could be an amalgamation of reflections from customers and waiters, and bent and broken light from the street, ripples slightly before becoming completely indistinguishable.
"Neither of them are dead,"
Widget continues,
"but they're not that either."
He nods at the window.
"They're in the circus. They are the circus. You can hear his footsteps in the labyrinth. You can smell her perfume in the cloud maze. It's marvelous. You think being imprisoned marvelous? It's a matter of perspective, Widget says. They have each other. They are confined within a space that is remarkable, one that can and will grow and change around them. In a way, they have the world, bound only by his imagination. Marco has been teaching his illusion technique to me, but I've not yet mastered it, so yes, I think it marvelous. He thought of you as his father, you know. Did he tell you that? The man in the grey suit asks. Not in words, Widget says. He let me read him. I see people's pasts, sometimes in great detail if the person in question trusts me. He trusts me because Celia does. I do not think he blames you any longer. Because of you, he has her. I chose him to contrast her and to compliment. Perhaps I chose too well. The man in the grey suit leans into the table, as though he might whisper his words conspiratorially, but the tenor of his voice does not change. That was the mistake, you realize. They were too well matched, too taken with each other to be competitive, and now they can never be separated. Pity. I take it you're not a romantic, Widget says, picking up the bottle to refill his glass. I was in my youth, which was a very, very long time ago. I can tell, Widget says as he replaces the bottle on the table. The man in the grey suit's past stretches back a long, long time, longer than anyone Widget has ever met. He can only read parts of it, so much of it is worn and faded. The parts connected to the circus are clearest, the easiest for him to grasp. Do I look that old? You have no shadow. The man in the grey suit cracks a smile, the only noticeable change his expression has displayed the entire evening. You are quite perceptive, he says. Not one person in 100, perhaps even 1,000, notices as much. Yes, my age is quite advanced. I have seen a great many things in my time. Some I would prefer to forget. It takes a toll on a person, after all. Everything does, in its way, just as everything fades with time. I am no exception to that rule. Are you going to end up like him? Widget nods at the window. I certainly hope not. I am content to accept inevitabilities, even if I have ways of putting them off. He was seeking immortality, which is a terrible thing to seek. It is not seeking anything, but rather avoiding the unavoidable. He will grow to despise that state, if he does not already. I hope my student and your teacher are more fortunate. You mean, you hope they can die? Widget asks. I mean only that I hope they find darkness or paradise without fear of it, if they can. He pauses before adding, I hope that for you and your compatriots as well. Thank you, Widget says, though he is not entirely certain he understands the sentiment. I sent your cradle when you were born to welcome you and your sister to this world. The least I can do is wish you a pleasant exit from it, as I highly doubt I will be there to see you off in person. I hope not to be, in fact. Is magic not enough to live for? Widget asks. Magic, the man in the grey suit repeats, turning the word into a laugh. This is not magic. This is the way the world is. Only very few people take the time to stop and note it. Look around you, he says, waving a hand at the surrounding tables. Not a one of them even has an inkling of the things that are possible in this world, and what's worse is that none of them would listen if you attempted to enlighten them. They want to believe that magic is nothing but clever deception, because to think it real would keep them up at night, afraid of their own existence. But some people can be enlightened, Widget says. Indeed, such things can be taught. It is easier with minds that are younger than these. There are tricks, of course. None of this rabbits-in-hats nonsense, but ways of making the universe more accessible. Very, very few people take the time to learn them nowadays, unfortunately, and even fewer have natural access. You and your sister do, as an unforeseen effect of the opening of your circus. What is it you do with that talent? What purpose does it serve? Widget considers this before he answers. Beyond the confines of the circus there seems to be little place for such things, though perhaps that is part of the man's point. I tell stories, he says. It is the most truthful answer he has. You tell stories? The man asks, the piquing of his interest almost palpable. Stories, tales, bardic chronicles, Widget says. Whatever you care to call them. The things we were discussing earlier that are more complicated than they used to be. I take pieces of the past that I see, and I combine them into narratives. It's not that important, and this isn't why I'm here. It is important, the man in the grey suit interrupts. Someone needs to tell those tales. When the battles are fought and won and lost, when the pirates find their treasures and the dragons eat their foes for breakfast with a nice cup of lapsang souchon, someone needs to tell their bits of overlapping narrative. There's magic in that. It's in the listener, and for each and every ear it will be different, and it will affect them in ways they can never predict, from the mundane to the profound. You may tell a tale that takes up residence in someone's soul, becomes their blood and self and purpose. That tale will move them and drive them, and who knows what they might do because of it, because of your words. That is your role, your gift. Your sister may be able to see the future, but you yourself can shape it, boy. Do not forget that. He takes another sip of his wine. There are many kinds of magic, after all. Widget pauses, considering the change in the way the man in the grey suit watches him. He wonders if all the grand words earlier about stories no longer being what they once were was all for show, something that the man does not truly believe. While before his interest level bordered on indifferent, now he looks at Widget as a child might look at a new toy, or the way a wolf would regard a particularly interesting piece of prey, scarlet-clad or otherwise. "You're trying to distract me," Widget says. The man in the grey suit only sips his wine, regarding Widget over the rim of his glass. "Is the game finished, then?" Widget asks. "Yes, and no." He puts down his glass before continuing. "Technically, it has fallen into an unforeseen loophole. It has not been properly completed." "And what of the circus?" "I suppose that is why you wish to speak with me." Widget nods. "Bailey has inherited his position from your players. My sister has settled the business end of things with Chandrish. On paper and in principle, we own and operate the circus already. I volunteered to handle the remainder of the transition." "I am not fond of loose ends, but I am afraid it is not that simple." "I did not mean to suggest that it was," Widget says. In the pause that follows, a gale of laughter rises from a few tables over, rippling through the air before settling back down, disappearing into the low, steady hum of conversations and clinking glasses. "You have no idea what you're getting into, my boy," the man in the grey suit says quietly. "How fragile an enterprise it all is. How uncertain the consequences are. What would your Bailey be had he not been so adopted into your circus? Nothing but a dreamer, longing for something he does not even understand. I don't think there's anything wrong with being a dreamer. There is not. But dreams have ways of turning into nightmares. I suspect Monsieur Lefebvre knows something of that. You'd be better off letting the whole endeavor fade away into myth and oblivion. All empires fall eventually. It is the way of things. Perhaps it is time to let this one go. I'm afraid I'm unwilling to do that, Widget says. You are very young. I would wager that combined, even beyond the fact that Bailey and my sister and myself are comparatively, as you say, very young, if I calculated the ages of everyone I have behind this proposition, the total might trump your own age. Perhaps. And I do not know exactly what kind of rules your game had, but I suspect that you owe us this much. If we were all put at risk for your wager.
The man in the grey suit sighs. He casts a quick glance toward the window, but the shadow of Hector Bowen is nowhere to be seen. If Prospero the Enchanter has an opinion on the matter, he chooses not to voice it.
I suppose that is a valid argument,
the man in the grey suit says after some consideration.
But I owe you nothing, young man.
Then, why are you here? Widget asks. The man smiles, but he says nothing.
I am negotiating for what is, essentially, a used playing field,
Widget continues.
It is of no further use to you. It holds a great deal of importance to me. I will not be dissuaded. Name your price.
The man in the grey suit's smile brightens considerably.
I want a story, he says. A story? I want this story, your story, the tale of what brought us to this place, in these chairs, with this wine. I don't want a story you create from here.
He taps his temple with his finger.
I want one that is here.
He lets his hand hover over his heart for a moment before sitting back in his chair. Widget considers this offer for a moment.
And if I tell you this story, you will give me the circus? He asks. I will pass on to you what little of it remains for me to give. When we leave this table, I will have no claim over your circus, no connection to it whatsoever. When that bottle of wine is empty, a challenge that started before you were even born will be over, officially declared a stalemate. That should suffice. Do we have an agreement, Mr. Murray?
We have an agreement, Widget says. The man in the grey suit pours the last of the wine. The candlelight catches and bends in the empty bottle as he places it on the table. Widget swirls his wine around his glass. Wine is bottled poetry, he thinks. It is a sentiment he first heard from Herr Thiessen, but he knows it is properly attributed to another writer, though at the moment he cannot recall who exactly. There are so many places to begin, so many elements to consider. He wonders if the poem of the circus could possibly be bottled. Widget takes a sip of his wine and puts his glass down on the table. He sits back in his chair and steadily returns the stare aimed at him, taking his time as though he has all of it in the world, in the universe, from the days when tales meant more than they do now, but perhaps less than they will some day. He draws a breath that releases the tangled knot of words in his heart, and they fall from his lips effortlessly. The circus arrives without warning. Bon rêve. There are very few people wandering through Le Cirque des Rêves with you in these pre-dawn hours. Some are wearing red scarves that are particularly vibrant against the black and white. You do not have much time before the sun inevitably rises. You are faced with the conundrum of how to fill the remaining minutes of the night. Should you visit one last tent, one that you have already entered and particularly enjoyed, or an unexplored tent that remains a mystery? Or should you seek out one last pre-breakfast caramel apple? The night that seemed endless hours before is now slipping from your fingers, ticking by as it falls into the past and pushes you toward the future. You spend your last moments at the circus as you wish, for it is your time and yours alone. But before long, it is time for Le Cirque des Rêves to close, at least for the time being. The star-filled tunnel has been removed. Only a single curtain separates the courtyard from the entrance now. When it closes behind you, the distance feels greater than a few steps divided by a striped curtain. You hesitate before you exit, pausing to watch the intricate dancing clock as it ticks down the seconds, pieces moving seamlessly. You are able to watch it more closely than you had when you entered, as there is no longer a crowd obscuring it. Beneath the clock, there is an unobtrusive silver plaque. You have to bend down to make out the inscription engraved onto the polished metal. In Memoriam. It reads across the top, with names and dates below in a smaller font. Friedrich Stefan Thiessen, September 9, 1846 to November 1, 1901. And Chandresh Christophe Lefebvre, August 3, 1847 to February 15, 1932. Someone is watching you as you read the memorial plaque. You sense their eyes on you before you realize where the unexpected gaze is coming from. The ticket booth is still occupied. The woman stationed inside is watching and smiling at you. You're not entirely sure what to do. She waves at you, a small but friendly wave, as if to assure you that everything is fine, that visitors often stop before they depart Le Cirque des Rêves to stare at the clockwork wonder that sits by the gates, that some even read the inscribed memorial for two men who died so many years ago, that you stand in a position that many have stood in before, under already fading stars and sparkling lights. The woman beckons you over to the ticket booth. While you walk toward her, she sorts through piles of paper and tickets. There is a spray of silver and black feathers in her hair that flutters around her head as she moves. When she finds what she is seeking, she hands it to you, and you take the business card from her black-gloved hand. One side is black, and the other is white. Le Cirque des Rêves is printed in shimmering silver letters on the black side. On the reverse, in black ink on white, it reads, Mr. Bailey Alden Clark, Proprietor, Bailey@nightcircus.com. You turn it over in your hand, wondering what you might write to Mr. Clark. Perhaps you will thank him for his very singular circus, and perhaps that will suffice. You thank the woman for the card, and she only smiles in response. You walk toward the gates, reading the card in your hand again. Before you pass through the gates to the field beyond, you turn back to the ticket booth, but it is empty, a black grate pulled down over it. You tuck the card carefully in your pocket. The step through the gates that takes you from painted ground to bare grass feels heavy. You think, as you walk away from Le Cirque des Rêves and into the creeping dawn, that you felt more awake within the confines of the circus. You are no longer quite certain which side of the fence is the dream.
This is Jim Dale. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of The Night Circus by Erin Morgenstern. This program was directed by David Rapkin, producer
Orly Moskowitz. Text copyright 2011 by Night Circus, LLC. Production copyright 2011 Random House, Inc. All rights reserved.